Chapter 1809. Still daring to kill Lin Ling. You're nothing but a clown. Mustang and the other two sneered coldly at Lin Ling. They didn't think that Lin Ling would be able to kill them. At this moment, Lin Ling's gaze landed on them, causing the provocation in their eyes to grow even more intense. It was as though they were saying, "Lin Ling, do you dare to kill us?" However, just as their gazes fell, they saw a smile on Lin Ling's face. That was an extremely evil smile, causing them to have a bad premonition. What was Lin Ling planning to do? Get the hell over here. After Lin Ling laughed, he was like a butcher who had revealed his butcher's knife. The fiend god overlord physique erupted forth, and terrifying strength gathered in his two arms as he grabbed Mustang by the neck. After which, the two of them shot towards the ancient door like cannonballs. Mustang and the other two were too arrogant earlier. Hence, after provoking Lin Ling, they didn't leave. They were too close to Lin Ling, causing them to be unable to react in time. Or rather, they didn't even think that Lin Ling would make a move. The crowd was also stunned. Lin Ling actually dared to make a move. Courting death. The Skylord and the other experts were also shocked. Lin Ling had violated the rules of the arbitration. Xiao. At this moment, Lin Ling grabbed Mustang and rushed through the ancient door. Within the world of vine leaves, Mustang were tossed out like trash by Lin Ling. They smashed into the ground, causing many vines to break apart. Lin Ling, you're courting death. Could it be that you want to perish together with us? If you kill us, you won't be able to live. Very quickly, Mustang walked out from the broken vines. In front of them, Lin Ling was like a death god standing there. His eyes were cold and emotionless, as though he had come from the 9 nether realms. You don't have to worry about whether I'll die or not, but I know that you'll definitely die. Lin Ling exploded forth with a terrifying aura, as the power of laws circulated around his body, causing the expressions of Mustang and Qin Wentian to drastically change. Only now did they realize that Lin Ling had already reached the level of Wuxia. Previously, they weren't even a match for Lin Ling, let alone now. Are you surprised? I can tell you that if you didn't set me up, I wouldn't have been able to devour Xie Yun's power, and I wouldn't have been able to step into Wu Sheng's realm. Lin Ling was akin to an indomitable giant, akin to an undefeatable god of war. Step by step, he walked over, exerting immense pressure on Mustang and Qin Wentian. What angered them the most was that Lin Ling's breakthrough was all thanks to them. Let's join forces and kill him. Mustang's eyes turned red. Seeing Lin Ling getting stronger and stronger, he felt increasingly uncomfortable in his heart. Can you kill them? Lin Ling's footsteps finally quickened. His ancient fist carried a dark golden glow as he ruthlessly punched out. Kacha! The space instantly shattered, forming a two-dimensional space. It was two beautiful worlds. Rumble! With just one punch, Mustang was sent flying. His body seemed to have been sliced by countless blades, dripping with blood. Moreover, if he hadn't reacted fast enough, he would have long been sliced into pieces by the space. Of course, compared to the injuries on his body, he was even more shocked in his heart. That was because Lin Ling's spatial laws had reached two-dimensional space. This meant that Lin Ling had fused the origin of void power in his Dantian into the spatial laws. Ranked second among the 10 great sky emperors? A mocking voice drifted over from the sky, causing Mustang's heart to fiercely tremble. He knew that Lin Ling was mocking him. I've said before that even if the two of you joined forces, you wouldn't be a match for me. Now it's still the same. Divine Dragon Warrior Xianyuan Xiang, come and fight. Lin Ling's footsteps didn't stop. He pounced toward Xianyuan Xiang, choosing to end the battle quickly, because not long after, those big shots of the mortal realm would very likely charge in. Go to hell, Divine Dragon Cannon. Die! Xianyuan Xiang's face was solemn. He immediately unleashed his most terrifying trump card, blasting the Divine Dragon Cannon towards Lin Ling. Dragon soars in the universe. Boom! At this moment Lin Ling was at his peak. He wasn't afraid of Xianyuan Xiang at all, so he unleashed the Fire Dragon King and rushed towards Xianyuan Xiang. Rumble! The two powerhouses collided. This time, the Divine Dragon Cannon clearly couldn't stop Lin Ling at all, and was swept into pieces by the Fire Dragon King. At the same time, Lin Ling appeared in front of Xianyuan Xiang, looking down at him. You only this much strength? You? Only this much strength? This was looking down on Xianyuan Xiang from high above, questioning why he was so weak. You. Boom. Xianyuan Xiang was the dignified #1 Sky Emperor. When had others trampled on him like this? You're afraid of me. Boom. Lin Ling spat out another sentence, causing Xianyuan Xiang's eyes to turn red. He roared angrily. I'm the descendant of God. How can I be afraid of trash like you? Yes. You're obviously afraid, because I'm standing in front of you. But you don't dare to attack me. If you're not afraid of me, then why did you frame me? It's because you're afraid. That's why you're using such underhanded means to kill me. Pitiful #1 Sky Emperor. Even if you join forces with Mustang, you still can't defeat me. Your martial path will end here from now on. Yes. Lin Ling's voice carried endless majesty, as if the heavens were crushing Xianyuan Xiang. Then he took a step forward, and a dragon claw appeared, suddenly grasping Xianyuan Xiang's neck. That terrifying power was telling Xianyuan Xiang, Divine Dragon Warrior? Just a joke. Dang. Dang. Chapter 1810. He slapped his own face. Lin Ling I. Xianyuan Xiang felt as though he had been struck by lightning. He no longer dared to be arrogant, and wanted to beg for mercy. Previously, he thought that Lin Ling wouldn't dare to kill him, but now he didn't think so anymore. Pa! Lin Ling clenched his right hand, and Xianyuan Xiang's neck was broken. Xianyuan Xiang fell powerlessly. The first heavenly emperor had fallen. Xianyuan Xiang was so proud and arrogant before, but now he wanted to beg for mercy. After which, Lin Ling's gaze shifted, landing on Mustang. At this moment, Mustang's neck was still exposed, but his expression froze, as though he was in a daze. Your neck is very white, I will break it properly. Lin Ling lightly spat out a sentence, causing Mustang's body to tremble. He actually came to Lin Ling's side to seek death, and even exposed his neck? Crazy was he crazy? Lin Ling, what happened before was a misunderstanding. Mustang's heart trembled, and he hurriedly explained. Lin Ling, there really wasn't anyone he didn't dare to kill. Get over here. Lin Ling didn't have the time to talk nonsense with him. With a wave of his left hand, a dragon claw appeared and grabbed Mustang's neck. This is the first time I've met someone like you who wants to die. Pung. The dragon claw fiercely tightened, and Mustang's neck was broken. Before he died, he was filled with deep regret. He shouldn't have been so arrogant, and he shouldn't have exposed his neck to disgust Lin Ling. Because the moment his neck was exposed, Lin Ling, this wolf, wouldn't hesitate to bite him. As for the consequences of killing them, they knew that there were no consequences at all. They had died for nothing. If I don't kill you, I'm not human. After killing both Mustang and Lin Ling held their heads in his hands as he strode towards the ancient door. Since he had already killed them, he wanted to see what the so-called arbitration tribunal had to say about this. The giants of the human realm were playing word games with Lin Ling, and Lin Ling was playing tyrannical with them. At this moment, outside of the ancient gate, everyone was still in shock at Lin Ling's actions. Many people knew that Lin Ling had fallen into a trap. If Lin Ling had impulsively killed Mustang and the rest, he would have died without a doubt. Lin Ling isn't that stupid. He probably won't kill him. Bai Yun Tiandi and the others thought to themselves with worry in their eyes. As for the Sky Master and the others, they were laughing coldly. Previously, when Lin Ling had suddenly attacked, they had not chosen to stop him precisely, because they wanted to see Lin Ling fall for it. Gulyalu. At this time, 2 human heads rolled out of the ancient door, shocking everyone. When the countless gazes landed on the heads, everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. Those were the heads of Mustang and Xianyuan Xiang. This meant that Lin Ling had really killed them, and even tossed their heads to the mortal realm giants. This was clearly a provocation to their prestige. Hiss! Many people sucked in a breath of cold air. They had long known that Lin Ling was arrogant. But who knew that today, Lin Ling was even more arrogant than they had imagined. I've killed those 2 scumbags. If I don't kill them, I'm not human. At the same time, a slender figure walked out of the ancient door. His steps were steady, as if an emperor had descended. If I don't kill them, I'm not human. Everyone clearly heard this sentence, and their hearts were like thunder. Lin Ling was a man of his words. Those who dared to offend Lin Ling, no matter how far away they were, would be killed. Even with the mortal realm giants present, he still dared to kill them. You've really killed them. The faces of the mortal realm giants were ugly. Although Lin Ling was undoubtedly dead, Lin Ling tossing out the heads was indeed a ruthless slap to their faces. Crazy, crazy god Lin Ling. At this moment, whether it was the mortal realm giants or the celestial emperors, they had already secretly given this celestial emperor Lin Ling a title. It was Crazy God. Moreover, after Crazy God, there were no celestial emperors. This was the first case in the world of emperors. However, this also illustrated how tyrannical Lin Ling was. The arbitrators believed that Mustang and the others cannot die. Therefore, Lin Ling, no one can save you today. I, the Sky Master, declare to the mortal realm that if I don't kill you, Lin Ling, I will no longer be a giant of the mortal realm. No matter what reason you have, I represent the 7 emperors in the heavens to kill you. The mortal realm giants killing intent soared. They finally found an excuse to kill Lin Ling. Moreover, Lin Ling had challenged their dignity, so they wanted to kill Lin Ling even more. Seeing the mortal realm giants bare their fangs, Baiyun Tiandi and the others looked at Lin Ling worriedly. However, Lin Ling was indifferent. He sneered at the mortal realm giants and said, "Don't be so full of yourself. Be careful not to slap your own mouth. The arbitrators have already determined that Mustang and the others are innocent. Although you don't recognize the formation of the arbitration tribunal, we don't need to wait for you to do so. We only need to do so. If we still can't kill you today, I will leave on my knees," the Luo Emperor said in a dignified voice. Ha ha ha. Upon hearing those words, Lin Ling let out 3 loud laughs. His laughter shook the heavens, causing many people to hold their breaths. As expected of the mad god Lin Ling, even when his life was at stake, he was still so bold. "Since you want to slap your own faces, then I will help you. Although I don't recognize you as a nest of snakes and rats, I will play with you all." Lin Ling laughed louder and louder. His long hair fluttered as he walked forward step by step. It was as if he was not afraid of the mortal realm giants. Chapter 18:11. The ancient giants, the Sky Lord and the others were silent. Their faces were so gloomy that water could drip from them. After becoming the giants of the mortal realm, this was the first time they had encountered a junior who continuously provoked them. Ha ha. Lin Ling laughed wildly and strode past them. Ha, the tribunal is a nest of snakes and rats. You asked for it. Ha. Emperor Li Shou, Emperor Yu and the others also laughed out loud. Their laughter soared into the sky. Other than them, the experts of the mortal realm also laughed out loud. These so-called members of the arbitration tribunal had all slapped their own faces. Everyone stared at Lin Ling in awe. Lin Ling's character was arrogant and ruthless, like a lone wolf. Even if he offended the giants of the mortal realm, he would never compromise. What happened before seemed simple, but in fact it was full of danger. However, Lin Ling was still able to achieve victory in the difficult situation. This showed how terrifying Lin Ling was. Heaven is watching what people do. Suddenly, this sentence appeared in many people's minds. Mustang and the others had killed so many Sky Emperors. At this moment, Lin Ling stood up for them. The giants of the mortal realm did not want to lose face, so they also stood up for Mustang and the others. However, the result was a slap in the face. Alright, this time's Vine Leaf World experience is over. Everyone, hand over your vine fruits. Emperor Yu said. At this moment, only he could preside over the situation. As for the Sky Lord and the other giants of the mortal realm, they obviously did not have the face to preside over it anymore. The result was without a doubt, Tyrant Shirin won first place. She secretly traded with Lin Ling, and Lin Ling also received a large number of merit points. These merit points were enough for Lin Ling to increase his strength again. The Sky Lord and the other giants of the mortal realm stood in the distance like clowns. Although Lin Ling did nothing to them, they still felt the burning pain on their faces. That slap was indeed very loud, especially the Sky Lord, who was still holding Xianyuan Xiang's head in his hand. At this moment his body was trembling with anger. A moment later, All kinds of cheers rose and fell around the ancient door. Although the number one in the vine leaf world was Tyrant Shuriren, the most dazzling person was still Lin Ling. Mad God Lin Ling, the first heavenly emperor. Without a doubt, he had finally revealed his true potential today. This Lin Ling, if you can be a friend, then don't be an enemy. Previously, everyone overlooked one point. This Lin Ling was able to kill Xianyuan Xiang and Xianyuan Tian. His strength is already the first Sky Emperor, and he has only been a Sky Emperor for a short period of time. His potential is extremely terrifying. On the side of the Seven Emperors' Heaven, a black-robed man said indifferently. This person came from a supreme family and was also one of the highest deacon palaces in the human realm. They had always maintained a neutral stance towards Lin Ling, but now, they decided to support Lin Ling. At the beginning of the Vine Leaf World's test, he was only an Earth-grade talent. But now, even Xianyuan Xiang is no match for him. This means that Lin Ling has hidden his talent. An elder from the Eternal Palace also spoke up. The leaders of the human world were all very smart. Lin Ling and the leader of the Sky Emperor were fighting against each other. If Lin Ling had died, that would have been the end of it. But Lin Ling was still alive, which meant that they couldn't underestimate Lin Ling. It was better to be friends with him than to offend him. The most important thing was that they didn't have a deep grudge against Lin Ling. They just had some small conflicts. The same thing was happening in Champion University and the Evil Clan. They were also thinking about it, and the Evil Clan was also thinking about it. The most important thing was that Lin Ling was too strong. They couldn't afford to offend him. However, those who had deep grudges against Lin Ling, such as the Lord of the Skies, the Law Overlord, the Encompassing Emperor, the Xianyuan clan, and the Ancient Ji clan, would not rest until Lin Ling was dead. Kill him, what do you think? Asked a strong cultivator from the Xianyuan clan to the leader of the Sky Emperor. After calming down, he realized that Lin Ling was the first celestial emperor. He had such terrifying potential. It was better not to know about it. But if they did, they would have to kill him. The leader of the Sky Emperor nodded coldly. He was also wondering how Lin Ling had done all this. Actually, he'd always been able to kill Lin Ling. However, Lin Ling was an ant while he was an overlord of the mortal dimension. So if he rashly made a move against Lin Ling, then it would be detrimental to his reputation. But now, he noticed that he couldn't kill Lin Ling according to proper methods. So he had no choice but to use force. Besides, Lin Ling had provoked him again and again. He was running out of patience. Boom boom boom. At this moment, a majestic evil aura surged out from the ancient door and lingered in the air. Then it transformed into a myriad of dark clouds that shot out in all directions like shooting stars. In the blink of an eye, it vanished without a trace. It happened very quickly. When the evil clouds disappeared, everybody realized what had happened, and their expressions changed drastically. The evil Buddha clan had escaped from the Vine Leaf world? Their attention had been focused on the arbitration earlier, so they'd forgotten about the evil Buddha clan. Now that the evil Buddha clan had appeared in the human world, the human world would definitely be in trouble. If the evil Buddha clan was allowed to devour a large number of experts, then the evil Buddha clan would become a force to be reckoned with. Their expressions became even more solemn when they thought of this. At the same time, a furious voice resounded in the sky and caused the clouds to explode. Leader of the sky, why did the evil Buddha clan come to the human world? The eyes of the Sky Emperor and the others narrowed when they heard this. They originally wanted to kill Lin Ling by force, but they didn't dare act rashly now. They knew that the person who spoke was probably that lord. Moreover, that lord was a figure from the ancient times. He was even the founder of the Martial Pavilion, so he wasn't someone they could provoke. All of you come back and receive your punishment. The voice resounded from the sky again, causing the Sky Emperor and the others to clench their fists. Obviously, that lord was blaming them for the evil Buddha clan's escape, and all of this was Lin Ling's good deed. If Lin Ling hadn't wanted to kill Mustang, how could they have forgotten about the evil Buddha clan? Lin Ling was too hateful. All the human world's big shots come back immediately. The Lord spoke again, causing the crowd's hearts to pound. Many of them didn't know who that lord was. but they were certain that he was an ancient-level big shot. His status and strength were definitely above the three great mythological legends. Lin Ling's eyes flickered. In Li Xiaoyao's memory, the human world wasn't simple. Now, this was the second time he had heard of such a terrifying existence. The first time was the Dark Dragon Emperor of the Chaos Demon Sea. It was a pity that Lin Ling only had a rough understanding of the Dark Dragon Emperor. As for the specific memory, perhaps he would only be clear when he found the second statue. At least by then, he could be sure whether the Dark Dragon Emperor was a friend or a foe. If he was a friend, then Lin Ling could do whatever he wanted in the human world. Then, the human world's big shots left one after another, leaving the ancient gate in silence. Have the human world's big shots all gone back? At this moment, a large number of experts walked over from afar. Upon closer inspection, these people's strength seemed to penetrate the heavens and the earth. Their footsteps seemed to be the power of laws, making it difficult to breathe. They were the experts with the title of CND. The experts with the title of CND also went to the secret territory. Have they all come out now? Many people guessed. There were many secret territories in the human world, and as long as one reached a certain level of strength, they could enter the secret territory and rapidly increase their strength. Chapter 1812. Xianyuan Southern Peak titled CND. I heard that the evil Buddha lineage of the vine leaf world has revived. A majestic voice rang in the air, causing the titled celestial emperors to stop in their tracks and stare at the ground coldly. The people below were all heavenly emperors, so they had to look up to those powerhouses with burning eyes. Titled CND, this was their life's pursuit. Only by reaching this level could they be famous in the world and dominate everything. They were already standing at the top of the pyramid of the human world, and were used to living above everyone else. So how could they be willing to accept others being stronger than them? Therefore, their goal was to surpass those powerhouses. Man's ambition was endless. On the path of martial arts, there was no limit. There was no strongest, only stronger. Lin Ling's eyes were also emitting fighting spirit. Currently, he was the #1 heavenly emperor, but he believed that it wouldn't be long before he became a powerhouse on the level of CND. In the sky, indifferent voices sounded, asking the people below, and everyone answered one by one, not daring to be negligent. Gradually, those titled CND powerhouses looked at Lin Ling. They already knew what had happened. They didn't expect Lin Ling to be so powerful and become the #1 heavenly emperor. One had to know that the heavenly emperors who could enter the vine leaf world were all elites among geniuses. Lin Ling was a rising star, but he was able to become the #1. This showed that Lin Ling had hidden potential. For a moment, the titled CND powerhouses had mixed feelings. Some were curious, some were cold, and some were kind. Lin Ling, what talent do you have? Suddenly, someone asked indifferently. This person was clad in white battle armor and had an awe-inspiring presence. Behind him, there was a pair of beautiful white wings, making him look like an angel floating in the sky. This caused the eyes of many people on the ground to sparkle, especially some female experts. A single word flashed through their minds: handsome. Although those women were all above everyone, and were usually extremely arrogant, that was only relatively speaking. If they were to encounter a young man who was stronger than them, and was also otherworldly and indifferent, how could they not be moved? It's one of the 5 lords of heaven, Battle Angel Tian Shui. Rumor has it that he is an angel who has descended to the mortal world. Now that I've seen him today, it seems to be true. Many people started to talk about it. Tian Shui, one of the 5 lords of heaven, was slightly weaker than Xianyuan Nanfeng. However, how did he know Lin Ling? No, he was obviously curious about Lin Ling's talent. Of course, the others were curious as well. They were sure that Lin Ling had a heaven-tier talent, but no one could be sure what grade it was. Why should I answer you? Lin Ling calmly looked at the sky and said indifferently, I know you're strong, but don't be too arrogant. I'm a titled celestial emperor now. The wings on Tian Kongshua's back moved slightly. White light bloomed like ripples, making him seem like the overlord of the sky. Title CND? There was an uproar on the ground. After the 5 heavenly monarchs went through the trials, their strength increased greatly. Did they enter the world of the immortal emperors? Under everyone's gaze, 5 people stood proudly in the sky like emperors overlooking all living things. This scene also meant that the 5 of them had indeed stepped into Xiandi's world. They are so powerful. Many people were envious. Now can you say it? Tian Shui said again as if to say that now that you know who I am qualified to ask. You are an expert with the title of Xiandi, which is indeed admirable. What does that have to do with me? Also, isn't it a taboo for warriors to casually ask about someone's cultivation progress? Yes. However, Lin Ling still said indifferently, Haha, you are indeed as arrogant as the rumors say. No wonder you are called the Mad God. However, you have to remember that if it weren't for someone, I could have defeated you in one move with your strength. The First Lord of Heaven is like trash to me. Yes. Tian Shui was not angry. Instead, he laughed and said to someone beside him, Xianyuan Nanfeng, this is your opponent. I will not fight with you. Haha. Obviously, Tian Shui knew about the battle between Lin Ling and Xianyuan Nanfeng, so he did not teach Lin Ling a lesson. The First Lord of Heaven is indeed trash to you. However, don't forget that you were once trash. Don't look down on trash just to prove your strength, because that is also looking down on yourself. Lin Ling replied. His words made many people secretly nod their heads. Yes, no matter how strong Tian Shui was now, he was only a Lord of Heaven back then. Now that he said that the Lord of Heaven was trash, wasn't he also saying that he was trash in the past? You are eloquent. Tian Shui sneered and did not say anything more. Xianyuan Nanfeng stared at Lin Ling curiously. He did not expect Lin Ling's strength to increase so much. However, to him, that was all because his strength had increased greatly too. Let me remind you that there is still a month's time. If you can't increase your strength in this month, you have no chance of winning. Xianyuan Nanfeng said. Thank you for the reminder. Yes. Lin Ling replied with a faint smile. He also noticed that Xianyuan Nanfeng was stronger than before. Obviously, in the mortal world, the stronger one was, the more benefits one would get. In this regard, the current Lin Ling could not compare. I will wait for you. Yes. Then Xianyuan Nanfeng turned and left. The Xiandi stared at Lin Ling curiously, and then left as well. For them, the First Lord of Heaven was indeed quite amazing. Chapter 1813. Wuxia Stage 2-inch. Let me tell you. All the merit points are yours. The first place reward is also yours. If I give you 1 less merit point, I, Tyrant Shuriren, will repay you with my own body. After saying that, Tyrant Shuriren left angrily. Her armor made clanking sounds. Lin Ling was stunned. Why did Tyrant Shuriren have such a big reaction? Lin Ling, I know you were joking before, but Tyrant Shuriren's personality is like a rock. She can't take a joke. Su Jimin said helplessly. Lin Ling was stunned again. Was that a woman with a one-track mind? Lin Ling chatted with a few people as he walked. Behind him was a large number of celestial emperors. When they saw Lin Ling walking side by side with a few beauties, it would be a lie to say that they were not jealous. Unfortunately, Lin Ling was someone they had to look up to. After Lin Ling returned to the rainforest sacred land, he immediately checked on Princess Fire Spirit. The evil aura on Princess Fire Spirit's body had become stronger. This made Lin Ling frown. Fortunately, he remembered many ways to suppress the evil aura. The evil aura was indeed difficult to deal with. Princess Fire Spirit had only absorbed a little of it, but she had fallen into a deep sleep. If she absorbed more, she would turn into an evil being. Fortunately, one day later, Tyrant Shuriren came personally to deliver the merit points. The moment she appeared, the entire rainforest sacred land was in an uproar. In their eyes, the female warrior seemed to have a lot of resentment. Here are the merit points. We don't owe each other anything. Lin Ling, even if you die in the hands of Xianyuan Nanfeng, I won't go and see you. Tyrant Shuriren left after saying that. She left without hesitation. Lin Ling was stunned. Although he was not familiar with Tyrant Shuriren, they had worked together in the Vine Leaf world. Was there a need to be so angry? Lin Ling, that woman has an unyielding character. You must have said something that offended her. Moreover, I have a feeling that she seems to like you. Yu Mun Yun was also surprised by Tyrant Shuriren. However, She smiled at Lin Ling and said, "Moreover, although she is a little fierce, she is good-looking. Most importantly, her figure is not bad." Ugh. Lin Ling opened his mouth wide, and then shook his head like a rattledrum. You didn't see how ferocious she was in the vine leaf world, but I did. She turned into a stone golem, and blew up a powerhouse with one punch. Who would want such a fierce woman? Lin Ling, you and I are irreconcilable. Tyrant Shuriran's voice came from afar, and Lin Ling's eyes narrowed. She hadn't left yet. Baiyun Tiandi and the others were also cultivating in the rainforest. When they heard those words, they all laughed. Lin Ling was in trouble. Tyrant, you are indeed unreasonable. Lin Ling shook his head helplessly. He treated Shuriran as a friend and companion, so he was joking with her. Who knew that she would be so serious? Everyone, take some merit points and try to increase your strength. Ignoring Shuriran, Lin Ling distributed some merit points to everyone. Lin Ling also used his merit points to buy treasures. Right now he really needed to increase his strength. The flower of 10,000 sounds can break yin and yang, evil spirits and evil spirits. It can be used to suppress the evil spirit on the fire spirit princess, but the merit points required are very expensive. The fruit of void, a treasure used by Wuxia realm powerhouses to increase their realm. This treasure is even more expensive. I'll replace it with spiritual flesh. The most important thing is to buy these materials to make the scabbard of the peerless divine sword. Lin Ling kept looking at the treasures in the earthly paradise. He could not help but secretly rejoice. If he did not have the earthly paradise, even if he had the money, he might not be able to buy those treasures. With the help of the flame pattern fruit, Lin Ling had finally given birth to another law of fire. As a result, he had 5 laws in his body, and the law was the standard to measure the strength of Wuxia. Of course, one's cultivation realm was also very important. This was because with every increase in cultivation realm, a new law would be born. If one's talent was strong, the power of the law would be stronger than others. It was said that some of the top geniuses of the mortal realm had extremely powerful talents. They only needed one law to be comparable to others with 3 laws. And Lin Ling's talent was stronger than the other. His power of law was also extremely terrifying. As for the power of the 2 laws, they could fuse with each other, or create new martial arts. Lin Ling did not plan to create new martial arts. He chose to fuse the 2 laws into Long Tingyu, making the power of the laws even stronger. Although the current him was a 2nd-level Wuxia, he was confident that he could defeat a 3rd-level Wuxia. Rumble, the 7th level of the Purple Mansion realm, in the starry sky world. Lin Ling floated there. His blue robe fluttered. With his index finger in front of him, he muttered something. Suddenly, white flames filled the air around his body. Not long after, the terrifying power of the law transformed into a dragon. This was the fusion of the laws in Li Xiaoyao's memory. It could fuse the 2 laws of fire and increase the power by 10%. The great emperor is mighty. Around him, a large number of souls worshipped him. These souls were Lin Ling's Yellow Spring army. One must know that in the Vine Leaf world, Lin Ling had killed many celestial emperors. At this moment, those souls were all subdued by Lin Ling. Great Emperor Lin Ling, although you are only a 2nd-level Wuxia, your strength has already stepped into the level of CND. Even the desolation of the mortal realm is not comparable to the Great Emperor. The moving mountain eagle flattered. Of course, he was also shocked. It had only been 10 days since the end of the Vine Leaf world, and Lin Ling's strength had increased again. If this continued, defeating Xianyuan Nanfeng would be an easy task. Xianyuan Nanfeng dared to challenge the Great Emperor. He is courting death. Great Emperor, let me kill him. The other souls were not convinced that the moving mountain eagle had taken the lead, and quickly flattered him. I can only say that the mortal world's great calamity has begun. So the era of powerhouses has begun. The big shots of the mortal world discussed animatedly. They were just a little surprised because this was not the first time such a thing had happened. For example, the Son of Desolation's strength increased greatly. He devoured his master, the Imperial Exterminator, and became famous among the Sons of Desolation. Another example was that one of the Sons of Desolation fell. He lost to a mysterious young man and was valued by the highest deacon palace of the mortal world. It was said that the young man seemed to be the reincarnation of the realm lord from ancient times. Few people knew about this mysterious realm lord. Only those who came from ancient times knew that the realm lord's name was Li Xiaoyao. The mortal world was like boiling water. Powerhouses came out one after another, as if a new chapter had been opened. At this moment, Lin Ling did not know all of this. On the contrary, his name of Mad God had spread among the three mysteries of the mortal world. He was also famous among the three myths of the mortal world. After all, no one could violate the name of the first heavenly emperor. In the purple mansion, the space continued to shatter. The sword floated in the sky. Looking at it carefully, the whole sword seemed to be made of crystal, but it was also extremely huge. It was overbearing and noble, making people unable to take their eyes off it. Peerless divine sword. Lin Ling was excited. He slowly walked forward, waved his right hand, and the sword shot toward him. Rumble! When the sword fell on Lin Ling's hand, the void continued to crack, and the 100-dimensional space appeared, which made Lin Ling's face change. The sword was too strong. Even holding the sword was dangerous, as if it could be torn apart by the space at any time. Your Majesty, quickly withdraw the sword. Elder Z knew that Lin Ling could not hold on for long, so he hurriedly shouted. A scabbard appeared in Lin Ling's left hand. Gritting his teeth, he used all his strength to withdraw the sword. Chapter 1815. See Immortal City, there's a chance? Lin Ling smiled faintly. He was now 90% confident that he could kill his opponent. Big Brother's cultivation speed is fast. In the next 10 days, Big Brother can reach a higher level. Little Flame touched his bald head and said excitedly, the effect of our cultivation this time is remarkable because of merit points. Now that we don't have any merit points, our cultivation speed will slow down. Lin Ling said. Everyone nodded, but they were still worried, because there was still half a month left. If Lin Ling didn't improve his strength, it might be difficult for him to win against Xianyuan Nanfeng. They didn't know that Lin Ling was no longer afraid of his opponent. Princess Hualing, how do you feel? Lin Ling looked at Princess Hualing and asked. Bad guy, I'm much better. Princess Hualing's little face was still dark golden. At this moment, she was smiling, but like a withered flower. She was no longer as lively and naughty as before. This made Lin Ling's heart ache. He knew that during this period of time, every night, the evil aura would act up and Princess Hualing would roll on the bed in pain. Ancestor Taiyan and the others also felt a little heartache. They also knew about the situation, so they couldn't help but look at Lin Ling. Lin Ling pondered for a moment and took out the mother-child insect. Emperor Li Shou, do you know who's the most powerful Buddhist in the human world? Lin Ling, you should be doing this for Princess Hualing's evil aura. Unfortunately, that evil aura came from the desolate era. Even we can't do anything about it. Emperor Li Shou sighed, but Lin Ling said, I know a way, but I need the help of someone with powerful Buddhist skills. Emperor Li Shou was obviously shocked because even he couldn't do anything about the evil aura. But Lin Ling knew about it? I've checked the ancient books, so I know about this method. Lin Ling also knew that Emperor Li Shou and the others were surprised, so he explained. Powerful Buddhist skills? Could it be Kame's spiritual master? Lin Ling, go overseas to find Kame's spiritual master. In the chaotic demon sea, there's a spiritual island. Kame's spiritual master is there. And that's where the spirit clan lives. Emperor Li Shou explained. The spirit race still exists. Lin Ling said in surprise. The spirit race was the same as the ghost race and the devil race. They were all powerful races that had existed since the primordial era. Unlike the devil race, the spirit race had a good relationship with the humans. They had cooperated many times and defeated the invasions of the ghost race and the devil race. The Kame sage is an ancient cultivator. Many people who practice divination, Buddhism, and arhats respect him. For example, the Celestial Phenomenon sect of Xianping Province, and the Arhat Sage of Champion University. Every year, many strong cultivators go to Zhenling Island to visit, but most of them don't get to see the Kame Sage. Therefore, Lin Ling, if you want to see the Kame Sage, it's going to be difficult. It's good that you know who he is. I have a way to make him see me. Lin Ling thanked him and planned to set off. After all, there were still over 10 days left. It was enough for him to make a round trip. Fire Spirit Princess, let's go, I'll take you out to play. All right, rascal, I want you to carry me. Under everyone's gaze, Lin Ling held the Fire Spirit Princess' hand and left the rainforest's sacred land. Lin Ling had been in seclusion for 13 years. Now that he was walking in the outside world, he suddenly felt relaxed and happy. He was not in a hurry. He held the Fire Spirit Princess' hand and revisited old places. They went from Xianping Province to the Xianyuan Great Region. First, he went to the Heaven Mystics Kingdom. He saw that the Cloud Sea Imperial City was getting more and more prosperous. This made him smile. Then he went to the Guyan sect. The Guyan sect had become the #1 sect in the Heaven Mystics Kingdom. Although it was stronger, Lin Ling was a little disappointed. Things were the same, but people had changed. He could not find any familiar figure. Just like that, Lin Ling walked slowly. It was as if he had found the feeling of reincarnation. His heart was unprecedentedly calm. Lin Ling, is that the place where you grew up? The scenery is good. Heaven Mystics Kingdom. I heard from Mingyan that you met them there. It's a pity that you and the others are not there. Otherwise, they would be even happier. Lin Ling held the Fire Spirit Princess' hand. However, the Fire Spirit Princess was extremely calm at this moment. It was more like the second dream. She had a happy smile on her face. Once upon a time, she dreamed of traveling the world with the man she loved. Now that this dream had come true, she cherished it very much. After I defeat Xianyuan Nanfeng, I can go and see you and the others. Lin Ling smiled and replied. In the past his status was too low. No one gave him face. However, it was different now. Although he was still not as good as the Yungu Immortal platform, at least he was qualified to find you and the others. Now you are known as the Frenzied God. In terms of titles, there is no Heavenly Emperor after the Frenzied God. You are also the first person to have such a title. If you defeat Xianyuan Nanfeng, no one in the mortal domain will not pay attention to you. Even the highest deacon hall in the mortal domain will not dare to mess with you. Instead, they will pay attention to you. The Fire Spirit Princess smiled. Her big eyes were filled with wisdom. Lin Ling shrugged his shoulders. He was used to the Fire Spirit Princess' mischievous and wise look. He smiled and said, "Why are you so sure that I will win?" "Because you are Lin Ling." This simple sentence represented a deep trust. Perhaps in the Fire Spirit Princess' heart, Lin Ling was the representative of miracles. "Kiki, I can defeat him in 3 moves." Lin Ling looked into the distance and finally said this sentence. The Fire Spirit Princess was stunned for a moment before she revealed a smile. The two of them held hands and strolled in the sunset. The true Spirit Island was in the chaotic Demon Sea. However, it was not on the side of Xianhuangdeyu. It was close to the Grand Mystic Domain. As for the Grand Mystic Domain, it was Lin Ling's first time there. This vast continent was even more ancient. The mountains were crisp, the birds were singing, and the flowers were fragrant. It was like a paradise. No wonder the cultivators of the Grand Mystic Domain were naturally superior. It turned out that the place they lived in was like a paradise. The Sea God City was an ancient city with an extremely long history. It was said that it had existed since ancient times. This city was close to the chaotic Demon Sea. Occasionally, one could see the most mysterious spirit clan in the city. At this moment, the city was filled with people. In the streets and alleys, cultivators were talking and laughing. These cultivators were ethereal. The men were divine like jade, and the women were elegant like fairies. 3 days ago, the Hidden Dragon Assembly was held here. The younger generation of the 3 mysterious realms of the mortal domain shone here. When the Hidden Dragon Assembly ended, a new generation of the 3 mysterious realms was born. I heard that the first and second place of this Hidden Dragon Assembly are brother and sister. One is skilled in the Sword Dao, while the other is skilled in the Fire Martial Dao. They have already stepped into the Transcendent Realm at such a young age, and have begun to comprehend the Source strength. Amazing. I don't know who the disciples of these 2 young generation are. I have also seen their martial dais. They are extremely powerful and full of talent. If this continues, It is very likely that they will become disciples of the mortal domain. In the largest restaurant in the Sea God City, discussions rose and fell one after another. However, the angrier you get, the more I want to say that your master is a disgraceful piece of trash. Among those young men, one of them started to laugh wildly. Bastard! Yi Xiao angrily shouted. The sword in his hand appeared, and he fiercely slashed out. Nobody had thought that Yi Xiao would actually dare to fight for his master. After all, this restaurant had existed since the ancient times, so it naturally had an ancient powerhouse guarding this place. Fighting in this restaurant was obviously a violation of the restaurant's taboo. Rumble! Boom! The sword was slashed out, but soon, an old man suddenly appeared. He reached out one of his hands and heavily clenched it. The sword light was fiercely crushed. You two, how dare you? After that, the old man coldly looked at Yi Xiao and Wan Er. Master Wang, these two people thought they were the champion of the Hidden Dragon Assembly. They are so arrogant. We just said a few words, and they actually wanted to kill us. You have to uphold justice for us. Otherwise, the Sea God City is no longer a God City. Those young men immediately spoke, coldly looking at Yi Xiao and Wan Er. In fact, they knew that they were no match for Yi Xiao and Wan Er. The reason why they didn't fear Yi Xiao and Wan Er was that they knew no violence was allowed in this restaurant. Of course, they didn't think that Yi Xiao and Wan Er would actually dare to fight for their master. I will give you a chance. Tell me which sect you are from. Ask your master to come and apologize, and I will let you go. The old man blandly said. Don't be arrogant just because you are a little bit powerful. Let me tell you, among the 3 Xian men in the human realm, there is no sect that the Sea God City doesn't dare to mess with. Speak. Just as he finished speaking, a large number of powerhouses appeared in the restaurant. Every one of them was in the superior level. Yi Xiao and Wan Er frowned. They didn't expect to provoke so many powerhouses. Brother, what should we do? Wan Er worriedly spoke. Those powerhouses were all stronger than them. They couldn't fight back. Master, I was reckless. They insulted my master first, so I acted impulsively. If I have brought any trouble to the restaurant, I apologize. Yi Xiao knew that he had no choice, so he bowed and said, Your apology is useless. Ask your master to come and apologize. The old man coldly said, My master won't come. You are not qualified to ask him to apologize. Master, I have apologized. If you want us to stay, then come. Yi Xiao spoke word by word. He could apologize, but it was about his master. He wouldn't compromise. Not qualified. Do you think your master is a powerful figure in the human realm? Tell me who he is if you dare. I can tell you. As long as you dare to say it, my master will face it. Before the old man spoke, the young man behind him sneered. The old man coldly humphed and said, I know a lot of the 3 Xian men in the human realm. I have never heard of anyone I am not qualified to talk to. Do you dare to tell me who he is? Wan Er's master is Lin Ling. Before Yi Xiao said anything, Wan Er stood up and proudly spoke. Lin Ling. I have never heard of him. Is he some disabled person hiding in the mountains to teach you martial arts? The old man disdainfully said. He tried to recall, but he had never heard of Lin Ling among the 3 Xian men in the human realm. You. Don't go too far. Be careful. Trouble comes from the mouth. Chapter 1817. Lin Ling the Mad God. Haha. In the Sea God City, there is no one that I can't mess with. If your master doesn't come today, you two will kneel there until he comes. Somebody catch them. The old man waved his hand and spoke with a strong voice. How dare they behave like this in the Sea God City? How bold. The crowd started to enjoy the show. As for the young man who provoked Yi Xiao, they were gloating. At this moment, 2 figures walked into the restaurant. It was a man and a woman. The man was wearing a clean blue and white robe, with a huge ancient sword on his back. He was holding a girl's hand in his left hand. The girl was as cute as a porcelain doll. This scene undoubtedly caused many people's eyes to flicker. For some reason, the combination of the girl and the young man was extremely beautiful and harmonious. Yi Xiao and Wan Er looked at the 2 people who walked into the restaurant. They were both shocked. They didn't expect to see their master here. At the same time, In a corner of the restaurant, Princess Wuxia was also staring at the man. It was him. I am their master. They are young and don't know how to talk. If they offend you, please forgive them. Yes. The man who walked in smiled and suddenly said, You're quite approachable. Is he the master of the #1 genius of the Hidden Dragon competition? He is so young. Yes. The crowd was in an uproar. They didn't expect Yi Xiao to be so powerful. But his master was so young. Haha. I thought Yi Xiao and Waner's master was powerful. Who would have thought he is so young? It seems he is not that powerful. Behind the old man, the young men spoke with disdain. Apparently they were surprised too. A master for one day is a father for life. If your disciple makes a mistake, it is your fault. You are young, so I won't blame you. Apologize and take your disciple away. But when you get back, you must teach him a lesson. The old man was surprised, but he still spoke with dignity. Master, it is not like that. Yes. Yi Xiao was anxious when he heard what they said. However, the man smiled and waved his hand. He walked to the old man and said, If my disciple has done anything wrong, I will apologize for you. But there is no need to teach him a lesson. I have been away from him all these years, so I haven't done my duty as a master. I am not qualified to teach them a lesson. If they have done something wrong, I will take it. If they have lost something, I will compensate them. Do you think you're qualified? I've already given them a way out. I only asked you to teach them a lesson, but you rejected me and even threatened to take responsibility for their mistakes. Do you know what mistakes they've made? That's when you use force in a restaurant. Violence is not allowed in my restaurant. The old man's voice became colder and more imposing. So I apologize. However, the handsome young man opposite him raised his head and said, still insisting on not teaching his disciple a lesson. You're not going to teach me a lesson, right? Don't regret it. I know that you should have a powerful sect behind you. Say it, and I will let your sect teach you a lesson as well. The old man seemed to be a little angry. I don't have a master, and have always been alone. Therefore, it will be very difficult for you to teach me a lesson. The handsome young man said indifferently, You have guts to establish a sect by yourself. But let me tell you, among the 3 mysterious realms of the mortal realm, other than the legends of the mortal realm, there is no sect that doesn't give me face. If I want you to establish a sect, you will. If I don't let you, you won't be able to. Now if you have the guts, tell me your origin, your family, or your sect. The old man took a step forward and said, This move could be considered as showing the restaurant's prestige. Otherwise, everyone would behave atrociously here. Hearing this, the handsome young man finally frowned. The little girl beside him had been looking at everyone. At this moment, she seemed to be unable to bear it anymore. I've already apologized, but you insist on pestering me. Fine, I'll tell you. His name is Lin Ling, and he comes from Xiamping province. He only has 2 disciples. You can try to get him to cancel his sect. A tender voice filled with anger floated out. The old man stared at the little girl with disdain and said coldly, Sure. If I remember correctly, Lord Shui Wu and Lord Pu should have the final say in Xiamping province. It won't be difficult for me to get them to cancel your sect. There were many voices in the restaurant. Everything in the Sea Goddess City was extremely ancient, and was related to many powerful forces in the mortal realm. Therefore, the owner of the Sea Goddess City did indeed have such power. Lin Ling from Xiamping province. Unfortunately, he will suffer in order to protect his 2 disciples. Is there a sect called Lin Ling in Xiamping province? But this name is very familiar. No, could it be? The surrounding crowd was watching a good show. But suddenly, someone shouted in shock. There is indeed a person called Lin Ling in Xiamping province, but this person seems to be the first king in Xiamping province. What could it be, the mad god Lin Ling? At this moment, the entire restaurant was in an uproar. No wonder they were shocked. They had been looking at Lin Ling from the perspective of a sect. They had never thought that Lin Ling represented Xiamping province instead of a sect. They would never have thought that Yi Zhao's master was the mad god Lin Ling. If there was a sect behind Lin Ling, it must be the one in Xiamping province. Many people looked at Yi Xiao, and they were terrified. These 2 guys are the mad god Lin Ling. No wonder they are such geniuses. It makes sense now. The voices around were like waves, getting louder and louder. Gradually, the old man heard it, and his eyes were shaking. Chapter 18:18. They arrived at the True Spirit Island. Master Lin Ling, I am a snob. Please punish me. At the moment, the old man raised his head and said with a bitter smile. He actually wanted Lin Ling to apologize? It is not a big deal. Well then we should leave now. The old man thought Lin Ling would be furious, but Lin Ling just blandly smiled. The old man was shocked. Lin Ling didn't punish him. The crowd was surprised too. Lin Ling, the mad god, was not afraid of the most powerful figures in the human realm. He never showed mercy to his enemies. Now, he actually let go of the powerful cultivators of the ocean god's tower? Let's go. Lin Ling waved his hand and left with Yi Xiao and Wan'er. For him, he was in a different world from the three Xian men in the human realm. He didn't need to care about some weak cultivators. Yes, master. Yi Xiao and Wan'er nodded with a smile. They looked at the restaurant again and found that the others were admiring them even more. The young men who provoked Yi Xiao were all smiling bitterly. They wanted to say something, but they didn't say anything. Yi Xiao guessed that those men must be asking for some advice from his master, but they were too embarrassed to ask. However, that was the truth. Yi Xiao didn't know that 3 of those men were idolizing Lin Ling. After Lin Ling and the others left, the restaurant was silent for a while. And then people started to talk. Lin Ling. The mad god Lin Ling. I actually saw him with my own eyes. That's right. Lin Ling unified the Xianping province. He is the king of the sealing boundary in the Jinwu realm. He is not afraid of the fire race. After the battle in the Forbidden City, he is the benchmark of all cultivators. I'm so excited. I'm so excited. To be able to meet a legendary figure is truly a blessing of 3 lifetimes. Moreover, his disciple is the #1 genius of the 3 mysteries of the mortal realm, and Lin Ling is the #1 genius of the 3 myths of the mortal realm. Those voices caused the old man's bitter smile to become even more pronounced. Originally, if Lin Ling could come to his restaurant, he could get closer to Lin Ling. If he treated him well, Lin Ling might even give him a few pointers. But now, he had missed all of this. And in a corner of the restaurant, Princess Firecloud looked at his handsome back as he left. Her face was filled with all sorts of emotions, and for a moment, she couldn't say anything. Especially when she saw the fire spirit princess, her heart ached even more. That was because she should have been the one standing beside Lin Ling. Unfortunately, she had missed it. She had made a mistake once, and in the end, she had made a mistake for a lifetime. Who would have thought that Lin Ling is one of the 3 great legends of the human world? Many people don't accept him, but there are so many people who worship him in the human world. However, Princess Fireglow, your talent was raised by him in the past. You can ask him to help you again. Beside her, a woman said. She was Princess Fireglow's companion. Hearing this, Princess Fireglow smiled bitterly. She was too embarrassed to mention it again. Alas, we can only go to Zhenling Island and have a look. I hope we can see Master Kame and ask him to help you recover with his dharma. But this time, I heard that many people have gone. Several CND from the Yungu Immortal stage have gone as well. The competition will be fierce. The woman sighed. At this moment, Lin Ling was leaving with a few people, heading to the sea. Yi Xiao and Wan'er excitedly looked at Lin Ling. In their hearts, their master was an omnipotent man, especially Wan'er. She stared at Lin Ling's slender figure, and her pretty face turned red. Wan'er, didn't you always want to go with master? Now you have done it. Yi Xiao said. He knew that his sister secretly loved their master. Chapter 18:19. The Battle of Zhenling Island. There is only one spot, and it is a competition. That is too difficult. You are just a piece of trash. I, the Prince of Northern Dipper, will get that spot. Some human beings are here too. Tiandong from the Sky Clan is here too. His title is Xiandi. He is the Seraph. So what? Compared to us, the Dark Knight Spirit Clan, he is just an ant. Voices drifted out from all around. Those who wanted to get a spot were now filled with fighting spirit, and their battle intent was boiling. Those who had been cultivating for over 200 years were waiting there, watching the younger generation fight for the spots. Among them, the Spirit Clan's 18 island masters were all present. Some of them were as tall and sturdy as bears, some looked like humans, but their eyes were blue. Some were extremely short, but very sturdy. However, their strength was extremely terrifying. In the human world, no one dared to underestimate them. There were several sects from the Xianyuan realm. The most powerful one was from the Yunga divine stage. The Seraph was going to fight. He was a powerful cultivator. He came because one of his seniors was possessed by the devil in cultivation. He needed the guidance of the Taoist master to help him get rid of the devil. In the mortal world, the Taoist master was known as the prophet of the mortal world. So many people. Yi Xiao and the others were nervous. They were all powerful cultivators, and the Spirit Clan had opened their eyes. It seems I have to sign up. Lin Ling was used to it, as if he had been here for a long time. Bad guy. There are so many geniuses here. Most of the Spirit Clan's people are in Wu Sheng's level. The Seraph is in the 5th level of Wu Sheng. The Fire Spirit Princess was worried. The crystal turtle shell was floating in the sky. The information of all the contestants was displayed on the turtle shell. Wu Sheng was in the 5th level. No one knew what level he was at. It was tough to deal with him. It was a tough fight to meet the Taoist master. I know it is tough. I know he is stronger than Xianyuan Nanfeng. Lin Ling blandly said. What? Princess Fire Spirit's expression changed drastically. But thinking about it, Blazing Angel was the famous CND, and Xianyuan Nanfeng had just been given the title of CND. If that was the case, it would be even harder for Lin Ling to win. However, I still don't take him seriously. However, Lin Ling spoke again, which made Princess Hualing smile. Lin Ling was very confident. Master, you can definitely win. Yi Xiao and the others had blind faith in Lin Ling. The registration will end in 15 minutes. If you miss it, you'll have to wait until next year. At this moment a voice drifted out. Lin Ling also hurriedly went to register. He had come from afar, so he was determined to get the only spot. On the island, many people signed up one after another. Some knew that they were not strong enough, but they still wanted to try their luck. Princess Wuxia was naturally among them. She smiled bitterly. She originally wanted to sign up, but after seeing the 18 islands of the Spirit Tribe, she didn't dare to do so. In fact, it was a competition of the 18 islands of the Spirit Tribe. Not many people in the mortal world knew about the Spirit Tribe. However, Princess Wuxia was from the Shi clan, so she knew that the Spirit Tribe was actually very powerful. After all, Lin Ling was only the first heavenly emperor. She was taken aback when she saw Lin Ling registering as well. After all, his opponent was a titled celestial emperor, while Lin Ling was only the first heavenly emperor. She didn't know that Lin Ling was determined to get the number 1 spot. At a glance, the word E appeared on the turtle shell. Obviously, it was on the E martial stage. At the same time, there was a number beside it. It was actually number 1. And there was a voice. Lin Ling was the first battle. Lin Ling couldn't help but be stunned. He was the first battle. At this moment on the E martial stage, a spirit tribe dressed in plain clothes appeared. He was Wu Sheng's 2nd realm. He was from the Sea Mother tribe, a commoner tribe in the Spirit Tribe's 18 islands. However, to reach Wu Sheng's realm as a commoner, it was obvious that his talent wasn't bad. Human, please. The Spirit Tribe youth stared at Lin Ling. There was arrogance in his eyes, but it was quickly concealed. He was like an ancient well without ripples. Please. Lin Ling slowly walked up the martial stage. Although the other party was arrogant, he wasn't insufferably arrogant. Therefore, Lin Ling returned the greeting. It is said that human experts are as numerous as clouds. It is my honor to be able to fight with a human. However, there aren't many humans here today. I hope you can go further and finally meet Kamjinren. The Spirit Tribe youth said politely. Begin. Compared to his politeness, his attack wasn't polite at all. The sound of seawater flooding was heard. The law was born, and turned into a huge blue jellyfish. Countless tentacles shot towards Lin Ling. And at this moment, the 8 martial stages were all fighting. A small number of people looked at Lin Ling's martial stage, and couldn't help but be secretly surprised. The Spirit Tribe youth had used all his strength from the beginning. Obviously, He wanted to win in one go and force the human to admit defeat. After all, the realm was the same. The one who made the first move had the upper hand. However, at this moment, Lin Ling's expression didn't change. He was investigating the spirit tribe's methods. He discovered that the spirit tribe was blessed by the heavens. Their talent was stronger than humans. The other party's talent was at least heaven rank 2nd grade. Of course, although his talent wasn't bad, he was a little weak when compared to Lin Ling. A simple and unadorned punch blasted out. The power of 16 universes exploded, like the fist of an emperor. The spirit tribe used jellyfish, seemed to be blown away by the wind. He spat out a mouthful of blood and smashed onto the martial stage. His face was full of shock. He had appeared in the Kangming continent. Poisonous cloud stupa. However, the spirit race expert opposite him was not weak either. He spat out blue smoke and pounced on his opponent with a giant fork in his hand. I am the only one on the island CND. This person has mastered 10 laws and can create his own world. He is extremely powerful. It is said that in order to comprehend the laws, he entered the Earth's core and cultivated for 100 years. This is not something that anyone can do. Some humans on the island cheered. These spirit race experts said that we humans are useless. Let's show them the power of the human race. The cheers grew louder and louder. Lin Ling watched indifferently, but then he shook his head. Instead, he looked at the 8 martial stages, searching for Li Xiaoyao's memories. As for the battle, he already knew the result. I am the only one on the stage. CND was bound to lose because the spirit race expert was more talented. The blue smoke was not poisonous, but it could affect the liquid in a person's body, forming bubbles. Think about it. If a person's blood was full of bubbles, how could he display his strength? Sure enough, I am the only one on the stage, CND, was defeated not long after. Crack. However, the Spirit Snake clan member twisted the only heavenly emperor's head off, causing the expressions of all the humans to change drastically. How ruthless. This is the true martial way. However, the island masters of the spirit race's 18 islands were used to it. Moreover, the surrounding spirit race experts cheered excitedly. It was as if they were elated that one of the 4 humans had been eliminated. Lin Ling's eyes turned cold. The spirit race was also ruthless. At the same time, a human head rolled down and landed at Lin Ling's feet. Lin Ling looked up and saw the Spirit Snake clan member, licking the bloody fork in his hand and saying, "On my martial stages, humans have no right to be arrogant. The next one is you." Hearing this, Lin Ling sneered and ignored him. Instead, he continued to pay attention to the 8 martial stages, because he realized that there were laws hidden within them. Black Tortoise 9 steps. Suddenly, memories emerged in Lin Ling's mind. The Black Tortoise 9 steps was created by Li Xiaoyao and given to someone. That person was Daoist Kame. The reason was that Daoist Kame's speed was too slow, so Li Xiaoyao created the movement law for him. Lin Ling bitterly smiled. So Li Xiaoyao knew Daoist Kame. However, Li Xiaoyao was really carefree. He actually dared to ridicule the human world's prophet. After all, Lin Ling knew that Daoist came from the desolate era. In terms of age, he was even older than Li Xiaoyao. Go to hell. At this moment, on another martial stage, another human was killed. Now there were only 2 humans left. This is the great competition of the 18 islands of the spirit race. Humans should be prepared to die. The spirit race was even more excited. As for the humans, all of their faces were ghastly. How cruel. Yi Xiao and the others were worried. Although they believed that their master would win, they still felt worried for Lin Ling. The seraph's face was also cold. "Master, the humans are counting on you now. If you lose, we will be laughed at." Beside him, a man with the title of CND said, "Don't worry. I will win." The seraph blandly said. He looked at the only human being left, Lin Ling. He frowned. Apparently, he recognized Lin Ling. However, he was a bit conflicted. First, the Sky Clan had a grudge against Lin Ling. He didn't want Lin Ling to win. Second, Lin Ling was his only comrade, representing the human race. He wanted Lin Ling to win. The grudge between our clan and Lin Ling is our clan's business. I, the seraph, have to be myself. I have to cheer for Lin Ling. I have to show the courage of the human race. In the end, the seraph blandly said, the number one Sky King Lin Ling? He actually came. What a shame. This is the battlefield of the top geniuses of the spirit race. The number one Sky King can't show his power yet. The man sighed. He didn't think Lin Ling would win. I just hope he can hold on as long as he can. Chapter 1821. Black Tortoise 9 Steps. However, other than them, the spirit race did not think highly of Lin Ling at all. In fact, they even thought that Lin Ling would definitely die. This was because Lin Ling was only at the second level of the martial saint realm, inferior to even the immortal Emperor Solipsism. However, what happened next shocked all of the spirit race. Lin Ling went up again. His opponent was from the manatee race, but Lin Ling defeated him with a single punch. The next opponent, another punch. The third opponent, another punch. If it was luck before, then consecutive punches to defeat opponents was no longer luck. Lin Ling, it's Mad God Lin Ling. At that moment many humans shouted. They recognized Lin Ling, but they did not expect Lin Ling to be so powerful. He was only the first Sky Emperor, but he could defeat an expert with the title of CND. Did you notice? From the beginning until now, as long as he went up, he did not move a single step. With just a simple punch, all of the spirit race's opponents were defeated. Even the spirit race was surprised. They thought that the human would be eliminated at any time, but obviously they were wrong. His talent is not low, otherwise he would not have won. However, he did not meet the strong spirit race. Next he will meet the spirit snake race. He will definitely die. The 18 island masters of the spirit race said coldly. At this moment even Princess Wuxia was excited. For the first time, she had the thought of worshipping Lin Ling previously. The human race was weak and relied on the blazing angel to support them. But now, she realized that Lin Ling was also the pride of the human race. Not only her, even the blazing angel revealed a heroic smile, as if he had met a comrade in a foreign land. This made him excited. I heard that my brother Tian Shui had challenged Lin Ling. But now, it seems that my brother is not Lin Ling's opponent. While Lin Ling was sweeping through the martial stages, the other stages were also extremely intense. The geniuses of the spirit race were all shining with dazzling light. Gradually the battle of the seeds began. This meant that each stage could only have one genius left. In the end, the 8 geniuses of the 8 stages would fight against each other. One by one, the martial stages were filled with the final powerhouses. Finally, it was Lin Ling's turn. His opponent was the strongest martial stage, the Spirit Serpent clan. Lin Ling, do your best. Staring at the handsome young man on the stage, Princess Wuxia secretly clenched her fists. As for Princess Hualing, Yi Xiao and the others were also nervous and expectant. Don't lose, Mad God Lin Ling. At least let me see your arrogance. Even the blazing angel's blood was boiling. This was a sense of honor for his race. No matter what happened between his clan and Lin Ling, he was Lin Ling's comrade. He hoped that Lin Ling would fight with him. Under countless gazes, Lin Ling was the first to step onto the stage. Surprisingly, the others were nervous, but he was calm and relaxed. The Spirit Serpent clan arrived as well. He looked at Lin Ling and said, "You will die." "You too." Lin Ling didn't say much. He only said one sentence. "I am at the 4th level of the martial saint realm, and my talent is of the 4th grade of the heaven realm. I possess the power of 7 laws. You will never be able to defeat me." That spirit snake youth spat out another sentence. "Enough nonsense. Let's begin." However, Lin Ling didn't even look at him. Instead, he looked at the stage under his feet. Die. Blue smoke drifted out, turning the stage into an ocean. There were snakes rolling in the waves. "Kill him." Around the stage, the Spirit Clan people cheered. Lin Ling was submerged in the ocean. He looked extremely dangerous. Nobody knew if he could survive. The Spirit Serpent Clan guy is using his ultimate talent. The power of the rules is overwhelming. That little guy Lin Ling is not going to win. The Spirit Serpent Clan only used the fog, and CND was defeated. Now he is using the ocean, which is even more powerful. Who told you that? My master is going to win. Around Yi Xiao and the others, The Spirit Clan people spoke indifferently. One heir immediately refuted. What do you know? You don't even know Wu Sheng's level. You only know how to talk nonsense. The Spirit Clan people looked at Yi Xiao and the others and humphed. They were powerful, but they had cultivated for more than 200 years, so they weren't geniuses. Similarly, the 18 island lords also didn't believe that Lin Ling could win. On the surface, they politely conversed with the experts from the mortal world, but their words were filled with tyranny. As for the human experts from the ancient Rime Immortal Foundation, they coldly laughed in reply. Evidently, the two races were in an alliance. Although they could argue verbally, no one would dare to act recklessly. However, the experts from the ancient Rime Immortal Foundation all supported Lin Ling. Of course, they were also worried. They saw that Lin Ling was in danger under the trident of the Spirit Serpent clan. The trident was a powerful divine weapon. Unfortunately, nobody knew that Lin Ling was comprehending the 9 steps of the tortoise. Otherwise, the snake wouldn't be able to block his punch. Why didn't he use his trump card? First, he was learning martial arts. Second, he kept 70% of his trump card for the upcoming battle. Dance of the Sea Snakes, 18 slashes of the Heavenly Tao. In the ocean, huge waves rushed up to the sky. The trident carried the power of law and moved like a spirit serpent. One-dimensional space. Lin Ling looked calm. Using the 9 steps of the tortoise, he created an illusion. It was as if he was in one world, and in the next, he was in another world. His fist punched out lightly and the space shattered. He still didn't use his trump card. Dance of the Sea Snakes, 81 strikes of the Heavenly Tao. At this moment, more and more sea snakes appeared in the ocean, and they all rushed toward Lin Ling. That was the power of law. Let's try to deal with it slowly, Lin Ling thought. His feet moved through the void, and his fists kept punching out one-dimensional space. However, as time passed, he smiled bitterly. His cultivation level was lower than his opponent's, and after a long battle, he felt that his void energy was being consumed rapidly. Because he had to resist the power of the ocean to prevent his blood from turning into bubbles. You have reached your limit, Dance of the Sea Snakes. At this moment, the Spirit Serpent race sneered. The ocean shrank and turned into a sea snake whose end couldn't be seen. The sea snake roared at the sky, emitting a sound wave. He lost. One of the 18 island masters said calmly. He knew that Lin Ling's blood was about to turn into bubbles. Furthermore, it was a huge bubble. In the end, Lin Ling would explode from the bubbles. However, at this moment, Lin Ling's eyes finally emitted a sharp light. Clearly, the martial arts training was over. Celestial Demon Overlord Physique, Ancient God descends. Boom! Following Lin Ling's angry roar, the Ancient Overlord was like a god descending to the mortal world. He actually blocked the terrifying law of the ocean. Heaven Tier 10th grade. The 18 island masters were knowledgeable and immediately shouted in surprise. This was because Lin Ling had unleashed all of his talents, so they could see it clearly. However, what was even more shocking was that the Fire Dragon King descended majestically. The power of law was extremely terrifying. This Fire Dragon King was formed by Lin Ling's fusion of the 2 void energy sources in his Dantian and the original law of fire. There were a total of 3. Of course, Lin Ling could unleash the fusion of 4 laws of fire, but he had kept this trump card. Dragon ascends to the universe. In the ocean, the Fire Dragon King arrogantly clashed with the huge sea snake. Rumble! A deafening sound rang out as the sea snake exploded. The youth from the Spirit Serpent race was entangled by the Fire Dragon and turned into ashes. Silence. Chapter 1822. Zhan Tian, the Serpent Spirit Clan's powerhouse, was one of the strongest titled celestial emperors in the mortal world. However, Lin Ling, the strongest heavenly emperor, had defeated the Serpent Spirit Clan's powerhouse. If he was not mistaken, it had only been less than a month since the end of the Vine Leaf world. As for the spirit race, they were all silent. Mad God Lin Ling. Yes. After a moment of silence, the humans immediately let out excited cries. What was surprising was that Princess Firecloud actually shouted the loudest. At this moment, it was as if she was on the ground, looking down at the young man in the clouds. And her voice was obviously noticed by Princess Fire Spirit. causing her little mouth to open wide. Sister, she actually supports Lin Ling? Under countless gazes, the youth in the blue and white robe did not show any joy. He carried the ancient sword and calmly walked down. At this moment, he made people even more curious. The final genius of the E stage has appeared. I didn't expect it to be a human. Next, the 8 of us will compete. Yes, the elites of the other martial stages all sneered. They hadn't expected that 2 humans would break into the Spirit Clan's genius competition. Mad God Lin Ling? What a unique name. I have never heard of it before, but now I have. The Black Feather Princess smiled meaningfully. I hope he can meet me and defeat him. I wonder if I can become famous in the human world. The Northern Lightning Prince said in a low voice. Compared to their confidence, the Spirit Race's 18 island masters had ugly expressions. They did not expect a human to make it to the finals. It was simply a new force to be reckoned with. Of course that was it. That human was Wuxia's stage 2. He was not worth their concern. The seeds of the 8 stages had appeared. Next, they would fight each other. The first battle, the Black Feather Princess against the Doghead Clan's Chihi. I admit defeat. The Doghead Clan youth admitted defeat. He had the body of a human and the head of a dog. His cultivation was Wuxia's stage 4. But obviously, he was not a match for the Black Feather Princess. The Spirit Race immediately cheered. No one mocked the dog-headed race's Chi, because his opponent was the daughter of the 18th Island's Island Master. It was normal for him to admit defeat. The second battle was between the Blazing Angel and the Dwarf Bear tribe. The opponent was short, but extremely tall and sturdy, like a compressed giant bear. The battle between the 2 top geniuses was like an abyss of suffering. In the end, the Blazing Angel relied on the power of 15 laws to win. The Dwarf Bear race was very difficult to deal with. Their laws were tyrannical, and their defenses were strong. If not for the Blazing Angel's speed advantage, he would not have been able to win. Although the Spirit Race as a whole was inferior to the humans, their young geniuses were not much weaker than the humans. Even Blazing Angel barely won. These Spirit Race geniuses are even more powerful than the 5 Heaven Monarchs. Princess Fire Spirit was secretly astonished. Lin Ling calmly replied, their talents are not weak. The power of their laws is comparable to 2 ordinary laws. Hearing this, Princess Hualing gasped. This was the benefit of talent. The higher the level of talent, the stronger the might of the laws. Even if your opponent had 20 laws and you only had 10, you would still be able to fight them to a draw. Of the 8-seeded geniuses, only 4 would remain. Next was the third battle, the Northern Lightning Prince versus the Forest Wolf race's Biao. The Spirit Race was a race of the sea and the forest. They were not aggressive by nature, which was why they allied with the humans. However, this did not mean that they were weak. They just loved peace. Northern Lightning Prince, I want you to use 50% of your strength to fight me. The Biao of the Forest Wolf race was riding a ferocious sea wolf. He held a broadsword in his hand and stared at the Northern Lightning Prince. Tisk tsk, 30% of your strength is enough. Boom! The Northern Lightning Crown Prince's aura burst forth, and the Law of Thunder burst forth. Boom! The 2 approached each other from afar and collided instantly. In a battle between experts, unless there was a huge difference in strength, they preferred close combat. This was because they could find the opponent's weakness in close combat, and then use their laws to defeat the opponent. However, if they attacked from afar, the opponent would not just stand there and let you hit them. The Northern Lightning Prince was obviously suppressing his strength, so he chose close combat as well. Sizzle! Blue lightning exploded. The Northern Lightning Prince actually had 8 laws of lightning, and this was his hidden strength. Seeing this, Lin Ling's eyes flashed. The Northern Lightning Prince's cultivation level was higher, so he had more laws of lightning. As for the Biao of the Forest Wolf race, he took out a mysterious horn. After blowing it, another wolf appeared in the void. It was a shocking sight. Divine weapon, enchantment, divine weapon. Sizzle! Lin Ling's expression changed slightly. That horn was not weak. It was made using enchantments. Enchantments were obviously more powerful than runes. However, the horn had a flaw. It could only be used once. Obviously, compared to Lin Ling's peerless divine sword, the horn was much weaker. Wolf God Horn. Sizzle. However, compared to Lin Ling's calmness, the people around him gasped. Defeat. Sizzle. But in the end, the Biao of the forest wolf race was still defeated. The wolf god horn could only be used once. Obviously, as long as he blocked it, the Northern Lightning Prince would win. Instantly, the cheers around him became even louder. The Northern Lightning Prince, the Black Feather Princess, the Blazing Angel, and the sea giant Tai Yen were the four strongest people. The final battle also appeared. Lin Ling fought against Tai Yen of the vast sea giant race. The sea giant clan was an ancient spirit clan. They were extremely terrifying in the Desolation era. However, they had offended some god, causing their clan to decline and their talents to disappear. So this time, Tai Yen wanted to ask Taoist Kame for help to remove the seal on their clan. And Tai Yen was an alien among the sea giant clan. He was the only spirit clan member who could break the seal. As for Lin Ling, the genius of the human race, the #1 Sky Emperor, it was Xiandi's battle now. His strength was obviously a little weak. Defeat him. On the spirit clan's side, the cheers were like waves. The battle between the geniuses of the human race and the spirit clan had not yet begun. But the atmosphere was already tense. The 18 island masters also stared at the battle stage, but they all smiled confidently. As for the depths of the island, the mysterious old man was slightly surprised. I didn't expect Wu Sheng to reach such a height in the second-degree realm. This little fellow called Lin Ling is not simple. Master, will Tai Yen lose? He won't lose. In my divination, Tai Yen is an anomaly. It is very likely that he is the one who can see me. As for Lin Ling, I can see through everything about him. After all, he is weaker than Tai Yen. An ancient turtle shell appeared in the old man's hand as he said lightly. The few people beside him heard this and nodded. The prophet of the human realm was omniscient. Unless one's strength surpassed Taoist Kame by a lot, even if it was an ancient existence, Taoist Kame would know the origin of it. Under countless gazes, Lin Ling and Tai Yen were already standing dozens of meters apart on the battle stage. Tai Yen had green skin, wore cotton clothes, and was barefooted. What was surprising was that he was not tall and sturdy. Instead, he was thin and weak. However, the aura on his body was extremely sharp, as if it could tear people apart at any time. Heaven rank 10th level talent. Your talent is very strong, but your realm is too low. I am Wu Sheng in the 5th degree realm, and my talent is heaven rank 7th level. Although I am lower than you, my realm makes up for the difference. So you better admit defeat. After defeating you, I will defeat the Northern Lightning Crown Prince and Black Feather Princess, and then I will see Taoist Kame. Chapter 1823. White Infernal God. Being impatient is a great taboo for cultivators. I advise you to be more down to earth. Lin Ling said calmly. Enough nonsense. Take my fist, evil shall be driven away. Tai Yen didn't want to waste time with Lin Ling. He took a step forward and green light burst out. A huge green fist shot toward Lin Ling like a cannonball. At this moment, he instantly became much taller, and a green giant descended. Obviously, he had unleashed his innate talent. According to legend, the vast sea giant was the guardian of the spirit tribe, and had protected the spirit god for millions of years. Under that fist, 7 laws of nature erupted. No one under the 3rd level of the Wu Sheng realm could block it. Very powerful innate talent, but it's still not enough to defeat me. Unleashing 50% of his strength, Lin Ling's body erupted with a dragon's roar. Dragon claws appeared, and like the roar of the mountains and rivers, they fiercely collided with the giant's fist. In an instant, the void exploded, and the whole island swayed. The people around the martial arts platform lost their footing, and were almost blown away. How is this possible? My evil shall be driven away by 7 laws of nature, and its power has reached the power of 16 universes. How can he block it? Tai Yan's expression changed. He still wanted to challenge the Black Feather Princess, but he didn't expect Lin Ling to be even more powerful than he thought. Vast Sea Guardian, evil's evil wind. Tai Yan floated up, and his body became even more sturdy. He had truly turned into the green giant, and there was golden armor on his body. He was a full 5 meters tall. He punched out, and a terrifying thing happened. The green giant actually turned into 3 giants, and one fist became 3 fists. Obviously, he had used 9 laws of nature. He was originally Wuxia Realm 5, and innately possessed 5 laws. Lin Ling couldn't compare to Lin Ling in this aspect. Lin Ling only had 2. Lin Ling immediately felt as if he was being stared at by the heavens, as if a divine tribulation was descending from the heavens. No matter where he was, he couldn't avoid it. Black Tortoise 9 steps. Lin Ling used one of the laws of the source of void power, and used it on his newly comprehended laws of movement. He instantly disappeared, and reappeared in another world. When he reappeared, his dragon claws were like the arms of a giant dragon, as they ruthlessly swept out. One-dimensional space. Strength and laws fused together. Although this claw seemed simple, it carried with it the flavor of the world's melody. At this moment, Tai Yan's punch had failed. He looked up and saw a dragon flying in the sky, and its claws swiped down. This caused Tai Yan's expression to fall. He had never thought that this human would be so difficult to deal with. Break for me. Destroy the evil winds. It was as if a guardian god had descended to protect the spirit race. Tai Yan did not retreat, and instead advanced. He punched out with his fist. He wanted to shatter Lin Ling's dragon claw. Foolish fantasy. Lin Ling coldly spat out a sentence, his dragon claw still sweeping down. Rumble. The giant and the venerable sovereign collided. The void exploded, and a beautiful world appeared. Tai Yan's expression changed drastically. His fist twisted like a fried dough twist, and his body was sent flying by the powerful impact. How can this human be so powerful? Seeing this scene, all the spirit race members were astonished. They had thought that Lin Ling would definitely not be able to defeat Tai Yan. But who would have thought that things would go in the opposite direction? Even the blazing angel's mouth was agape. He had never thought that Lin Ling, this new force, would rise up. His rise was too dazzling. Break for me. At this moment, Tai Yan's body was sent flying, but the dragon claw was still chasing after him. Chapter 1824. In the end, there were 4 of them. Rumble. The White Dragon King seemed to only have 4 laws, but it had an irresistible majesty, because it was a heavenly fire. Sometimes laws were not only dependent on quantity, but also on talent and quality. It was said that in the desolate era, those ancient giants of the human world could destroy the world with just 1 law. Rumble. A shocking scene appeared. In the sky, a 50-meter-tall giant slashed down with a blade, and on the ground, a blue and white robed youth pointed his index finger in front of him, controlling the White Dragon King to attack like a god. But what was surprising was that when the White Dragon King appeared, the blade was burned into water, dripping onto the ground and melting the ground. Even the guardian god's blade was burned. In the sky, Tai Yan's eyes were wide open as he saw the White Dragon King roaring towards him. He could not stop it. In the end, the White Dragon King coiled around his body. You lost. At the same time, an indifferent voice floated out, shaking people's hearts. I did not lose. Tai Yan's eyes were red as he roared towards the sky. Lin Ling's eyes were cold as he chanted again. The White Dragon King began to move, coiling around the giant and burning him. Ah! Tai Yan let out a painful cry. His body kept shrinking, but he still roared. I did not lose. Lin Ling was finally moved. He asked indifferently, why would you rather die than admit defeat? You don't understand. You don't understand. You don't understand anything. I bear the responsibility of my race, and I have to remove the curse from my race. You don't know that we vast sea giants are like slaves to the spirit race, so for the sake of our dignity, I can't lose. In order to raise me, my race didn't hesitate to sacrifice a large number of people. I came here with their beliefs. If I lose today, I would rather die. Tai Yan was still standing on the ground, burned to the point of dying, but still unyielding. Sea giants, I will lift your curse for you. However, at this time, Lin Ling spat out a voice. Tai Yan's expression changed. You are just a human. How would you know how to lift the curse? I have lived a carefree life. There is nothing I do not know. Lin Ling stared at Tai Yan indifferently and said again. Boom! Tai Yan's heart exploded. When he looked into Lin Ling's eyes, He realized that Lin Ling was very similar to the spirit god in the tribe's godly temple. Lord Spirit God, I admit defeat. Tai Yin immediately knelt down. He was a spirit beast protector and had fought for the spirit god his entire life. At this moment, he believed that Lin Ling could lift the curse. This was his intuition. Lin Ling nodded slightly and recalled the White Dragon King. The island was silent, and then it became like boiling water. This human actually won. Even Wu Sheng's 5th degree realm Tai Yin is not his match. That was out of my expectations. Initially, I thought that Tai Yin would fight for first place. Who knew that he would lose to this Lin Ling? Furthermore, Lin Ling is only at Wu Sheng's 2nd stage. If he reaches Wu Sheng's 5th stage, I'm afraid that no one in the younger generation of the Spirit Clan would be his match. Mad God Lin Ling, good job. No one wasn't surprised because in their eyes, Lin Ling didn't have the chance to compete for first place and was just a passerby. But now, Lin Ling had stepped into the top 4 and seemed to have subdued the vast sea giants. This was a miracle. He wants to compete with the 3 of us. The Black Feather Princess also carefully sized up Lin Ling for the first time, as if she wanted to see through Lin Ling. Princess Firecloud opened her mouth, but in the end, she lowered her head and said, I am a little embarrassed. Now that she saw Lin Ling, her inferiority complex was even stronger. Bastard, you won. Master, good job. When Lin Ling came back, Yi Xiao and Wan Er proudly shouted, because they also saw that the people on the island were all looking at Lin Ling with worship and excitement, as if Lin Ling represented the entire human race. Most importantly, those who were proud of Lin Ling were the people with the Yungu immortal dais. Princess Firecloud smiled and held Lin Ling's hand. She was prouder than anyone else, because she could hold Lin Ling's hand. 2 more battles, and then I can go and see the Kame's spiritual master. Your evil chi will definitely be removed. Lin Ling looked at Princess Firecloud and smiled, making her nod. Mad God Lin Ling, you have hidden your strength well. I am afraid you are no weaker than me. At this moment, several figures walked over. The one in the lead had a face like jade, and was extraordinarily handsome. His handsomeness was different from Lin Ling's. Lin Ling gave people the feeling that he was otherworldly and elegant. East of the Sky Seraph. Lin Ling knew who this man was. Don't look at me like that. Right now, I'm your comrade, not your enemy. Moreover, your grudge with the Sky Lord doesn't mean that I have to oppose you. The Blazing Angel shrugged. At this moment, he had the intention of befriending Lin Ling. But later, you and I will still be opponents. So, how can we be comrades? Lin Ling answered with a smile. Seraph bitterly smiled. Lin Ling is such a sharp-tongued guy. Let's talk about it later. We are both representing the human race, so we can't disgrace the human race. Seraph said. I came to Zhenling Island to ask the Kame's spiritual master to remove the evil chi in my friend's heart. I didn't expect to meet a genius from the Spirit Clan. However, I have to say that the Spirit Clan's geniuses are truly the best among all the geniuses who have cultivated for less than 200 years. Chapter 1825. Black Feather Princess vs. Northern Lightning Prince Mara? What Mara? Lin Ling asked curiously. The Blazing Angel explained slowly, causing Lin Ling to laugh. You call this a Mara? It's just that when you tried to break through to the Wu Sheng realm, you failed and left behind some side effects. You are really wasting your quota by asking Taoists came for such a small injury. The Blazing Angel's eyes narrowed. Wu Sheng's Mara is considered a small injury? Everyone knew that the Wu Sheng realm was the hardest to break through. If you failed, you would never be able to break through to the Wu Sheng realm. If you failed, you would be seriously injured and eventually die. A small matter, Lin Ling said indifferently. His 5-wood heaven-shattering liquid was the healing liquid of the martial god realm. Although it couldn't allow the injured to break through to the Wu Sheng realm, it could still cure a Mara. A small matter? The Blazing Angel's eyes almost popped out. That Mara was something that even the ancient Immortal Foundation experts couldn't solve. Lin Ling actually said that it was a small matter. What a joke. He obviously didn't believe Lin Ling's words and said, Oh right, in a few days, you will challenge Xinyuan Nanfeng. From the looks of it, Defeating him would be like defeating a dog. A man's word is worth 1,000 gold. He will definitely do what he promised. Other than Xianyuan Nanfeng, there is another one of the 5 heavenly monarchs called Tian Tian Shui. He also wants to challenge me, Lin Ling said indifferently. Tian Tian Shui? That's my younger brother. Please don't teach him a lesson. The blazing angel immediately said. Even he couldn't guarantee that he could defeat Lin Ling, let alone his younger brother. Lin Ling looked at him strangely, somewhat surprised. I admit defeat on behalf of my younger brother. The blazing angel said gloomily. Sure, but we have a bet. The bet is 100,000 contribution points. Since you admit defeat, you should be able to pay for it. Lin Ling said calmly, causing the fire spirit princess to suck in a breath of cold air. Was there such a bet? Why hadn't she heard of it? She couldn't help but look at Lin Ling. She saw that Lin Ling's face was solemn, as if he wasn't lying. Could it be that there really was one? In fact, there was no such thing. I gave it to him. Blazing Angel became even more depressed. Rich people. Lin Ling gave him a big thumbs up. Although he wasn't weak right now, he would definitely lack money in the future. Therefore, it wasn't wrong to prepare more merit points in advance. While they were talking, the battle between the Black Feather Princess and the Northern Lightning Prince began. The two of them were descendants of the 18 Island Lords. Among them, the Black Feather Princess had an even greater background. She was from the Dark Feather Elf clan. What was surprising was that the woman in the black feather dress was extremely beautiful. Her skin was as white as snow, and her delicate face gave off a lovely feeling. Moreover, she had a pair of black wings behind her back. After she appeared on the martial stage, she slowly flew. As for her slender legs, what was surprising was that they seemed to be boneless as they swayed in the air. However, everyone in the Spirit Clan knew that the little princess legs had been disabled since she was young. Unfortunately, if she wasn't disabled, the little princess would be the most beautiful woman on the 18 islands. On the other side, the Northern Lightning Prince's face was cold. He was unruly, and blue lightning raged around him. You will be defeated within 100 moves. The Black Feather Princess voice floated out. She was arrogant and domineering, but no one thought she was arrogant. She had the strength. The Northern Lightning Prince laughed. In that void, everything is controlled by the Black Feather Princess. An island master exclaimed. That law martial art was not to be underestimated. As expected of the Black Feather Princess. But you're not qualified to defeat me with that. Boom! At this moment, the bubbles floated in the sky. The Northern Lightning Prince had unleashed all his trump cards and his talent, causing the ancient ice dragon to appear. Roar! There was an angry roar. The bubbles didn't trap the Northern Lightning Prince, but a giant dragon made of ice. This dragon wasn't a divine dragon, but an ancient dragon with wings. It looked like both a bird and a dragon. Puff! The ancient ice dragon exhaled gently. It was the power of the law of ice. Crack! The 100-meter big bubbles were frozen into ice sculptures, and then exploded. Ice shards flew everywhere, and an ancient ice dragon appeared before everyone's eyes. Boom! At the moment of explosion, the power of 16 laws bloomed. Everyone was surprised. They didn't expect the Northern Lightning Prince to control 16 laws. No wonder he could break the Black Feather Princess's law. After all, the Black Feather Princess only had 13 laws. In the Spirit Clan, no genius under 200 years of cultivation is my match. Only the Sons of Desolation have a chance. I'm the third son of Desolation, after the Spirit Clan Crown Prince, and the Guardian of the Mortal Realm. Boom! However, the Black Feather Princess attack was still strong. She shouted, Song Lin Haiyang. Song Lin Haiyang. The Black Feather Princess unleashed a second talent. It was a 10th grade heaven class talent, and it was the Black Forest talent. Far away from the stage, Lin Ling's expression changed. The Black Feather Princess also had 2 talents, and both of them were not weak. The Spirit Clan Crown Prince, the Guardian of the Mortal Realm, and one of the 8 Sons of Desolation. But the Black Feather Princess is too confident. Does she think she can rival a Son of Desolation? The Blazing Angel said calmly. Lin Ling was surprised. He didn't expect the Spirit Clan to have 2 Sons of Desolation level geniuses. the son of desolation of the mortal realm. He had a rough idea. The man who was with Yu was also a son of desolation. Rumble. On the stage, a majestic and mysterious power exploded. Darkness appeared in the ocean, and the Black Feather Princess disappeared. Chapter 1826. Against the Black Feather Princess. At this moment, in the darkness, a pair of wings flashed. A black bow appeared in the hands of the Black Feather Princess. She held the arrow in her left hand. The arrow bloomed with ancient runes and shot out. The power of 17 laws instantly exploded. Dark Feather Arrow. The entire area around the martial stage exploded in an instant. Many people felt a terrifying pressure. As for the ancient frost dragon, it was even more shocked. By the time it came to its senses, arrows were already flying towards it. Cracking sounds rang out as all of its ice armor was shattered, forcing the ancient frost dragon to continuously retreat. Finally it shouted, "I admit defeat. Surrender." The arrow finally stopped. A cold light bloomed. The surroundings were silent. This battle was very exciting, but everyone felt that it was normal. It would be strange if the Black Feather Princess didn't win. 17 laws of nature. Freakish. Staring at the martial stage, the blazing angel sucked in a cold breath. Lin Ling also nodded. It's fine if she has a lot of laws. Most importantly, her talent is not weak. No wonder the Black Feather Princess was so arrogant. She was indeed very strong. Lin Ling felt that the Black Feather Princess had not used her full strength. Next, the strongest genius of the spirit race was born. Then, everyone's eyes were on Lin Ling and the blazing angel. They wanted to know who the strongest genius of the human race was. It's our turn. On the martial stage, a pair of flame wings appeared behind the blazing angel. He landed on the martial stage gracefully. Lin Ling slowly walked up. The blazing angel's realm was higher. He was Wuxia's stage 5. He had 5 basic laws. Lin Ling was Wuxia's stage 2. He only had 2 laws. However, no one dared to underestimate Lin Ling's talent. So this battle would be very exciting. It feels like a dream. The first Sky Emperor, Mad God Lin Ling, has threatened a titled CND expert in just half a month. On the martial stage, the blazing angel did not attack. Instead, he said lightly, "Now that you mention it, I have the same feeling." Lin Ling replied with a smile. In fact, he didn't feel that way at all. Others thought that the Vine Leaf world had only ended for half a month. But to Lin Ling, it had been more than 10 years. If he couldn't reach CND's strength after 10 years of hard work, then Lin Ling wouldn't need to practice martial arts. Can you defeat the Black Feather Princess? Blazing Angel asked again. I have to win. Lin Ling nodded and looked at the Fire Spirit Princess below the stage. This was the reason why he had to win. The Fire Spirit Princess revealed a blissful smile and nodded at Lin Ling. All right, I admit defeat. Blazing Angel said without any hesitation. What? The Blazing Angel is the strongest human in this competition, and he admitted defeat to Mad God Lin Ling. How is that possible? Although Mad God Lin Ling is powerful, he might not be a match for Blazing Angel in a real battle. Many people were surprised, including the only winner, the Black Feather Princess. It was undeniable that Mad God Lin Ling was also very powerful, but Blazing Angel obviously had a better chance of winning than him. It could only be said that the actions of these humans were hard to predict. Lin Ling was also very surprised, but then he smiled and said, I'll help you heal your friend's injuries. You can. Blazing Angel's eyes narrowed. Sir, I'm sure you can. Before Lin Ling could say anything, Tai Yin said confidently. Lin Ling didn't say anything, and looked at Blazing Angel with a faint smile. Blazing Angel stared at Lin Ling. In his eyes, Lin Ling was wearing a blue robe. Although his realm wasn't high, he gave him a mysterious feeling like the clouds in the sky. It was as if the entire world was under his control. Then I'll thank you. Blazing Angel nodded, choosing to believe in Lin Ling this time. After that, Blazing Angel left the martial stage, while Lin Ling was still standing there, waiting for the Black Feather Princess. What was surprising was that Lin Ling was very nervous, but Lin Ling was very calm, making people unable to see through him. In the end, the humans chose to let Lin Ling fight. It's really surprising. If I remember correctly, Lin Ling is a genius who has cultivated for 100 years. 200 years isn't enough. Yes. If he can win the last battle, then no one in the spirit race can be his opponent except for Desolation's son. Lin Ling, the mad god. He's a quiet man, but I'm not optimistic about him. Although his talent is not weak, his realm is too low. Princess Blackfeather's talent is similar to his, and her realm is higher than his. Perhaps Mad God Lin Ling still has a trump card. I've asked before, and that Junior is the representative of miracles in the human world. So let's wait and see. The spirit race, the humans, and the 18 island masters were all discussing and expressing their opinions. At this moment, the Black Feather Princess appeared on the martial stage, flying slowly. Your talent isn't bad, but it can still be improved. You can step into the god realm. Lin Ling stared at the Black Feather Princess' slender legs. He could see that there was something wrong with the bones, which prevented the Black Feather Princess from displaying her potential. I'll step into the god realm sooner or later, so you don't have to worry. Moreover, the guardian of the human world promised me that as long as I win this true spiritual island competition, he will teach me martial arts. With the guidance of Kame Taoist, I'll be the Desolation's son of the human world sooner or later. You, on the other hand, are just SOSO. The Black Feather Princess looked lovely, but her words were merciless. Your talent isn't bad, but how does it compare to mine? The Black Feather Princess said again, but didn't intend to say anything else, because she saw that her words couldn't affect the young man in front of her. Rumble. The law of the sea appeared, and it could affect Lin Ling's combat power. The Black Feather Princess' attack was still strong. Lin Ling sensed that he was being submerged by the ocean, and it was difficult for him to move even a single step. However, this made his fighting spirit boil even more. With the arrival of the ancient god emperor, the resistance of the ocean was greatly reduced. You have no hope of winning against me. The Black Feather Princess let the bubbles appear, wanting to wrap Lin Ling. As long as she could wrap him up, she would have the upper hand. Bang! 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 A dragon claw appeared on Lin Ling's left hand. With immense strength, all the bubbles were destroyed by him. As for the closest bubbles, he used his doppelganger, and let his doppelganger rush into the bubbles to block the damage. The battle between the two was more intense than that of the Northern Lightning Prince, which made the Northern Lightning Prince's face turn ugly. He didn't expect Lin Ling's defense to be so strong. Bang! 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 The sky, the ground, and the island all became the battlefield of the two geniuses. The spirit race and the human race clashed. Countless people stared at the sky, and it was difficult to breathe. They had to look up to the two geniuses. Both of them are very young. In the future, they will definitely become giants of the human world. When the demon race invades, they will definitely shine brightly. Geniuses against geniuses. The Black Feather Princess is the #1 genius of the 18 islands of the spirit race. Who knew that the mad god Lin Ling is also so strong? It's hard to say who will win. That's not necessarily true. The Black Feather Princess still has a trump card. Many people cheered, and even the Blazing Angel was cheering for Lin Ling. Only Lin Ling could raise the pride and courage of the human race. However, the discussion didn't affect the battle at all. The Black Feather Princess' attack was still strong. Lin Ling sensed that he was being submerged by the ocean, and it was difficult for him to move even a single step. However, this made his fighting spirit boil even more. With the arrival of the ancient god emperor, the resistance of the ocean was greatly reduced. You have no hope of winning against me. Chapter 1827. The Clash of Trump Cards. Bang! 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 A dragon claw appeared on Lin Ling's left hand. With immense strength, all the bubbles were destroyed by him. As for the closest bubbles, he used his doppelganger, and let his doppelganger rush into the bubbles to block the damage. The battle between the two was even more intense than that of the Northern Lightning Prince. The Northern Lightning Prince's face turned ugly. He did not expect Lin Ling's defense to be so strong. Boom! 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 The sky, the ground, and the island had all become the battlefield of the two geniuses. It was a clash between the spirit tribe and the human tribe. Countless people stared at the sky and found it difficult to breathe. They had to look up to the two geniuses. Both of them are very young. In the future, they will definitely become giants in the human realm. When the demon tribe invades, they will definitely shine brightly. Geniuses against geniuses. The Black Feather Princess is the #1 genius of the 18 islands of the spirit tribe. Who knew that Lin Ling is also so strong? It's hard to say who will win. That's not necessarily true. The Black Feather Princess still has a trump card. Many people cheered. Even the Seraph was cheering for Lin Ling. Only Lin Ling could raise the pride of the human tribe. However, the discussion did not affect the battle at all. Your innate defense is very strong, and your movement technique is also very powerful. I didn't expect that the Black Feather Princess would pay attention to other geniuses and forget about you. In the sky, Lin Ling and the Black Feather Princess clashed. The Black Feather Princess had a long sword in her hand, and she kept clashing with the dragon claw. You're not weak either, but you're not very good at close combat. Dragon soars to the universe, Lin Ling said lightly. After the battle, he knew that the Black Feather Princess was stronger than expected. So after the dragon claw sent the Black Feather Princess flying, he floated back and chanted silently. Because ordinary strength could not defeat the opponent, he had to use all of his trump cards. White flames spread out. This time, Lin Ling mobilized all of his precepts and channeled them into the flames of the underworld. Rumble! The island shook as if the underworld had descended. Countless people were frightened. Until now, they still did not know what precepts Lin Ling's flames were at. Boom! White flames appeared in most of the sky, as if they were clouds that were burning the heavens. And within them, Lin Ling's long hair fluttered in the wind. As he chanted, the flames around him became increasingly exuberant. It was as if he had been reborn with the help of fire. Furthermore, there were scenes of the Yellow Springs and hell within the flames. Yellow Springs flame. In the depths of the island, Daoist Kame's complexion changed drastically. No wonder Mad God Lin Ling was so powerful. It turned out that he possessed one of the 10 great divine fires. So handsome. Princess Firecloud stared at the handsome man in the sky. That blue and white robe was imprinted in her heart, as if it could never be erased. The flames are even more terrifying than before. Is this guy going to burn the heavens? Blazing Angel sucked in a breath of cold air. As expected, Lin Ling had hidden his trump card. Even if he didn't admit defeat, he would have lost to Lin Ling. Soaring Dragon. Finally Lin Ling spoke softly. The roar of a dragon could be heard. Above Lin Ling's head, a huge white dragon head slowly appeared. Dragon horns, dragon scales, everything was so real. This person is hiding a talent that even I can't see through. However, my higher cultivation is my advantage. Princess Blackfeather knew that Lin Ling had hidden his trump card. She had been waiting for this moment. You should have used all your trump cards. Then it's my turn. The sea became even more violent. The waves soared into the sky, and from the forest world, darkness descended mysteriously. Princess Blackfeather was like a fairy in the dark forest. No one could see through her at all. Arrows flashed. Dark Feather 18 consecutive strikes. Suddenly, a crisp sound drifted out. From the forest, 18 arrows were shot out, piercing through the heavens. These 18 arrows were actually the power of 18 laws. When Princess Blackfeather defeated Prince Northern Lightning, she had only used 17 laws. Obviously, she had used her strongest trump card. Boom! The crowd's hearts exploded. In the battle between the geniuses of the human race and the spirit race, there was no strongest, only stronger. Now it was a battle of trump cards. At this moment, countless people were excited. The Battle of the Pinnacle had officially begun. Boom! In the sky, the Fire Dragon King's aura was majestic. On the other side, 18 black meteors shot out. Every arrow was fatal. At the moment of collision, the sky became two worlds of laws. One was the world of white flames. The other was the world of darkness from the forest world. That terrifying aura. Even Wu Sheng's 5th degree realm would die there. Blazing Angel looked at this scene in fear. Memories surfaced in his mind. The seal of the true martial realm. The final battle in the Forbidden City. The Vine Leaf War. Lin Ling's rise step by step. Now, Lin Ling was fighting against a genius that he couldn't defeat. This scene was too dreamy. As for Princess Fire Spirit and the rest, they clenched their fists and looked forward to the next result. Boom! In the sky, the terrifying power of laws was still colliding. It lasted for a full 15 minutes, causing the entire island to crumble. A huge whirlpool appeared in the distant sea. In the end, the arrows shot the dragon. 17 arrows pierced through the Fire Dragon King. After the last arrow exploded the Fire Dragon King, it shot towards Lin Ling. After a loud boom, a figure fell from the sky. After crashing onto the ground, countless people looked over. It was Lin Ling. Lin Ling defeated. The strongest race's geniuses collided and Lin Ling couldn't block the last arrow. Countless people sighed while the Spirit Clan's side cheered. He tried his best. After all, his realm is too low, and his cultivation time is too short. This is his flaw. Blazing Angel sighed softly. However, he was still proud of Lin Ling Princess Fire Spirit, and the rest were worried if Lin Ling was seriously injured. You're very powerful, but unfortunately, you can't be compared to me. I can tell you that previously I used 100% of my trump cards, but I actually have 120% of my trump cards. At this moment, the sound of wings flapping was heard from the sky. Princess Black Feather looked indifferently at the tunnel. A feather appeared in her right hand, emitting an ancient aura. That feather actually had the power of a boundary. It was the most ancient feather of the Dark Feather Elf clan. She still has a trump card. Princess Black Feather is indeed the #1 genius of the Spirit Clan. With 100% of her trump cards, Lin Ling has already lost. With 120% of her trump cards, Lin Ling has no chance of winning. In the end, Princess Black Feather will meet Kame Daoist. Surprised voices came from the island like waves. No one expected Princess Black Feather to still have a trump card. Unfortunately, Lin Ling wasn't qualified to make her use her final trump card. I haven't lost yet. However, at this moment, Lin Ling slowly stood up on the ground. At this moment, his clothes were in tatters and his body was covered in blood. However, his eyes were filled with boundless fighting spirit. Countless gazes stared at him, and the island became silent. I didn't expect you to still be able to stand up. So what? You have no more trump cards. In the sky, Princess Black Feather was also secretly surprised. This human's willpower was very tenacious. She knew that ordinary people who were injured by her power of law would have died long ago. However, this human could still stand up. Chapter 1828. Killing Lin Ling. You don't have the strength to fight anymore. Admit defeat, kid. From now on, you are the guest of Vine Island, one of the 18 islands forever. One of the 18 island masters smiled faintly. He was very optimistic about Lin Ling. Thanks. But I still have 120% trump card. However, Lin Ling smiled faintly and confidently spat out a sentence. He still has a trump card. From an unknown existence, he stepped onto the final martial stage step by step. He still has a trump card. Does this kid have no limit? Hearing those words, everyone was moved. A clash of trump cards. Who would have thought that the youth still had a final trump card? This was simply a case of there always being a taller mountain. I've underestimated you, Mad God Lin Ling. The Black Feather Princess also took a deep breath, but then laughed. You and I have both used our full strength. Next is the final battle of our trump cards. Come out, Dark Feather. The feather in her hand bloomed with a dazzling light and floated out. Suddenly, an ear-piercing phoenix cry sounded, and an ancient black phoenix appeared, looking down on everyone. This was the Dark Phoenix. What was even more frightening was that the surging and boundless power of laws was blooming out, making one feel as if this mysterious feather was suppressing the power of nearly 20 laws. Dark Phoenix Barrier. Yes. Lin Ling looked up at the sky and immediately knew that it was a barrier divine weapon. It was forged with the ancient Dark Phoenix feather. It could be said that in the human world, Lin Ling had never seen a divine weapon more powerful than this feather. However, the only flaw was that it was a one-time use divine weapon. You can't win against me. This Dark Phoenix has 19 laws. Wu Sheng, no one under the 6th stage can stop him. In the sky, the Black Feather Princess said indifferently. That's not necessarily true. Yes. Lin Ling's hand slowly reached behind him, and grabbed the hilt of the ancient sword. Countless people stared at Lin Ling. They never thought that the sword on Lin Ling's back could actually be used. This was because from the start of the battle until now, Lin Ling had never used a sword. No matter what kind of sword it is, it can't compare to the dark phoenix of our Darkwing elves. In the sky, the Black Feather Princess said disdainfully. However, as soon as she finished speaking, her pupils trembled violently. She saw Lin Ling pull out the sword with difficulty, but only a small part of the sword was exposed. However, the void shattered. Rumble. At the same time, the space of the entire island cracked open. The most terrifying thing was that 20 beautiful worlds appeared within the cracks. Staring at this scene, countless people forgot to breathe. Before the sword was drawn, heaven and earth were shattered. The power of 20 dimensions. At the same time, an ice-cold voice suddenly rang out. A sword came from the horizon, and behind the sword, there were 20 gorgeous worlds. Quick. Incomparably fast. That was the speed of the extreme space. Crack. The dark phoenix in the sky froze. In the next moment, the spatial sword tore it apart, and finally turned it into a broken feather that floated down from the sky. The Black Feather Princess floated in the sky in horror, but a sword appeared in front of her neck. Around the sword, the space continued to shatter, and beautiful worlds appeared before her eyes. The black feathers on the Black Feather Princess body were blown up. "Why is your sword so sharp?" The Black Feather Princess bit her red lips and said. At this moment, she really wanted to know why Lin Ling's sword was so powerful. The power of 20 laws. Lin Ling's long hair danced wildly like a sword pointing to the sky. At this moment, he was like a peerless sword god, because after brewing for so long, he finally drew his sword. This was also a sword that had been sharpened for 10 years. 20. The Black Feather Princess was stunned for a moment, and revealed a bitter smile. She thought that her trump card was enough to crush Lin Ling, but who knew that Lin Ling's trump card was even more terrifying? It could be said that his sword could cut through 3,000 worlds. "I lost." "Sigh," the Black Feather Princess said softly, and it shocked the entire island into silence. This time, in the 18 Islands Genius Competition of the Spirit Tribe, 4 top geniuses had clashed. The human tribe's Blazing Angel, the Black Feather Princess, the Northern Lightning Prince, and Tai Yen. Everyone thought that one of the 4 would be the #1 genius in the next 200 years. However, a human genius who had only cultivated for 100 years suddenly emerged and defeated all the geniuses and laughed at the world. No one thought that mad god Lin Ling could reach this step. This guy really won. Yes, the Blazing Angel stared at the blue and white robe in the sky, and his heart was filled with excitement. This time, the human tribe had finally raised their flag. All the spirit tribe members fell silent, and their expressions were extremely complicated. At this moment, they had also firmly engraved the name of mad god Lin Ling in their hearts. At this moment, Lin Ling withdrew his sword, and then took a step forward. At the same time, his physical strength exploded, and he grabbed the Black Feather Princess wings behind her and landed on the ground. This action undoubtedly surprised everyone. "Mad god Lin Ling, what are you trying to do? You're courting death. It's fine that you won, but how dare you humiliate my daughter?" The Spirit Tribe's 18 island masters stood up one after another, and they were furious. Many humans widened their eyes. Lin Ling was so bold. Not only did he humiliate the Spirit Tribe, he even dared to flirt with the Spirit Tribe's princess in public. Crazy. At this moment, no one knew what Lin Ling was trying to do. Even the Blazing Angel was shocked. He had heard of Lin Ling's arrogance, but now he knew what it meant to be truly arrogant. Because Lin Ling had angered the 18 island masters, and he did not even dare to think about it. As for the Fire Spirit Princess and the others, they were also dumbfounded. However, Lin Ling did not care about them. He grabbed the Black Feather Princess and landed on the ground. Then he pressed her down and placed her on the ground. The Black Feather Princess's beautiful eyes narrowed. She did not expect Lin Ling to be so frivolous. Did he think that he could take advantage of her after winning? Just as she was about to speak, she realized that Lin Ling's hand had already touched her slender legs. His palm was warm and strong. After touching her skin, Her whole body trembled. There was an indescribable feeling. But more than that, it was humiliation. You're courting death. The Black Feather Princess's face flushed red. If not for the fact that her physical strength was inferior to Lin Ling's, she would have killed Lin Ling at this moment. At the same time, the 18 island masters flew out with murderous intent. They could not wait to kill Lin Ling immediately. What is this guy trying to do? Even Taoist Kame could not understand Lin Ling's actions. Moreover, he heard the Black Feather Princess's painful cries and the sound of her bones breaking. This time he smiled bitterly. Lin Ling, oh Lin Ling, you're indeed the mad god. You're the only one in the mortal world who has the guts to humiliate the princess of the spirit tribe. However, just as the spirit tribe masters were about to kill Lin Ling, the Black Feather Princess felt a sharp pain in her legs. Then it gradually warmed up. She vaguely realized that the bones in her legs had changed. It was as if the wrong bones had been grafted on. She even felt that her legs had strength. Die! Almost at the same time, the spirit tribe masters arrived and wanted to kill Lin Ling like a butcher's knife. Wait! However, an anxious voice was heard. All the spirit tribe masters were stunned. The one who spoke was the Black Feather Princess. Then, under countless gazes, the Black Feather Princess stood up. This time, she was no longer flying. Instead, she stood up for real. Moreover, her legs had turned into the claws of a bird. These claws were white and extremely delicate. Together with the Black Feather Princess' black feather dress, she looked even more like a fairy bird. After you become familiar with it, your talent will be improved. Lin Ling smiled and said, It's a pity. If you had broken the seal when you were 10 years old, then I wouldn't be your opponent now. Even so, I still accept my defeat wholeheartedly. The Black Feather Princess replied excitedly. Right now, she was no longer domineering towards Lin Ling. Instead, she gave off an extremely cute feeling. Moreover, when Lin Ling helped her get rid of the disordered bones, that feeling still lingered in her heart. This guy seems to have obtained the friendship of the spirit race. The blazing angel opened his mouth wide. It would be a lie to say that he wasn't jealous, because the Black Feather Princess was usually fierce when she met him. Moreover, he had a feeling that if Lin Ling raised his arms and shouted, these overseas spirit race people would probably extend a helping hand. Young friend, I'm sorry, we don't know how to break the seal. The Black Feather Princess' father smiled bitterly. Lin Ling nodded and said, It's okay, I'll teach you later. Next time, if our race meets someone with a pure bloodline, you can also break the seal. Mad God Lin Ling, you will always be our spirit race's friend, forever and ever. Hearing those words, all the island masters shouted excitedly, and Tai Yen was the one who shouted the loudest among the spirit race. It was as if Lin Ling wasn't a human, but the spirit race's spirit god. The enthusiastic voices became louder and louder, as if they were going to overturn the entire island. Hearing those voices, Lin Ling smiled and said, The demon race is about to invade. At that time, the human race and the spirit race will definitely join hands to drive away the foreign enemies and protect our homeland. Therefore, there is no distinction between the human race and the spirit race. We are all comrades with a common goal. That's right, Mad God Lin Ling. You are my Imperial Deer Tribe's eternal comrade. As long as you say the word, my Imperial Deer Tribe will always fight for you. My Dark Feather Elf Tribe will also fight for you. Lin Ling's words made the spirit race people's blood boil, so they all shouted loudly. It was as if in the hearts of the spirit race, Lin Ling's position was comparable to Taoist Kame's. Mad God Lin Ling, please come and meet us. At this time, a voice came from the island. It was Taoist Kame's voice. Lin Ling had won first place in the spirit race's 18 islands, and was qualified to meet Taoist Kame. Little friend go. We are sincerely convinced by you. All of the spirit race people smiled, and looked at Lin Ling. Lin Ling nodded, and waved at the Fire Spirit Princess. After the Fire Spirit Princess excitedly walked over, Lin Ling held her hand, and walked towards the depths of the island. In the depths of the island, birds were singing and flowers were fragrant. There was a small lake with dense spiritual energy, and a turtle shell could be faintly seen in the lake. It should be a spirit turtle. In the past, Lin Ling had seen this kind of spiritual lake in the Seven Emperors' sky. It was said that this was the place where the spirit turtle emerged, and it was filled with endless vitality. However, it was clear that this small lake was more lively than the one in the Seven Emperors' sky. Beside the small lake, a white-haired old man with a kind face sat there. At this moment he was smiling. This old man looked to be about 80 or 90 years old. There was a huge turtle shell behind him, and his eyebrows were so long that they reached his shoulders. Beside him, there were several existences that looked like disciples. They were also smiling at Lin Ling. "Little friend, you're here. Calm down." A calm voice floated over, immediately giving Lin Ling a good impression. "Greetings," Taoist came. "Greetings." Lin Ling politely bowed. Although Li Xiaoyao was stronger than Taoist came in his previous life, Taoist came was older than Li Xiaoyao, and he had also received Li Xiaoyao's respect. "Not bad, not bad. Mad God Lin Ling." "Greetings." Taoist came stood up and personally went to greet him. He also secretly nodded. Chapter 1830. Making a request carefree. "He actually gives me the feeling of being carefree," Taoist came secretly said. Suddenly he recalled the ancient times. That man was both a junior and a senior, and also a close friend. That man was carefree and looked down on the world. Senior Taoist came. At this moment, Lin Ling gently called out. Awakening Taoist came from his memories. He lightly smiled and said, "This time, you have become the #1 genius of the spirit race's 18 islands. What request do you have?" Legend has it that Taoist came as a prophet of the human world. His knowledge is extensive, and his dharma is boundless. I hope that Taoist came can expel evil energy from my friend's body, Lin Ling said. Lin Ling was actually very familiar with Buddhism's evil energy. However, if he wanted to expel it, there was only one thing that could counter another. In this aspect, Lin Ling was not good at, so he asked Taoist came for help. Taoist Kame's eyes lit up as he stared at the fire spirit princess. It seems that the evil Buddha lineage has been reborn. Alas, this is the sin that this old man has committed. Hearing this, Lin Ling was slightly surprised. What did Taoist Kame mean? The evil Buddha lineage is my other side. I am righteous and it is evil. In the ancient times, in order to expel the distracting thoughts in my heart, I gave birth to the evil Buddha. Taoist Kame explained, causing Lin Ling to suck in a breath of cold air. He did not know this. Legend has it that people have evil thoughts, greed, killing, and so on. Some saints did not want to be affected by evil thoughts, so they tried to kill them. However, the result was that evil thoughts could not be killed, and would eventually be separated from its master. After continuously growing, it would turn into an evil demon. Mad God Lin Ling, stick to your heart because there is no distinction between good and evil in this world. When you kill someone, your heart will feel guilty, and the evil thoughts will grow. Afterwards, your guilt will cause the evil thoughts to be separated from you. Over time, the evil thoughts will turn into a demon. Taoist Kame said. Thank you, Senior, for your guidance. Lin Ling knew what Taoist Kame meant. To put it bluntly, it was because the heart of martial arts was not firm. It was also called a heart demon. Unfortunately, Lin Ling had killed many people in his life, but he never had any inner demons because he never killed the innocent. Those who died in his hands deserved more than death. So what evil thoughts did he have? Seeing that Lin Ling was unmoved, Taoist Kame secretly nodded his head. This Lin Ling was a good seedling. But soon after he was somewhat surprised. When others saw him, most of them would revere him. But this little guy in front of him didn't revere him. I will use the Buddhist Dharma to expel the evil energy from this girl. You talk to the spirit race outside, Taoist Kame said. He knew that Lin Ling's position in the spirit race's heart was not light. Lin Ling nodded. After leaving the fire spirit princess behind, he left alone. At this moment, the spirit race had yet to leave the island. When they saw Lin Ling come out, they all cheered. The 18 island owners came over and were very polite. Lin Ling smiled and greeted them. A sense of déjà vu rose in his mind. It turned out that Li Xiaoyao was also very familiar with the spirit race. Then, Lin Ling guided the vast sea giants to remove the seal curse. What made Lin Ling speechless was that this curse was not placed by others, but by his disciple, Sword Immortal Song Tian. As for why the curse was placed, Lin Ling did not know. But with Sword Immortal Song Tian's fiery temper, he could do anything to offend someone he didn't like. Spirit God. The vast sea giants were very famous in the spirit race. They were like the protectors of the spirit race. Once the curse was removed, the entire race was completely turned around. Everyone saluted Lin Ling. If the 18 island owners regarded Lin Ling as a close friend, then the vast sea giants regarded Lin Ling as their spirit god, their master. The 18 island owners of the spirit race were very surprised. Mad God Lin Ling seemed to be more familiar with the spirit race than they were. Lin Ling also knew that the 18 island owners were curious. He explained that he knew the secrets of the spirit race because someone told him. As for who it was not convenient for him to say. The 18 island owners were too embarrassed to ask more, but they looked at Lin Ling with even more respect. Next, Lin Ling helped Blazing Angel's friend. He said lightly, "Blazing Angel, take out 50,000 merit points. I will cure your friend for you." Blazing Angel's mouth fell open. Lin Ling felt that the price was too high. After all, the ingredients for the 5-wood heaven-shattering liquid did not cost 50,000 merit points. So cheap. However, in the next moment, Blazing Angel cried out in horror. Lin Ling was stunned. "Cheap. Not to mention 50,000. I can give you 100,000 merit points." Blazing Angel said excitedly. Thinking about it, if 100,000 merit points could cure his friend, why would he fight against the geniuses of the 18 islands? Lin Ling suddenly regretted his actions. If he had known earlier, he would have bid a higher price. After dealing with the matters outside, Lin Ling returned to the depths of the island. At this time, the Fire Spirit Princess was already alive and kicking. She had regained her lively and charming appearance. She wore a 100-flower skirt, and her skin was as white as snow. Moreover, she had the beauty of a young girl. However, in Lin Ling's eyes, the Fire Spirit Princess was the second dream. She was originally a peerless beauty. "Thank you, Senior Kame Daoist." Lin Ling hugged the Fire Spirit Princess and said gratefully. Daoist Kame sat cross-legged. He waved his hand and said, "Haha, you are the #1 genius of the 18 islands of the spirit race. You have completed my mission, so there is no need for you to be so polite." Lin Ling immediately bowed and sat down cross-legged in front of Daoist Kame. Daoist Kame kindly smiled and waved his right hand. A giant swastika appeared. It was like a Buddhist halo that covered Lin Ling and the Fire Spirit Princess. At this moment, Lin Ling seemed to have witnessed the blooming and wilting of flowers. Birth, old age, illness, and death. Everything was karma. Everything was predestined. If it was said that in his previous life, knowing Daoist Kame was karma, now that Lin Ling had seen Daoist Kame, it was karma. At the same time, Lin Ling's soul force also slowly increased. He knew that Daoist Kame was using Buddhism to help him cleanse the karma in his body. The Fire Spirit Princess's benefits were even greater. Her cultivation was also crazily increasing. She had actually smoothly entered the Wuxia realm. The Buddhist voice floated in Lin Ling's mind. Lin Ling was secretly surprised. Daoist Kame's strength had probably reached the peak of perfection. However, the Buddhist voice couldn't affect Lin Ling. It could only increase Lin Ling's soul force. Daoist Kame stared at Lin Ling and his eyes flickered. He didn't think that Lin Ling's martial heart would be so firm. It seemed that Lin Ling had experienced a lot. He even saw the cycle of reincarnation on Lin Ling's body. He saw the secrets of Lin Ling that no one knew. Of course, when he wanted to see through everything, a layer of mysterious fog blocked everything. This made Daoist Kame unable to see through everything that had happened to Lin Ling before the 100 reincarnations. This made Daoist Kame secretly surprised. He was a prophet of the mortal world. There was nothing that he didn't know. He could see through thousands of reincarnations. However, he couldn't see through Lin Ling. Strange, strange. Daoist Kame secretly said. Lin Ling also knew that Daoist Kame was looking at him. Although this action was somewhat impolite, Lin Ling knew that Daoist Kame was a prophet. Even if he didn't specifically investigate Lin Ling, Daoist Kame would still know everything about Lin Ling. The reason for Taoist Came's action was very simple. Everything was for the sake of the mortal world. Obviously, Lin Ling's talent was monstrous. Taoist Came was afraid that Lin Ling would be an enemy of the outside world. Fortunately, Lin Ling wasn't as cruel and ruthless as he had imagined. After a long time, Lin Ling's soul force reached level 185. The Buddhist aura's effect weakened. Chapter 1831. 3 difficult questions. Although Li Xiaoyao and Came Taoist were close friends, it didn't mean that Lin Ling was. Most importantly, the memory that Li Xiaoyao left for Lin Ling allowed him to know Came Taoist, but that memory was incomplete. Otherwise, Lin Ling would have confessed to Came Taoist. After all, facing a stranger who only knew half of his memory, Lin Ling naturally wouldn't tell him that he was Li Xiaoyao. He didn't have such a habit. Little friend, you want to find a statue, right? Came Taoist smiled mysteriously. Lin Ling was secretly surprised. As expected of a prophet of the mortal world, he nodded and said, "Senior, please guide me." The statue was the one that Li Xiaoyao left in the mortal world. Lin Ling needed Came Taoist's help to find it. "I don't know what this statue is, but I have a feeling that this statue is useless to ordinary people. But it will be very useful to you." Came Taoist smiled. He had guessed it. As the saying goes, heaven's secrets can't be revealed. Therefore, he didn't know what the statue Lin Ling was looking for was. "Answer my 3 questions, and the statue will be found," Came Taoist said. "Please say." Lin Ling was looking forward to it. "You've already answered the first question. Somehow, I've become more familiar with Mad God Lin Ling. He's magnanimous, loyal, and affectionate. He dares to raise his sword to the 9 heavens if he's an enemy, and dares to fall into the yellow springs if he's a friend. Mad God Lin Ling, you're a man of character. Therefore, I'm very satisfied with the first question." Came Taoist faintly stared at Lin Ling. He faintly knew about Lin Ling's life. He had to admit that Lin Ling's life was colorful and magnificent. "The second question is, why do you practice martial arts?" Came Taoist smiled. He had asked many people this question. Some did it for the throne, some did it for love, and some did it for martial arts. He hoped that Lin Ling would give a different answer. "Because of Xiaoyao." Lin Ling gently smiled. Ugh. Taoist Came's pupil shrank. He had heard this answer before, but he had only heard it once in the last 10 million years. It was that man, and now he heard it again. "I've heard countless answers, but yours is one of the most unique ones. Carefree for life. You're very similar to a close friend of mine. You've completed the second question." Taoist Came could not help but laugh. According to the rumors, this Lin Ling was related to the sword immortal of the firmament. It seemed that there was indeed a relationship between them. Could it be that Lin Ling was really the disciple of the sword immortal of the firmament? Of course, he had never thought that Lin Ling was Li Xiaoyao's reincarnation, because in this world, there were many similar people, and Li Xiaoyao had been harmed by the martial god world's villains, so he should not have been able to reincarnate, and his soul should have been destroyed. Therefore, in his opinion, Li Xiaoyao was already dead. Furthermore, he had seen Lin Ling's past life, but not Li Xiaoyao's. How could he know that when Lin Ling was in the ghost realm, he couldn't see his past 100 lifetimes? Therefore, Taoist Came naturally couldn't see it. Third question, open the 9 jade tortoise shell. Taoist Came said again. The calm spirit lake beside him rippled, and countless spirit turtles crawled out. Finally, 100-meter wide jade tortoise shell floated out, emitting a mysterious aura. Lin Ling stared at the 9 jade tortoise shell, and could not help but be stunned. He was very familiar with this treasure. "I saw that you have helped the spirit race remove many enchantments and seals, so little friend should have some knowledge about enchantments. Enchantments masters are extremely rare in this world, even in the martial god world. This shell is made of enchantments. I hope you can open it." Taoist Came said indifferently, causing the disciples beside him to be surprised. The 9 jade tortoise shell was left behind by a close friend of Taoist Came. For a long time, Taoist Came had been unable to open it, and it had become a thorn in his heart. Who would have thought that Taoist Came would seek the help of a junior? These disciples couldn't help but stare at Lin Ling with disdain. They didn't think that Lin Ling could open the ancient tortoise shell, because the person who gave it to him was the number one emperor of the desolate, ancient, and recent ancient era. Senior is also an enchantment master, right? Lin Ling suddenly said with a smile. Taoist Kame was stunned for a moment then nodded. Even Senior can't open the enchantment, so how can Junior open it? Lin Ling said with a smile. You can try if you can't open it. There are countless extraordinary people in the world. But it doesn't mean that I, Taoist Kame, am omniscient and omnipotent. Some people are stronger than me in certain fields. Taoist Kame replied. Alright, I can try to open it, but the cost of an enchantment master is very high. Lin Ling stood up, stared at the jade tortoise shell and said with a smile. Impudent. The disciples beside Taoist Kame immediately shouted in anger. In their hearts, Taoist Kame only wanted Lin Ling to give it a try. Did this mad god Lin Ling really think that he could open it? One must know that in the past tens of thousands of years, Taoist Kame had invited countless people to help him. Even the highest officials of the Deacon Palace had come, but all of them had failed. How could Lin Ling be so confident? Haha. As expected of mad god Lin Ling, you never suffer a loss. Alright, if you can open it, not only will I find the statue for you, but I will also reward you. However, Taoist Kame wasn't angry. Instead, he appreciated Lin Ling's calmness. The reward is very simple, 500,000 merit points. Then I will open the tortoise shell, Lin Ling said with a smile. This caused Taoist Kame's pupils to constrict. He thought that Lin Ling would make other requests, but who knew that he only wanted merit points? This guy was a hero of the mortal world, loved and respected by the human race and spirit race. Who knew that he would be so greedy? Haha, alright, I will satisfy you. Taoist Kame couldn't help but laugh. It is not difficult to open this tortoise shell. It is divided into 3 problems. First, there are 81 enchantments. Each enchantment is divided into 99,999 runes. Open this enchantment, and you will be able to pass the first problem. Lin Ling stood up and arrived in front of the tortoise shell. He flipped his hands and beautiful enchantments slowly floated out. Enchantments were more complex than runes. To put it bluntly, each enchantment was the combination of tens of thousands of runes. However, Lin Ling had easily engraved a large number of enchantments. This level of enchantment shocked everyone. Taoist Kame sucked in a breath of cold air. He didn't expect Lin Ling's enchantment level to be so terrifying. The complexions of his several disciples changed. They also knew a little about enchantments. They thought that in the mortal world, except for Taoist Kame, no one could compare to them. But who would have thought that this mad god Lin Ling was even more formidable than them? Skyblade enchantment, Thunderfire enchantment, Sky and Earth enchantment. This Lin Ling actually knows all of them. Taoist Kame was more and more surprised. He even felt that he had benefited a lot from this. But at this time Lin Ling stopped. This made Taoist Kame sigh. He was watching excitedly, but Lin Ling stopped. It was as if someone had poured cold water on his excitement. Hehe, as expected. He is strong on the outside but weak on the inside. His words sound good. But in reality, he still can't open the enchantment. The several disciples suddenly mocked. Because Taoist Kame was a prophet of the mortal world, and they were his disciples, they didn't like people who were more familiar with enchantments than Taoist Kame. However, it was obvious that they thought too much. Sorry, my realm is too low. I don't have enough void energy. Senior Taoist Kame, do you have any treasure that can quickly restore void energy? At this moment, Lin Ling turned his head and said with a faint smile. Boom! Everyone's heart exploded. They thought that Lin Ling had reached his limit, so he couldn't open the enchantment. But who would have thought that Lin Ling's strength wasn't enough? Engraving enchantments consumed even more spiritual chi. You little guy. Chapter 1832. Crawl like a tortoise. After Lin Ling drank the spirit water, he began to carve the enchantment again. Complex runes landed on the jade tortoise shell. The runes on the jade tortoise shell gradually dispersed, revealing the true tortoise shell runes. The first problem has been solved. The second problem is the black tortoise's 9 steps. Taoist Kame, help me prepare more spirit water. This black tortoise's 9 steps consumes a lot of law power. Lin Ling said. You actually know about the mystic turtle's 9 steps? Taoist Master Kame's expression changed again. He said subconsciously, Is Sword Immortal Tsung Tian your master? He indeed. Lin Ling also knew that he couldn't hide it from Kame Daoist, so he nodded. The Kame Daoist's beard was blown up. He did not look like an enlightened monk at all. He did not expect Lin Ling to be the disciple of the Sword Immortal of the Tsang Heaven. Little did he know that Lin Ling was referring to them as master and disciple. In reality, Lin Ling was the master and Sword Immortal Tsang Tian was the disciple. Lin Ling leaped onto the tortoiseshell and used the mystic turtle's 9 steps. Finally, he arrived at the center of the tortoiseshell. There was a small piece of black tortoiseshell the size of a palm. This piece of black tortoiseshell could only be found by using the mystic turtle's 9 steps. Of course, the most important thing was that this 9 jade tortoiseshell was given to him by Li Xiaoyao. So Lin Ling was familiar with it. However, Lin Ling had forgotten what kind of treasure was inside the 9 jade tortoiseshell. Then, Lin Ling slapped the tortoiseshell. Rumble! The tortoiseshell broke apart, and the pieces turned into a giant tortoiseshell gate. On the left side of the gate, there were bold words, free and unfettered travel, free and unfettered for a lifetime. On the right side there were also big words, waiting for my best friend, until the end of time. Looking at these ancient words, Daoist Kame became excited. These are the words left behind by his close friend. This guy is really powerful. Could it be that he is the true prophet of the human world? Don't spout nonsense. Master is the true prophet of the mortal world. He just unlocked the tortoiseshell by accident. Why don't you try it by accident? The disciples were all astonished. It seems like the last problem is a word puzzle. That's right. The left is free and unfettered, while the right is waiting for a close friend. Could it be that Honorable Master's friend is waiting for Honorable Master to roam the world together? That must be the case. But how do we solve this riddle? No, look at the plaque above the ancient gate, but there are no words. I understand now. I need to leave a message on the ancient door to open it. The eyes of the disciples flickered. The final problem had appeared. Obviously it was the inscription. Daoist Kame laughed heartily. His close friend was still as frivolous as ever. He had left behind a treasure for him to solve such a difficult problem. Master, I can break it. At this moment, a handsome young man shouted. Then, he strode towards Lin Ling. Lin Ling was stunned for a moment, but he didn't stop him. Instead, he waited quietly at the side. Since they are close friends, then the horizontal plaque should be everlasting friendship. The disciple said confidently. With a wave of his right hand, his spiritual chi turned into words and landed on the door of the ancient realm. Then he laughed proudly. He had solved the last problem, because the words on the left and right both indicated that his master's friend had a very good relationship with his master. However, after the words landed on the door of the ancient realm, they scattered like snowflakes and finally disappeared. He failed. The disciple's face suddenly turned ugly. I'll do it. Another disciple stepped forward in order to receive Daoist Kame's praise. Heaven and earth moved together. He wrote these 4 words, but he still failed. Senior Daoist Kame, I'll give it a try too. Princess Fire Spirit's eyes were filled with wisdom. She also understood the meaning of the ancient gate's inscription. It should be about friendship, so she wrote a few big words, life's best friend. However, she still failed. Everyone was stunned. Why did they all fail? Even Daoist Kame frowned. The meaning of best friend was obvious. It meant that he and his friend had a precious friendship. But why did they all fail? Everyone couldn't help but look at Lin Ling, especially those confident disciples. At this moment, they were like eggplants that had been beaten by frost. They couldn't be confident anymore. Let me do it. Lin Ling took a step forward and spiritual chi appeared in his hand. He wrote 3 big words and waved them out. On the door of the ancient realm, the 3 big words appeared and emitted a dazzling light. Following that, the door of the ancient realm rumbled and slowly opened. Everyone's body trembled. Lin Ling had succeeded. They couldn't help but be curious about what Lin Ling had written. However, when they looked over, their pupils suddenly trembled violently. The 3 big words were tortoise crawl. Everyone had the urge to vomit blood. How could it be tortoise crawl? Taoist came blew at his beard. He somewhat understood the meaning of the 3 words. His best friend had complained that he was too slow, and even created the mystic turtle's 9 steps for him, to increase his speed, so that they could roam the world together. As for the tortoise crawl, it was because Taoist came was a tortoise. His best friend was tired of waiting, so he called him a tortoise crawl. Everyone looked at the 2 words on the left and right side of the door of the ancient realm. On the left, it meant that his best friend wanted to roam the world freely. On the right, it meant that he was waiting for Taoist came to move forward together. However, he waited until the end of time because Taoist came's speed was too slow. Therefore, the words left on the door of the ancient realm were tortoise crawl. After figuring this out, everyone almost laughed out loud, daring to ridicule the prophet of the mortal world. His best friend really had a personality. This guy, if you don't die, this old turtle will bite you to death. Taoist came couldn't help but laugh and curse. At this moment, Lin Ling didn't pay attention to Taoist came's joke, because those words were left by him. He stared at the door of the ancient realm, and couldn't help but laugh excitedly. In his previous life, Li Xiaoyao had left a lot of treasures for Taoist came. No, he had left them for himself. Now that he had seen those treasures, how could he let them go to waste? Behind the door of the ancient realm, there were 2 dragon turtle battleships. On the surface, they looked like palm-sized battleships. However, when they were driven by the power of laws, they could transform into invincible battleships. Li Xiaorao had left these battleships for Taoist came, because his speed was too slow. There was also another treasure, the dragon horn, the horn of a true dragon. Taoist came, this treasure is useless to you, so leave it for me. Lin Ling didn't hold back at all. He waved his right hand, and the dragon horn flew over. Because to him, these treasures were actually his, so there was no need for him to hold back. Moreover, with the dragon horn, the might of his dragon claws would be greatly increased. The several disciples beside Taoist came were dumbfounded. They didn't expect Lin Ling to be so impolite, and directly take it. Haha, dragon turtle battleship. It's actually dragon turtle battleship. My best friend has thought a lot for me. Taoist came didn't care about Lin Ling's little greed. At this moment he laughed loudly. His white eyebrows jumped and his eyes were moist. Because he was a tortoise, his speed wasn't fast. Therefore, his best friend had given him a battleship as a means of transportation. It was a pity that his old friend had gone to the west. If he wanted to meet him again, he would never be able to. How could he know that his best friend, who had teased him about being a tortoise, had already reincarnated, and was right in front of him? Lin Ling didn't know what Taoist came was thinking. At this moment, he didn't expect to reap such a great harvest. With the dragon horn in his hand, the dragon claw on his left hand emitted a hot aura, as if the 2 dragons had fused together. Chapter 1833. Dragon Turtle Battleship. The dragon was roaring, and the true dragon bloodline was fusing. Lin Ling felt an indescribable power explode in his palm, and he roared at the sky. Boom! The dragon horn completely merged with the dragon claw. Lin Ling's left hand trembled violently, and suddenly bloomed like a flower. 8 sharp claws appeared, and after a fierce clench, the void was cut into 8 pieces like ice. The 8 claws gave Lin Ling 3 universes of power. In addition to the 16 universes of power of his godly devil overlord physique, his physical strength had almost reached 19 universes. Moreover, the terrifying power had reached the limit, allowing Lin Ling's space domain to upgrade to 2-dimensional space. This meant that Lin Ling possessed 2 strands of the laws of space, and now Lin Ling had 2 laws of fire and space. In addition to his own cultivation, Lin Ling had a total of 6 laws of power. Moreover, these laws were stronger than ordinary CND. Unless he encountered a god-tier talent, Lin Ling's laws could fight against 2. However, even if he encountered a god-tier talent, Lin Ling could reach 20 laws of power if he used the Tyrant Song Sword. Of course, he couldn't use it for a long time. After all, Lin Ling couldn't completely control this peerless divine sword. Lin Ling evaluated all his trump cards. His strength could defeat Wu Sheng at the 5th stage, unless the opponent had a god-tier talent. This little guy's potential is so strong. His physical strength has reached 19 universes of power. Daoist Kame was secretly shocked. Among the younger generation, Lin Ling had one of the strongest physical bodies he had ever seen. Daoist Kame, you only need one of these 2 battleships. Leave the other one to me. I will return you 10 in the future. At this moment, Lin Ling retracted his dragon claw and looked at Daoist Kame. Hearing this, Daoist Kame's disciples were stunned again. Mad God Lin Ling was greedy for the dragon claw, but he even dared to ask for the dragon turtle battleship. Haha, little friend, the gift from a close friend depends on the intention, not the value of the gift. Today, you have fulfilled my wish. So what if I give you one of the dragon turtle battleships? Daoist Kame smiled faintly and agreed. Master. The disciples were puzzled. Lin Ling was too lucky. Daoist Kame waved his hand and said, without him, the secret of the jade turtle shell would take thousands of years to be solved. He deserves this battleship. In fact, Daoist Kame knew that Lin Ling was the disciple of Sword Immortal Tsang Tian, and also his close friend's grand disciple. So it was reasonable for him to help Lin Ling. After all, there were not many people in this world who still remembered his close friend. Moreover, his close friend had died an unjust death. In the past, for the sake of the human world, he blocked thousands of demons and guarded this world. In the end, he died in the martial god realm. However, no one remembered him and no one respected him. This was extremely unfair to his close friend. If his strength was not limited and could not reach the martial god realm, he would have already stepped into the martial god realm to avenge his close friend. Thank you, old tortoise. Lin Ling's heart warmed as he subconsciously said. Everyone's eyes narrowed. Old tortoise. Lin Ling's face turned red. Even Daoist Kame's beard was puffed up. In this world, only his close friend dared to call him old tortoise. This little guy was ignorant and fearless. However, Daoist Kame was not angry. Instead, he felt nostalgic. Young friend, in a while the demon race will invade. I happen to be going to the Deacon Palace of the human world. At that time, I will pay a visit to your territory. Daoist Kame said with a smile, which made the disciples beside him gasp. Daoist Kame was one of the top giants in the human world. His status was comparable to that of the martial pavilion. The spirit race people all spoke. In their hearts, Lin Ling was a member of the spirit race. The sea giants were even more excited. They wanted to leave with Lin Ling. Their race had always believed that Lin Ling was the spirit god. No one could change their opinion. However, Lin Ling refused. He had to go back, and did not have time to take everyone with him. Then, Lin Ling said goodbye and left with the fire spirit princess and the others. The entire island was filled with cheers. All the spirit race people were sending Lin Ling off. The reason why they were so warm to Lin Ling was because firstly, Lin Ling had helped their spirit race. Secondly, Lin Ling was valued by Daoist Kame. He was also an important guest to them. This was because Daoist Kame was the most respected prophet in the hearts of the spirit race. The dragon turtle battleship appeared and expanded in the wind. It took the form of a dragon turtle. The black turtle shell and the mighty dragon head gave people a strong visual impact. What a majestic battleship. This must be a gift from Daoist Kame to Mad God Lin Ling. The spirit race island owners were even more shocked. Most of the humans on the island had also left. The humans that remained sucked in a breath of cold air as they watched the spirit race send Lin Ling off. They were filled with envy and jealousy. To be able to gain the friendship of the spirit race was not something that anyone could do. The dragon turtle battleship floated in the sky. In the next moment, it tore through the void and disappeared from the sea. The trip to True Spirit Island was completely over. In just half a day, the dragon turtle battleship appeared in the sky of the great mystic origin domain. Countless warriors were shocked. The dragon turtle battleship was too mighty. They wondered which expert's battleship belonged to. Then, several figures floated out of the battleship. It was the blazing angel Tian Tian Dong. He bowed to Lin Ling and said, Mad God Lin Ling, thank you. Chapter 1834. Stripping Lin Ling of his identity, no need. I'm thankful for your contribution points. Lin Ling stood on the battleship and smiled. Oh right, if you meet my brother, you don't have to give me face. As long as he doesn't die, you can do whatever you want. Here's a jade token, seeing it is the same as seeing me. Blazing Angel smiled and threw out a jade token. Lin Ling caught it. Seeing Lin Ling's action, Blazing Angel's smile became even brighter. This also meant that Lin Ling was his friend, and not his enemy. To be honest, he didn't dare to imagine what would happen if he became Lin Ling's enemy. Goodbye. Lin Ling casually caught the jade token. He didn't care at all. As for Blazing Angel, he considered him half a friend, so he would give him some face. Rumble. The battleship tore through the void and flew into the distance. With the Dragon Turtle battleship, there was no need for a transmission array. Lin Ling could move freely in the world. This guy. Blazing Angel looked at Lin Ling. He had a feeling that not long after, Lin Ling would shake the entire mortal world. At this moment, the atmosphere in the mortal world was tense because of the demon race's invasion. The highest authority in the mortal world, the Deacon Palace, had also issued an order for all cultivators to be on guard against the demon race and ghost race. Many sects and imperial cities were showing signs of reshuffling. On an ancient path in Xianpeng Great Region, several figures were moving forward. If one looked carefully, one would notice that some of them were older and some were younger. However, without exception, all of them were extremely powerful. Everywhere they passed, the power of the universal laws filled the air. Xianpeng Province is Lin Ling's world. However, the situation in the mortal world has changed. He no longer has the qualifications to unify Xianpeng Province. Among them, a beautiful young girl said. She was about 15 or 16 years old, but she had a dignified aura. Her strength had already reached the 8th stage of the Saint Realm. In terms of age, she was an extremely rare genius. This girl was called Yun Shan. She was the only descendant of the prestigious Yun family. Yun Shan was the only descendant of the Yun Shan clan, who was responsible for recording the history of the mortal world. Unfortunately, they had been unlucky recently. 2 of their 3 descendants had died, and Yun Shan was the only descendant left. Beside her was a young man. Although he was young, he had already stepped into Wu Sheng's first-degree realm. With the power of laws, his faith was invincible. This person had the bloodline of the ancient Ji family. He was the young master of the Ji clan, and he was originally going to awaken his divine-level talent. Unfortunately, he was killed by Lin Ling in the end, causing the Ji clan to nurture another member of the younger generation. It was precisely this youth before him, and his name was Ji Jun. 3 days have passed since the battle between Lin Ling and Xianyuan Southern Peak. Lin Ling is hiding and doesn't dare to come out. Clearly he doesn't dare to fight. Then, what qualifications does he have to be the master of Xianpeng Province? Ji Jun said indifferently with a dignified voice. Lin Ling had killed the Ji family's god-tier talent bloodline, and the Ji family couldn't wait to kill Lin Ling. Similarly, Lin Ling had also killed 2 descendants of the prestigious families, and so did the prestigious families. This time, they came to Xianpeng Province to remove Lin Ling's title as the first king. Because Lin Ling didn't dare to fight against Xianyuan Southern Peak, the prestigious families thought that Lin Ling's reputation was undeserved. Therefore, they announced to the world that when the demon race invaded, Lin Ling couldn't protect Xianpeng Province, so they wanted to remove his title as the first king. After receiving the news, the 2 of them volunteered to come here. This was the first merit of suppressing Lin Ling. So how could they miss it? Moreover, this was also the time for them to make a name for themselves. Senior brother Tiankong, it's great that you're coming with us this time. I'm sure Lin Ling won't dare to be too arrogant. Yun Shan looked at the man in white beside him and said, the prestigious families are responsible for recording history. History wants to change Lin Ling's position in Xianpeng Province. Naturally, I'll support history. The young man said lightly. His eyes were calm, but there was a sharp glint in them. He was one of the 5 lords of heaven in the past, Battle Angel Tiankong Shui. In the past, he had come into contact with Lin Ling. At that time, Lin Ling wasn't afraid of him, so he thought that Lin Ling had some ability. But now, Lin Ling didn't even dare to fight against Xinyuan's southern peak. Therefore, in Tiankong Shui's heart, Lin Ling was trash. This time, the ancient Ji family and the prestigious families had joined forces to remove Lin Ling from his position as the king of Xianping province. Naturally, he would come to help. "Thank you, senior brother Tiankong," the young man named Ji Jun said with a smile. Lin Ling, the first king of sealing barriers in the true martial world, was regarded as one of the most dazzling geniuses in the mortal world after the battles of the Forbidden City and the Vine Leaf world. However, Ji Jun didn't care. And now, Ji Jun wanted the mortal world to know who was the most dazzling genius. Similarly, Yun Shan also knew of Lin Ling's reputation and wanted to meet this legendary figure. If she could remove Lin Ling from his position as the king of Xianping province, then she would be able to rise to the heavens in a single step, and her name would shake the mortal world. The two of them secretly thought. It was as if they had defeated Lin Ling the first time they roamed the world, and were more famous than Lin Ling. At this moment, Xianping province was like an iron plate, prosperous and united. Moreover, the strength of the martial artists here wasn't weak. When Yun Shan's group was about to reach the rainforest's sacred land, a large number of martial artists stopped them. "Sirs, you are not from Xianping province. What is your purpose in coming here?" Lord Shui Wu, Lord Pu, and the others had all appeared. Yun Shan's group had arrived in a grandiose manner, so it was hard for them not to know. Moreover, they also knew that these people weren't weak. They were all titled Heavenly Emperors. "Tell Lin Ling to come out and see me." Facing the martial artists of Xianping province, Ji Jun smiled disdainfully, as if he was looking at ants. Hearing this, Lord Shui Wu and the others' expressions changed drastically. Lin Ling was now very famous in the mortal world, so no one dared to cause trouble in Xianping province. Knowing that Lin Ling wasn't someone to be trifled with, these people still dared to come here. Obviously, they had a powerful background. Lin Ling is now the #1 heavenly emperor, so he can be considered your senior. You are so young, but you are so arrogant. Don't you think it's too humiliating for your senior? Lord Pu said calmly. The power of faith, Ji Jun roared, and the power of law erupted. With a point of his finger, it could break any source energy. Puff. Lord Pu was hit by the power of faith and spat out blood. Moreover, that finger had injured Lord Shui Wu and the other experts. It was extremely powerful. The power of law. After falling to the ground, Lord Pu and the other experts' expressions changed drastically. The young man was only 15 or 16 years old, but he had comprehended the power of law. This meant that the young man was Wu Sheng's realm. Genius. This was a true genius. Even when Lin Ling was 15 or 16 years old, he had not reached Wu Sheng's realm. The #1 heavenly emperor? He's just trash. I've already given him the title of CND. In front of me, Lin Ling is not qualified to be called a genius of the mortal world. Ji Jun was high-spirited and proud. After tomorrow, the news of the youngest genius of the ancient Ji family crushing Xianping province would spread in the mortal world. Lin Ling only has some small skills. He is not qualified to be our senior. Now, ask Lin Ling to come out. The girl beside Ji Jun said. The crowd in the distance sucked in a breath of cold air. In the Yangtze River, each new generation would replace the previous one. There was no greatest genius in the mortal world, only more geniuses. This group of people was so powerful, so their background was probably not small. Two little friends, why did you come to the rainforest sacred land to look for Lin Ling? At this time, a large number of experts arrived from behind. There were so many of them, that it was as if all the experts of the rainforest sacred land had come out. Lord Pu and the others finally smiled. The experts of the rainforest sacred land had arrived. Chapter 1835. No one could stop them. Yu Menyun, Mo Nianchen, Qin Xiaolan, and all of Lin Ling's family members had arrived. In addition, Xiao Yin, the 9 spirits of heaven, and Baiyun Tiandi were also present. Although the enemies were not weak, the rainforest sacred land had seen too many storms over the years, so they were able to face powerful enemies with ease. There are quite a lot of people. Unfortunately, they're just a bunch of trash. Ji Jun was indeed a direct descendant of the ancient Ji family. Even in the face of so many powerful cultivators, he was still calm and fearless. The demon race is about to invade. The highest deacon palace of the human world has decided to revoke Lin Ling's title as the first king of Xianping province and let the noble family rule Xianping province. That's why we're here, Yin Shan said calmly. She was young, but she was still arrogant in front of ancestor Tai Yan and the others as if they were her juniors. Noble family, ancestor Tai Yan, and the others' expressions changed slightly. They knew that this noble family recorded history, but in reality, they were just a bunch of scoundrels. You noble family don't seem to have the right to decide this. Ancestor Tai Yan frowned. Lin Ling agreed to a battle with Xianyuan Nanfeng, but when the time was up, he disappeared without a trace, going back on his words and fearing a battle. How could such a trash be the #1 king of the Xianping Great Region? The highest authority of the human realm, the Executive Hall, decided to remove Lin Ling from his position in consideration of everyone's safety. Ji Jun said indifferently, "Nonsense. Why? Do you think that because Lin Ling didn't want to fight Xianyuan Nanfeng, you're going to fight him together? You said it for the sake of Xianping province, but in reality, you're just being overbearing." A large number of angry shouts could be heard from the streets. These people were using Lin Ling's failure to keep his promise to suppress Lin Ling. Get lost. Yin Shan sneered at the voices around her. She waved her hand, and a divine treasury appeared, covering the surroundings. Bang bang bang. Everyone's heart skipped a beat as they staggered, nearly falling to the ground. Such strength, it was likely that even among Saint Realm masters, there would be few who could match him. However, they were enraged again. This group of people had indeed come in a tyrannical manner. They didn't listen to the advice of the people. After being rebutted, they immediately attacked. What kind of ability is it to bully some commoners? If you want to take away my elder brother's identity, then fight me. Little Flame leaped high into the air and transformed into a red-armored giant in midair when he saw the other party's overbearing rudeness. His law energy also erupted. Similarly, the 9 spirits of heaven, Baiyun Tiandi, and the others also erupted with power. Their strength clearly rose greatly under Lin Ling's 5-wood heaven-shattering liquid. Each and every one of them stepped into Wu Sheng's realm. Wu Sheng's first-degree realm? No wonder you're so arrogant. All of you can come at me together. If you lose, all of you will kneel for 3 days and 3 nights. This way, I can go back and report that Lin Ling's brothers and sisters have all knelt before me. However, facing 3 Wuxing powerhouses, the boy named Ji Jun sneered, and also erupted with the strength of Wu Sheng's first-degree realm. How arrogant! When the crowd heard his words, their eyes turned red with anger. Then let's see if you have the strength. Little Flame was furious and sent out a tyrannical law palm. Too weak. Ji Jun also erupted with his law energy. Golden light shone brightly as his faith was invincible. His talent was obviously stronger than Little Flame's, so he could easily crush Little Flame in the same realm. Little Flame, let me help you. Seeing that Little Flame was about to be injured, the 9 spirits of heaven took out their halberds and joined the battle. Another piece of trash. Does Lin Ling like to be with trash? Ji Jun was not afraid at all. And that woman, come at me together. Today, if Lin Ling doesn't come out on his knees, I will make the entire Xianping province kneel. He is no longer qualified to be the first king. Boom! Rumble! Ji Jun became more and more courageous as he fought. He was like a god of faith, and actually suppressed Little Flame, and the other 2. This scene made many people gasp. How could the difference in strength be so big? The ancient Ji family only relied on their family's bloodline. What qualifications do they have to laugh at others? At least they relied on their own bitter cultivation to grow up. Since you are so arrogant, I will also meet you. At this time, the earth shook and a giant stepped forward. It was Tyrant Shuriren. Tyrant Shuriren, one of the 10 heavenly emperors in the world of heaven and earth emperors. Boom! But soon a clear voice floated out. Yin Shan smiled disdainfully. She waved her right hand, and an ancient book appeared in the sky. Divine light shrouded and trapped the giant in the light, unable to move at all. Divine treasures. The famous family actually gave all their divine treasures to you. You are the only descendant of the famous family. Tyrant Shuriren said in surprise. She knew Heavenly Emperor Yuntang. This person also had divine treasures, but he was not very strong. However, the girl had more divine treasures. Obviously, the famous family was afraid that the last of their bloodline would die, so they gave all the divine treasures to the girl to control. Haha, this is Tyrant Shuriren? Behind the girl, a large number of heavenly emperors mocked. The girl controlled the divine treasures like the daughter of a god, and there was a strong majesty on her beautiful face. The 10 great heavenly emperors are only Isazo. A light sentence with disdain and contempt floated out. Of course, if she was among the 3 great legends of the mortal world, the girl would be proud because she was not famous at all. She suppressed the 10 great heavenly emperors as soon as she was born. This strength was indeed powerful. Miss Yun of the famous Yun family, you are only relying on the strength of your family. Do you think you are relying on yourself? Now get out of here, or you will all die. At this time, another majestic voice floated out. Mercury flowed everywhere, causing Ji Lin and Yin Shan's expressions to change drastically. The person who came was very strong. They did not expect the rainforest's sacred land to have hidden dragons and crouching tigers. The person who came was obviously Xiandi, who was not weak. 10 Dao laws, you have some ability. Lin Ling's subordinates are not all trash. Get out of here. However, at this time Tian Shui, who had been silent all this time, said in a low voice. Endless ripples erupted from his body. The power of 11 Dao laws turned into a war blade that fought the heavens and the earth. Invincible. Rumble. The mercury was also cut apart, and a figure suddenly appeared. It was Immortal Emperor Gang Yin. He stared at the snow in the sky with a shocked expression. 11 strands of the power of law? Senior. So it is Senior Gang Yin. Poor thing. In the past, I had to look up to you. But today, you have to look at me like a dog. Tian Shui stared at him indifferently, as if he was looking at a defeated opponent. I did not expect Tian Shui, one of the 5 great heavenly emperors, to have improved so much after going through the secret realm. Gang Yin Xiandi said with a serious face. He finally knew why these people dared to come here. It turned out that each of them had a powerful background. There was the ancient Ji family, and there was the Sky family. Moreover, they were all extremely strong. Chapter 1836. The master of a battleship, so tell him to come out. Her voice was incomparably overbearing, causing the martial artists of Xiamping province to clench their fists one after another. However, there was nothing they could do. Although Tian Shui was indeed overbearing, the fact that Lin Ling didn't dare to challenge the southern Xianyuan peak had also spread like wildfire, causing many people to laugh at Lin Ling. Tell him to come out. Ji Jun also indifferently spat out a sentence, causing the atmosphere in the rainforest Holy Land to become even more oppressive. Rumble. However, at this moment, a deafening sound came from the sky. Under countless gazes, a huge dragon turtle ship arrived. It was majestic and unstoppable. Countless people stared at the huge battleship in the sky, and their hearts trembled violently. What kind of powerful figure had arrived? The black radiance of the dragon turtle battleship seemed to be able to absorb any light. The shell of the giant turtle was like the toughest fortress. The mouth of the dragon opened on the dragon's head. When the giant battleship stopped in the sky, countless people swallowed their saliva with difficulty. Not only the entire Xiamping province, but many experts from the 3 great myths of the mortal world also gasped. They had never seen that battleship before. What kind of person's battleship was that? Who are you? You've got guts, daring to disrupt my business. At this moment, Tian Shui was also secretly surprised, but there was anger on her face. Ever since she became one of the 5 lords of heaven, no one had ever dared to be arrogant in front of her. Now that she was Xiandi, such things were even rarer. Who is the owner of the battleship? Come out and see me. Ji Jun also coldly shouted. Today was the day he would make a name for himself. However, the owner of the warship was causing trouble. How could he not be furious? The battleship floated in the sky like a giant overlooking the mortals. Suddenly, a voice echoed out from the battleship. Get your ass out here to see you? A piece of trash nurtured by the power of faith of the ancient G family dares to call himself a genius. The other one is a piece of trash who borrowed all the divine treasures and treated them as his own power. Yet he dares to call himself a genius? His voice seemed to resound in every corner of the world, causing everyone's eardrums to hurt. At the same time, Ji Jun and Yin Shan's faces turned ugly. They were indeed strong, but it wasn't their hard work. After the master of the battleship said it out loud, they felt like they had lost all face. Hide your head and hide your tail. Come out if you dare. Tian Shui frowned slightly and sneered. Who do you think you are? A disdainful voice drifted out from the battleship. His surname is Tiankong. He used to be one of the 5 lords of heaven. Today his title is Xiandi. Before Tian Shui could say anything, Yin Shan, who was standing beside her, said coldly, As for me, I'm from a prestigious clan, while he, Ji Jun, is from the ancient Ji clan. The 3 of them were backed by the deacons of the mortal realm's highest deacon palace. No matter where they were, everyone would have to give them face. They didn't know who the owner of the battleship was, but they were sure that the owner of the battleship wouldn't dare to offend 3 ancient powers at the same time. As soon as they finished speaking, the 3 of them looked up at the sky with pride on their faces. The black battleship fell silent, causing many people to guess that the owner of the battleship was somewhat afraid. At this moment, Tian Shui held his right arm and looked at the sky with a ferocious expression. That jade plate belonged to his brother, and his brother had always been strict with him. He admired his brother very much, so when he saw the jade plate, he didn't dare to fight back and allowed the strange man to chop off his right arm. It's nothing. I just know that even your brother is afraid of me. In the sky, the ancient battleship emitted a low voice, and the sky was filled with endless echoes. What? Tianshua's brother is Tianshua Dong, a blazing angel. Even he is afraid of the owner of the battleship. Who is the owner of this battleship? If the blazing angel is afraid of someone, this mysterious man must be very strong. The crowd who were watching from afar was shocked. The blazing angel Tianshua Dong, the heavenly emperor of the ancient immortal platform, was said to have few opponents in Wu Sheng's 5th stage realm. The only ones who were stronger than him were those who had a real source of power. But even he was afraid of this mysterious man. Who was this mysterious man? Thud thud thud. Tianshua kept retreating with a look of fear on her face. She did not doubt the words of the mysterious person. Because of her brother's arrogance, even if he were to encounter a peak expert of the 6th level of the martial saint realm, her brother would not be afraid. Therefore, everything before their eyes indicated that the strength of this person was extremely terrifying. As for Ji Jun and Yin Shan, their faces turned pale. Tianshua was their backing and their pride. If even Tianshua was afraid, what right did they have to be proud? For a moment, the entire sacred land of the rainforest was silent. Lord Shui Wu, Lord Pu and the rest were shocked. To be able to make people from the 3 strongest forces fear him. What was the background of this mysterious man? You're called Ji Jun, right? And you, from a prestigious family, do you think you're the #1 genius? After a moment of silence, the ancient battleship's voice drifted out again. Chapter 1837. Just trash. I don't dare. Humph. Senior, you're the real expert. Humph. Both of them bowed their heads, causing many people to sigh. Previously, these 2 people seemed to have unrecognized talents, so they wanted to shake the world as soon as they were born. However, now that they had kicked an iron plate, both of them lowered their heads and admitted their mistakes. The contrast was too big. The famous ancient Ji family is indeed a place where trash gathers. Arrogant and overbearing in front of the weak, submissive in front of the strong. Shameful, shameful. Humph. The disdainful voice drifted between heaven and earth, causing Ji Jun and Yin Shan's faces to turn ugly. However, even though they were unwilling, how could they speak when even Tian Shui didn't dare to speak? Senior, we admit that we're not as good as you, but may I know Senior's name? Ji Jun gritted his teeth and looked at the sky stubbornly. You want to know who I am? The ancient battleship was silent for a moment, And then an indifferent voice came out. Yes. Before Ji Jun could speak, Yin Shan beside him said. How could she not want to know? In fact, everyone wanted to know who the owner of this mysterious battleship was. The battleship was silent for a moment. The next moment, a fire dragon king roared angrily and shrouded Ji Jun's body, incinerating all his power of law into ashes. Ji Jun's face turned pale. He was only 16 years old, but he was titled CND. Although he relied on the power of faith contributed by everyone in his family to obtain this strength, it didn't stop him from being arrogant. But now, the owner of the battleship told him that his pride wasn't worth mentioning and easily destroyed his power of faith with a single move. Rumble. The Fire Dragon King didn't stop there. It swept through the ancient books and burned all of them. Yin Shan's face turned ugly. She knew that the other party was humiliating her, telling her how useless her strongest trump card was. It couldn't even block a single move. Pa. At the same time, several figures slowly walked down from the battleship. The man in the lead was wearing a clean blue robe. He was holding a lively young girl's hand, carrying an ancient sword on his back. His long hair fluttered in the wind, and his handsome face was calm as he looked down at everyone. However, after seeing that man, the whole world instantly fell silent. Mad God Lin Ling. It's Lin Ling. He's back. After a moment of silence, countless voices of surprise rose and fell. Lin Ling, the first king of Xianping province, defeated the 4 new emperors in the past. Then, he became the first king of the Zhenwu realm, suppressed Xianhuang Deyu, and was not afraid of the Fire Clan and the Yi Clan. Then, he fought at the peak of the Forbidden City, and finally became the first king of the Vine Leaf world. It could be said that Lin Ling was not only a legendary figure in Xianping province, but also a legendary figure in the 3 profound realms of the human realm. And today he had returned. As for Ji Jun and Yin Shan, their expressions changed drastically. It was actually Lin Ling. Previously, they were confident that Lin Ling was a rising genius. Moreover, they had the backing of Tian Tianxue. Therefore, they wanted to suppress Lin Ling. Moreover, they believed that Lin Ling would not dare to fight against Xinyuan Nanfeng. They believed that he was already a cripple and a has-been genius. But now, it was proven that they were not qualified to step on Lin Ling to become famous. In just one move, the 2 so-called geniuses had been defeated. How dare he laugh at Lin Ling with such strength? This was simply a joke. How could it be you? The one who was most surprised was none other than Tian Tianxue. In his mind, Lin Ling was actually an ant. He did not dare to fight against Xinyuan Nanfeng, which also meant that he did not dare to fight against him. But who knew that Lin Ling had really returned? And he even had his brother's token in his hand. What? Do you want to lose an arm? Lin Ling looked at Tian Tianxue indifferently and said. Tian Tianxue's face turned ugly. In fact, he was confident that he was not weaker than Lin Ling. However, his brother's token was not fake. Therefore, even if he was not afraid of Lin Ling, he could not attack Lin Ling. Moreover, there was a trace of fear in his heart, because his brother seemed to be afraid of Lin Ling as well. Could it be that Lin Ling was really so terrifying? Tian Tianxue suddenly fell silent as he thought of this. Tian Tianxue did not dare to speak. He came here arrogantly before. But after seeing Lin Ling, he did not dare to say a word. Many people were surprised once again when they saw this scene. Lin Ling stepped forward and came in front of Ji Jun, and slapped him. The slap made Ji Jun's face turn ugly. You hit me? You're just a piece of trash. If you don't hit me, you won't know what an iron plate is. Lin Ling said indifferently. His tone was calm, but it carried a strong majesty. Then he shouted angrily, Kneel down. How dare you ask me to kneel down? Ji Jun raised his clear eyes and stared at Lin Ling. He was the only direct descendant of the ancient Ji family. How dare Lin Ling be so arrogant? Lin Ling nodded. It's a pity that you missed the chance to live. What do you mean? Do you dare to kill me? Ji Jun sneered. It's not the first time I've killed a descendant of the Ji family. Why wouldn't I dare? Swoosh. Lin Ling punched out, telling Ji Jun that there was nothing he did not dare to do. Since Ji Jun dared to come here today, he had to bear the consequences. Lin Ling knew that Ji Jun was suppressing him on the surface, but in fact, If he was not as strong as Ji Jun, he would have a miserable ending. Because Ji Jun wanted to rise, he naturally had to be famous and do shocking things, such as finding an excuse to kill the people of the rainforest Holy Land. Therefore, Lin Ling would not show mercy. However, Ji Jun thought too highly of himself. He thought that Lin Ling did not fight in the southern Xinyuan Peak, and that Lin Ling had declined. Unfortunately, that was only Ji Jun's wishful thinking. Ka. Ji Jun's eyes widened, and all the bones in his body shattered. He stared at Lin Ling. He did not expect that Lin Ling would dare to kill him. At this moment, he finally saw a legendary figure. He also knew that although he was a rising genius, he was still too young in front of Lin Ling. Boom! Ji Jun's body exploded and turned into ashes. He killed him with one punch. Ji Jun was the youngest CND expert of the ancient Ji family. Whether it was the people of Xianping province, or the spectators in the distance, they were all shocked at this moment. The current situation proved that the difference between Ji Jun and Lin Ling was in fact only one move. Lin Ling did not stop and came in front of Yun Shan. I heard that you are the last descendant of the famous Yun family. I'll kneel. Yun Shan's beautiful face kept changing. Without any hesitation, she knelt down. If she did not kneel, she would die. Among the 3 Xian in the mortal world, everyone gave face to the famous Yun family. But that did not include Lin Ling. If Lin Ling was weak, Yun Shan could bully him and even bully the strong. However, Lin Ling's strength was obviously much stronger than hers. Plop. When she knelt, the heavenly emperors behind her all turned pale. They looked at Lin Ling, and suddenly found that Lin Ling's eyes were filled with killing intent. Plop. Everyone immediately knelt down. Who did not know the name of the mad god Lin Ling in the mortal world's 3 Xian? Unless you can kill him, the price you have to pay will be very severe. Countless people looked at Yun Shan, and the others who knelt down and felt like they were in a dream. These were the insufferably arrogant experts from before? As expected of Lin Ling, every time he came, he would reverse the situation. I'll make you kneel until you're convinced. Yes. As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Ling strode towards the sky. Fight! Everyone stared at Lin Ling in shock. Lin Ling had accepted the challenge and left. Tian Shui opened her mouth wide. She wanted to remind Lin Ling of something, but she couldn't say anything at this moment. As for Yun Shan and the others, their expressions changed drastically. However, they still knelt there and waited. They wanted to hear the news of Lin Ling's death on Heavenly Witch Mountain. They didn't believe that Lin Ling was still alive. Lin Ling, I'll go with you. Seeing Lin Ling walking towards the sky, Tyrant Shuren immediately shouted. Heavenly Witch Mountain. The Heavenly Emperor's meeting will be held there to discuss the alliance. Only the powerful CND can enter. Shuren, it's better if you don't go. Baiyun Tiandi seemed to be very familiar with Heavenly Witch Mountain, and couldn't help but persuade her. No, I said that I want to see Lin Ling fight with Xianyuan Nanfeng. Tyrant Shuren was extremely stubborn. It's not a big problem. If you want to go, then let's go together. Grandfather, mother, do you want to go? However, Lin Ling stopped and turned around with a smile. As soon as he finished speaking, everyone's heart trembled violently. Lin Ling actually brought so many relatives and friends. Was Heavenly Witch Mountain his home? Baiyun Tiandi and the others were also stunned. Go together? Even Patriarch Extreme Flame and the others? Patriarch Extreme Flame and the others weren't at the level of Wu Sheng. How could they be qualified to go? Ling, we won't go. Go early and come back early. Patriarch Extreme Flame smiled bitterly. Although he didn't know what Heavenly Witch Mountain represented, it was definitely the gathering place of the strongest warriors. How could he be qualified to go? Okay, grandfather, wait for my good news. Shuren, come with me. Lin Ling smiled and asked Little Flame and the others to shout out that they wanted to go with Lin Ling. Although they were at the bottom of the CND world, they could still look after each other if they went together. Lin Ling immediately nodded, and the dragon turtle battleship appeared. He asked Little Flame and the others to step on the dragon turtle battleship, and then flew into the distance. Tian Shui, you must want to see a good show. Then wait for the news. See how powerful Xianyuan Nanfeng is in your heart. At the same time, Lin Ling's domineering voice floated in the sky. It was as if the South Mountain, South Xianyuan Nanfeng, was as weak as a dog. Everyone stared at the mighty dragon turtle battleship in the sky and felt that it was extremely unreal. Lin Ling was only the first Sky Emperor. He really dared to go, and he did it arrogantly. There was only a month until the end of the Vine Leaf world. Where did Lin Ling get his confidence from? Rumble. The dragon turtle battleship took everyone and disappeared into the sky. Patriarch Extreme Flame was a little nervous and expectant. However, he could only wait at home for the news. What? Mad God Lin Ling appeared? Didn't he refuse to fight? How dare he appear? I heard that this kid is going to Heavenly Witch Mountain to accept the challenge from Xianyuan Nanfeng. 3 days ago, he didn't come because he didn't rush over, not because he didn't dare to fight. You must be joking. Lin Ling is only the first Sky Emperor. How could he have the strength to fight against a powerful genius with the title CND? When Lin Ling went to Heavenly Witch Mountain, the entire 3 mysterious realms of the mortal world was in an uproar. It was like a stone that caused 1,000 ripples. Mad God Lin Ling had surfaced again. Moreover, it seemed like he was going to stir up huge waves. Countless people were looking forward to it. Heavenly Witch Mountain was located at the border between Xianpeng Province and Xianhuangdeu. This place was a forbidden area for many martial artists. Heavenly Witch Mountain was surrounded by an ancient lake. There were wild beasts in the lake. Without Wu Sheng's realm, no one could get close. Chapter 1839. CND's gathering. The CND's gathering on Heavenly Witch Mountain was even more prestigious. Many titled CND experts had gathered. At that moment, a large number of CND experts had gathered on the vast mountain range. There were many banquets on the mountain peak, including spirit peaches, celestial fruits, fine wine, and delicacies. However, many of the banquets were still empty. Clearly, they were still waiting for the guests to arrive. Lin Yanchen, your suggestion is good. The demon realm is about to invade. Evil Buddha and the ghost realm are also eyeing them covetously. Therefore, as titled CND experts, we should form an alliance. A young man at the banquet said calmly with a proud look on his face. To be able to be invited and appear here, this meant that his status in the mortal world was not low. This was a supreme honor and pride. Haha. Senior sister Lu Susu, and I came up with this suggestion. Thank you for giving us face. On the other side, a woman in yellow smiled gracefully. She had a long sword by her waist. She was the chief disciple of the Eternal Palace, Yanchen CND. Beside her was a charming and seductive woman. It was Lu Susu. She greeted everyone politely, but many CND experts stared at her maliciously and licked their lips. Then what is the alliance between Lu Susu and Lin Yanchen? As long as it is an alliance, I, Xingyue CND, will definitely join you. Of course, it would be good if you repay me appropriately. A skinny young man smiled faintly. The meaning of his words was obvious. If he joined their alliance, they should compensate him. In the human world, there were very few people who dared to disrespect Lu Susu. However, that didn't include the titled CND experts. Let's talk about it when you join us. Lu Susu knew what he meant. She was indeed a smooth and slick person, so she smiled and replied immediately. The 4 deities of Jade Water from the ancient Ji family are here. The twin dragons from the Xianyuan family are here. Supreme Clan's 9th moon is here too. TSK, that's the first celestial emperor from 300 years ago. Among the celestial emperors with the title of CND, his strength isn't weak either. Iron Reed CND. The Crystal 7 Talents, I've long heard of you. Today, I finally get to meet you. The gathering at CND on this Tianmu mountain is getting more and more valuable. Suddenly, the crowd was in an uproar. In the distant sky, a large number of CND arrived one after another. Every one of them was the youngest CND. Their cultivation time was no more than 500 years. And they were all experts on the Martial Pavilion's Earth ranking. There were as many experts as there were clouds, and as many geniuses as there were seas. These words were enough to describe the grandeur of this gathering on the Heavenly Witch Mountain. Thank you all for giving me face. As for Lu Susu and the others, they warmly welcomed them. In fact, it was that lord's idea to convene this CND alliance. And that lord was the mastermind behind the martial pavilion. When this suggestion was made, the three great legends of the mortal world also agreed. However, the first thing to do was to gather the young CND and divide them into several alliances. Then it was time for the CND, who had cultivated for 1,000 years, to gather and join the alliance. Everyone quickly sat down and chatted cheerfully. They didn't get to the main topic for the time being, because they had received news that an even more terrifying CND was coming. It was the son of Huang, Rumble. However, at this moment, the dragon turtle battleship arrived majestically in the sky, causing the entire heavenly witch mountain to fall silent. Even Lu Susu and the others' expressions changed slightly. The arrival of this person was so grand, and they didn't know where the CND expert came from. Is that the legendary dragon turtle battleship? TSK. I heard that with a battleship in hand, you don't even need to use a teleportation formation. You can travel anywhere you want. I'm so jealous. I wonder where the CND comes from. Who cares where the CND comes from? This dragon turtle battleship, I want it. Many CND narrowed their eyes, and a hint of greed bloomed in their eyes. The dragon turtle battleship was not bad. The dragon turtle battleship was mighty and domineering, and it quickly stopped above Heavenly Witch Mountain. Then, several figures walked out, causing the CND present to be stunned. They didn't know these people at all. Only a few people's expressions changed slightly, especially Lu Susu. She was even more shocked. How could she not know these people? If it wasn't Lin Ling, who else could it be? Moreover, not only did Lin Ling come alone, but he also brought Tyrant Shi Iran, the Fire Spirit Princess, Baiyun Tiandi, and the others. Although these people were very famous, they had only just stepped into the CND world. They weren't qualified to come to this gathering. This guy, Lu Susu smiled bitterly. If she remembered correctly, Lin Ling was only the first heavenly emperor. With such strength, he dared to come with great fanfare. This was really in line with Lin Ling's character. However, she stared at the handsome young man in the sky, and her beautiful eyes flickered. She hadn't seen him for a while, and that little guy was becoming more and more attractive. Who are you? Tell me your name. After a moment of silence, a cold voice finally drifted out from the top of the mountain. His name is Lin Ling, the first heavenly emperor. However, before Lin Ling could speak, a smile came from the top of the mountain. It was South Mountain, Xianyuan Southern Peak. At this moment, Xianyuan Southern Peak was a little excited. Chapter 1840. Fists are rules. What makes you think you're qualified to say that? Baiyun Tiandi wanted to remind Lin Ling to be careful, but Lin Ling had already spoken. Haha, I'm qualified in everything. Yishian Xiandi laughed mockingly. Lin Ling was a piece of trash who didn't even dare to fight the southern Xianyuan peak. How dare he ask him if he's qualified? You're only the first heavenly emperor, but I'm an expert with the title of CND. That's why I'm qualified. Yishian CND wanted to shake the world with his name, so he shouted angrily. His powerful aura erupted at the same time, causing the CND on the mountain peak to laugh even more coldly. A large number of experts had already gathered in the distance. Many titled heavenly emperors were also there. To them, Lin Ling dared to come to CND's world. He must have eaten a leopard's guts. I'm only the first heavenly emperor, but you're an expert with the title of CND. That's why I want to give you the dragon turtle battleship. So that's why. Lin Ling revealed an expression of sudden enlightenment, causing immortal Emperor Yishian to be astonished. Could it be that this Lin Ling was an idiot? How could he not understand such a simple logic? Just as he wanted to speak, under his aura, a fist ruthlessly slammed over. It was like the fist of an invincible war god, tyrannical and majestic. Boom! Yishian Xiandi's body twisted like a prawn, bending over and spitting out bile. Just as he was about to speak, an arm stretched out, grabbed his neck, and lifted him up. I'm the first heavenly emperor, and you're an expert with the title of CND? Lin Ling's thunderous voice came out of his mouth. This sentence was obviously sarcastic. He questioned Yuxian CND. You're an expert with the title of CND, so why are you so weak? Is this heavenly witch mountain your home? But even if it is your home, I, Lin Ling, can come and go as I please. You're courting death. Boom. Lin Ling grabbed Yuxian CND's neck and smashed it into the distance. Following that, an ancient dragonfish desolate beast rushed out from the Tianwu ancient lake and swallowed Yuxian CND. Lin Ling's attack was direct and efficient, and could be said to be thunderous. Silence. The mountaintop was completely silent. The heavenly witch mountain was completely silent. Even Baiyun Tiandi and the others were silent. They had never imagined that Lin Ling would come in such a forceful manner. Whoever dared to stop him would be sent flying with a single punch. This guy. Sure, Iran originally wanted to convince him with words. For example, they were here to look for the southern Xianyuan peak, and did not want to provoke others. However, Lin Ling chose to use the most domineering and simple way to solve everything. Trash Lin Ling. You didn't dare to accept the challenge, and now you come here to behave atrociously. How dare you? What kind of place is the Heavenly Witch Mountain? Are you even qualified to come here? After a moment of silence, the mountaintop was filled with angry shouts. Many CND experts leaped up and released their terrifying auras, wanting to suppress Lin Ling. To them, if Lin Ling could also come to the Heavenly Witch Mountain, it would be a humiliation to the CND experts. The strength of these immortal emperors couldn't be considered top-notch, but there were a lot of them. They seemed to be the followers of powerful immortal emperors. However, no matter where they were placed, these immortal emperors would be considered as overlords. Lin Ling's way of coming is so arrogant. How dare he be arrogant without strength? He's asking for humiliation. He forgot that he's facing the CND experts. In the distance, many people sneered. Lin Ling could defeat one CND expert, but could he defeat more than 10? Looking at the large number of experts flying towards him, Lin Ling sneered. If it was before, he would have avoided them, but now, he had nothing to fear. He sensed that there were many experts on the mountain peak who harbored evil intentions. They were people from the ancient Ji clan and Xianyuan clan. Hence, he knew that even if he swallowed his anger, those immortal emperors would not let him off. Qualifications, my fist is qualifications. Lin Ling roared. The ancient god emperor descended, the power of 16 universes exploded, and he used the black tortoise 9 steps. Boom! With one punch, a powerful CND expert was sent flying, spitting out blood. Boom! With another punch, the power of laws was also shattered, smashing into the ancient lake. No one knew if he was dead or alive. Boom! With another punch, no one could block it. They asked Lin Ling for qualifications, and Lin Ling told them what qualifications were with his strength. They thought that Lin Ling was the #1 heavenly emperor, and was not strong enough to face them. But that was only their imagination. Boom, boom, boom. A large number of heavenly emperors were sent flying. Some smashed into the ancient lake, and some spat out blood. Was this still the #1 heavenly emperor Lin Ling? With this strength, he could be ranked on the Middle-earth list. Wait, Lin Ling. I don't want to fight anymore. I won't stop you. Although those CND experts were above tens of thousands of people, and had a noble status, they were only between the first and second stage of Wuxia, and they only had 2 laws. You don't want to fight? Trash like you have the qualifications to come to the Heavenly Witch Mountain. How can I not have the qualifications? Lin Ling's sneer became wider, frivolous and domineering. At this moment, he was like a dazzling meteor, blooming with bright light. Boom, boom, boom. The ancient god emperor descended, as if he carried the pride of the star-picking nation, and suppressed all the CND experts in the sky, causing them to flee in panic. Star-picking great emperor. Looking at the tall and mighty figure, many people were shocked. It was as if they were looking at the 4 great emperors of the ancient era. As for Baiyun Tiandi and the rest, they sucked in a breath of cold air. They did not expect Lin Ling to become so strong. Even when facing a second stage Wuxia, he was still able to chop vegetables and cut melons. Now, do I have the qualifications? When he could no longer see any CND experts in the sky, Lin Ling looked down and said. This time, he felt extremely carefree. even more carefree than when he became the #1 heavenly emperor. One had to know that after the seal of the true martial world, he had been suppressing his anger because everyone was jealous of his achievements, so they joined forces to bully him. But now, all the suppressed anger was released. He felt his soul power slowly increasing, and this reminded him of Taoist Kame's words. Stick to your heart, don't be soft-hearted. Do I have the qualifications? Lin Ling shouted again. The world was silent. If Lin Ling was not qualified, then Xian Di and the rest, who were defeated by Lin Ling, would be even less qualified. This was the qualification that came from punching. Lin Ling, there's a place for you in the Heavenly Witch Mountain. Finally, Lu Susu's voice floated out, confirming Lin Ling's qualifications. As for the stronger Xian Di, their eyes flickered. They did not expect Lin Ling to become so strong. But they obviously did not care because Lin Ling had only defeated Wu Sheng. It was not worth their concern. On the contrary, if Lin Ling left now, they would be disappointed because Lin Ling's arrival in the Heavenly Witch Mountain would cause even more trouble. Let's go down. Lin Ling put away the dragon turtle battleship, held Princess Huiling's hand, and slowly walked down the mountain. As for Little Flame, the 9 spirits of heaven, and the rest, their faces were solemn. After landing on the mountain, they suddenly realized that the powerful aura on the mountain was extremely terrifying. The pressure was so strong that even Tyrant Shi and Iren's hearts trembled. However, all of them subconsciously looked at Lin Ling and realized that Lin Ling seemed to have blocked the wind and rain, allowing them to finally relax. That seat belongs to us. Scram! Lin Ling's face was calm. His gaze landed on one of the seats, and he immediately shouted coldly. Right now, most of the seats were occupied, and the limited number of seats were reserved for the experts who were about to arrive. Therefore, Lin Ling took a liking to a seat and directly snatched it. You're asking me to scram? He dares to come here so arrogantly. He must think that he has great talent and can amaze the world with a single brilliant feat. Unfortunately, he doesn't know that a cultivator needs to hide his strength. A cultivator like this is not worth our concern, another young man said indifferently. His appearance was exactly the same as the young man who spoke at the beginning. He was the Twin Dragons gang from the Xianyuan family. These 2 powerful Xian Di were strong practitioners who had cultivated for 400 years. Their strength reached the heavens and earth. Even among the 5th degree realm of Wu Sheng, there were few who could be their match. They were on par with the ancient Ji family's 4 Jade Water Fairies, the Supreme family's Jiu Yu Jiu, the Yi clan's Tai Lu Xian Di, and the Crystal 7 Talents. These Xian Di practitioners who had cultivated for less than 500 years were almost comparable to the Supreme Xian Di, Symbol Ancestor, and other strong practitioners. Don't worry. Although Lin Ling's talent has increased greatly, he is only in the 2nd degree realm of Wu Sheng. As for me, I am in the 4th degree realm of Wu Sheng and possess 11 laws. Oppressing him is as easy as flipping my hand. Moreover, Lin Ling is indeed too foolish. He shouldn't have revealed his talent so quickly. If he had used it at the crucial moment, perhaps there might be an unexpected effect. Xianyuan Nanfeng quickly regained his confidence. He stared at Lin Ling with disdain. Lin Ling had disappointed him. Unfortunately, how would he know that Lin Ling's heaven-ranked 10th grade was Lin Ling's final trump card? That's good. Many people are watching this gathering. We must spread the name of the Divine Dragon Warrior. The 2 Twin Dragons Society members spoke out. The crowd continued to eat and drink. They knew that something was going to happen next. Outside the Heavenly Witch Mountain, those onlookers also had the same thought. It's just that some people aren't like you, bullying the weak and fearing the strong. Bullying the weak and fearing the strong. Lin Ling was startled. He was bullying the weak and fearing the strong. Isn't that so? You only dare to bully those 1st degree Xian Di from Wusheng world. When you meet me, the Xian Di from the Twin Dragons Society, and the Crystal 7 Talents, you don't dare to be arrogant. Xianyuan Nanfeng stopped walking and stood 10 meters away from Lin Ling. Lin Ling was startled again, but he was too lazy to explain. He said, "That's right, I'm bullying the weak and fearing the strong. I'm not as low-key as you. You're strong but you don't bully the weak. Today, because I'm too arrogant and caused you to be dissatisfied, you came out to defeat me, right?" "You're right." Xianyuan Namfeng nodded indifferently. Lin Ling shook his head. "Then let's start. Since you said that I'm arrogant and fearing the strong, then I'll be arrogant to the end. I'll let you have 3 moves." Boom. Hearing Lin Ling's words, everyone's heart was struck by lightning. With a difference of 2 realms, Lin Ling actually let him have 3 moves? Although his talent was stronger, talent didn't mean everything. Idiot. Do you think you can defeat your opponent with pressure, just because your talent is strong? If a true expert doesn't have a law, then it's useless no matter how strong his talent is. This Lin Ling doesn't look like a knowledgeable cultivator. Arrogant soldiers are bound to lose. One of the Crystal 7 talents snorted coldly. Previously, he even burst out with a 10th grade heaven-ranked talent. He won't hold back. He's too straightforward, he won't be able to achieve anything. Another person shook his head. On the mountain peak, the experts were discussing with ridicule and disdain. Even Xianyuan Namfeng was shaking his head. He won this battle too easily. You'll regret it. South of the South Mountain, peak among peaks, dragon among dragons. Xianyuan Namfeng was too lazy to talk nonsense. He erupted with his full strength and released his law. An ancient mountain peak appeared behind him, soaring to the sky, and a divine dragon in the sky. According to legend, the height of a mountain didn't matter, as long as there was a dragon. South of the South Mountain, peak among peaks, dragon among dragons. One of the 5 heavenly monarchs in the past, today's genius with the title CND, he's fighting the number 1 heavenly emperor, Mad God Lin Ling. I wonder who will win. That's nonsense. Xianyuan Namfeng will definitely win. Yes, although Lin Ling can also defeat CND. Don't forget that when Lin Ling became the number 1 heavenly emperor, Xianyuan Namfeng was already titled CND. The crowd in the distance was extremely excited. They were witnessing the battle of the most talented geniuses that they had missed. First move, south of the South Mountain. An ancient voice sounded, and the law descended. A mountain within a mountain appeared, suppressing Lin Ling. The ancient mountain appeared around Lin Ling, and smoke filled the air. It turned into a huge mountain in the shape of a dragon, sealing off Lin Ling's space. Even the void was sealed. This is a law-locking martial art. Lu Susu frowned as she stared at the majestic scene. Since the development of law martial arts to this day, there had already been several domains. It was no longer a simple clash between the strong. Sometimes there would be schemes within schemes, as well as attack methods such as superimposing the power of law. As for law-locking martial arts, the power of law was not strong. Its only advantage was to seal Lin Ling. Moreover, this was only the first step. The second and third steps were the most terrifying. Second move, peak among peaks. Another law descended, and there were as many as 3. An ancient mountain fell from the sky, forming a triangle as if to suppress the earth. It was said that this peak among peaks was extremely powerful. If it suppressed an expert, it could last for 500 years. Moreover, the suppressed expert could not use any law, such as stepping into the void, shrinking, or using the power of wind, fire, and thunder. These could not shake the peak among peaks. This was an extremely powerful domain of law-locking martial arts. Dragon among dragons. An ancient azure dragon roared out. Its dragon horns were majestic, and its azure scales were shocking to the eye. After circling in the sky, it coiled around the mountain peak. Inside the mountain peak, Lin Ling was trapped and suppressed by the mountain peak. In the end, he was going to be swept to death by the azure dragon. This was a law-locking martial art. Chapter 1843. Defeating the enemy in one move. Good. Such terrifying power of law. Even if the gods of the 9 heavens were suppressed in the mountain, he would still die. Yes, Lin Ling only has this kind of strength, and he actually gave him 3 moves? Yes. Outside of the Heavenly Witch Mountain, on the summit, everyone was shocked. In their eyes, the azure dragon was constantly circling the ancient mountain. At first it was slow, But in the end, it reached a terrifying speed. It was like a spinning fan, cutting through space and everything. Defeat. Yes. Following Xianyuan Southern Peak's last figure, the Azure Dragon's roar was deafening. It was as if a passage to the devil world had been opened. The people in the distance were shocked. Lin Ling might have been torn to pieces by the Azure Dragon. Reverse for me. However, at this time, a loud voice suddenly resounded. The Azure Dragon's speed suddenly stopped, and then it began to rotate in an anti-clockwise direction. The ancient mountain suddenly exploded and rocks flew everywhere. An ancient god emperor's figure walked out, and a dragon's roar resounded. The power of 11 laws is too weak. Yes, the cold voice was like thunder, and it caused the wind and clouds to blow. Under countless gazes, a dragon's claw appeared. The blue-robed youth actually grabbed the huge Azure Dragon, and then fiercely clenched it. Dragon against dragon. The scene in front of them proved what a real divine dragon warrior was. Everyone's jaws dropped. Xianyuan Nanfeng used a law-locking martial art, but Lin Ling used an immortal emperor's other battle tactic, which was also the simplest one. It was a head-on clash and a direct destruction. However, in order to directly destroy the opponent, one's strength must be twice as strong as Xianyuan Southern Peak. However, in the eyes of the crowd, Lin Ling was only Wu Sheng's second layer. How could they know that at this moment, Lin Ling was using the Dragon Claw and the ancient god emperor's power of 19 universes? Even the geniuses from the 18 islands couldn't stop this attack. Xianyuan Nanfeng's cultivation couldn't compare to these geniuses, so how could he be a match for Lin Ling? Lin Ling was determined to prove himself today. The dragon claw in his left hand roared, as if his left hand was a dragon. You said before that you were strong, but you never bullied the weak. Today, because I was too arrogant, I made you unhappy. That's why you came out in a low-key manner to defeat me. Lin Ling's mocking voice was like the crisp sound of a slap. The slap on Xianyuan Nanfeng's face was undoubtedly extremely painful. Xianyuan Nanfeng thought that he was very strong, so he mocked Lin Ling for bullying the weak. But now, what qualifications did he have to say those words? He was not even comparable to Lin Ling. In fact, he was also weak. 2 spatial laws, plus physical strength and a 10th grade Heaven Realm talent. The powerful CND frowned. They thought that Lin Ling's trump card was his talent. But obviously, Lin Ling was also very strong in other areas. You lost. Ignoring the shock around him, Lin Ling took a step forward, and the dragon claw fiercely clawed out. The space cracked open, and 2 beautiful worlds appeared. No one knew which world they were from. Xianyuan Nanfeng's expression changed. He couldn't defeat Lin Ling in 3 moves, and Lin Ling's one move made him feel extremely pressured. There were 2 reasons for this. First, Lin Ling's talent was higher than his. Second, Lin Ling's physical body was too strong, and no one among the young CND could compare. Third, a strong physical body combined with the fusion of laws made this dragon claw even more terrifying. I admit defeat. Xianyuan Nanfeng kept retreating. He was a little scared. Everyone was dumbfounded. At first, they mocked Lin Ling for a reason. Xianyuan Nanfeng, one of the 5 celestial emperors in the past, was one of the 5 geniuses of the celestial emperor world. After stepping into the CND world, he wasn't weak because of his talent. But now, he was defeated in 1 move. This battle undoubtedly made Lin Ling's brilliance reach its peak. Who would dare to provoke Mad God Lin Ling? As for the CND world, their faces were solemn. If they didn't put Lin Ling in their eyes at the beginning, who would dare to now? This was because Lin Ling's strength was above average in this group of people. Of course, the most terrifying thing was Lin Ling's growth speed. He defeated a CND world genius in half a month. What if he was given another half a year? Then they would all have to stand aside. It was just an agreed battle, but you killed him. Even if he admitted defeat, you still wanted to kill him. Do you think we don't exist? The youth from the Twin Dragons Society shouted angrily. He raised his hands high and a golden dragon sat cross-legged above his head. It was as if it was a treasure dragon. Twin Dragons Society. That's one of the twin dragons, Xianyuan Kuan. Many people narrowed their eyes, but they weren't surprised that Xianyuan Kuan made a move. If he didn't, They would be surprised because the Twin Dragons Society and Xianyuan Nanfeng were from the same family. Xianyuan Kuan, don't forget the purpose of this gathering at Heavenly Witch Mountain, Lu Susu quickly said. Xianyuan Kuan was a 5th stage expert of Wuxia world and a 9th grade heaven-ranked talent. Lin Ling couldn't win. He's so arrogant. I don't think he's afraid of fighting with me. Lu Susu, you'd better not bother about us men's battle. Before Xianyuan Kuan said anything, another youth from the Twin Dragons Society said sinisterly. His name was Xianyuan Li, and his words were full of arrogance. He raised Lin Ling up high so that Lin Ling wouldn't be able to back down. If Lin Ling refused, then he could use words to suppress Lin Ling. People from the Xianyuan clan don't keep their promises. I'm used to it. Senior Lu Susu, if he wants to come, then let him come. I want to see what ability this Twin Dragons Society has. Chapter 1844. Twin Dragons Converge. You have guts. As expected of Mad God Lin Ling. I admire you. Take this. Xianyuan Kuan sneered and pushed out his golden dragon. Comparing guts, I'm definitely more gutsy than you. Unlike you, you're just a clown. However, Lin Ling didn't seem to understand Xianyuan Kuan's humble words and scolded him. Flames appeared on his dragon claws, cold and hot, forming the power of law. Who is this person? He's crazy enough to fight with the Twin Dragons gang. Is he looking for death? It's Mad God Lin Ling. He's crazy. Another large number of CND arrived, and they were all shocked. Today, their immortal emperor's world had a mad god that could battle the heavens and the earth. Not necessarily. Among the CND experts, a young man smiled faintly. He was Blazing Angel. He and Lin Ling had just arrived at the Heavenly Witch Mountain, and Blazing Angel was slower. However, when he saw Lin Ling suppressing the crowd, he understood Lin Ling's intentions. It seemed that Lin Ling wanted to seize a seat in the human realm. As for Lin Ling's strength, other than a few monsters in Wu Sheng's 5th realm, there weren't many who were Lin Ling's match. Sure enough, as he guessed, Lin Ling's Fire Dragon King appeared and clashed with the Golden Dragon. It actually suppressed the Golden Dragon and made it almost collapse. Seeing this scene, the entire mountain peak and outside the Heavenly Witch Mountain fell into a dead silence. One must know that Xianyuan Kuan refused to accept Lin Ling's rise, so he wanted to teach Lin Ling a lesson with the attitude of a senior. However, everyone knew that he didn't have the qualifications to call himself a senior in front of Lin Ling. Lin Ling could be said to be even crazier than before. What kind of fire is this? Why is it so strong even though it doesn't have much power of law? Those top-notch CND sucked in a breath of cold air. If they were surprised by Lin Ling's strength at the beginning, they were now horrified. You fought with me on Xianyuan Southern Peak, and after you won, you killed me to silence me. Is this the Grand CND? The other Xianyuan Li saw that the situation was not right, so he immediately joined the battle, but before he made his move, he also found an excuse for himself. I'll silence you? Do you have a pair of dog eyes? All I did was kick him out of the Heavenly Witch Mountain. Who knew that he would be swallowed by the ancient lake desolate beast? He can only blame it on his luck. Lin Ling's sneer deepened, but he was still as carefree as before. How could Lin Ling not know what the opponent was thinking? He taunted again. If you want to fight, then come. Why bother finding some hypocritical excuse? Crazy. If Heavenly Emperor powerhouses knew about Lin Ling's craziness, then now, CND powerhouses also knew how crazy Lin Ling was. One had to know that the so-called Twin Dragons Association was born from the same womb. According to legend, the two were born from dragon eggs. Only by combining the power of gold and silver would the two be able to merge. Once they merged, their strength would increase greatly. There were not many present who were his match. Then go to hell for me. Xianyuan Li also did not want to talk nonsense. His two heads held up the sky, and the silver dragon hovered in the sky, also releasing a treasure light. The entire sky was silver at this moment. Then it swept towards Lin Ling. In this way, the gold and silver dragons merged, and the treasure light shone brightly. For a time, the great battle of the ancient dragon on the mountain peak made countless people's blood boil with anticipation. And with the addition of Xianyuan, Lin Ling immediately felt the pressure. When the two joined forces, the power of law reached 25. This was an extremely strange law that could merge with each other. And Lin Ling's fire law only had 4. It raised its head high and looked down at the silver dragon that was rushing over, and actually made the silver dragon not dare to swim a step forward. Destroy! Lin Ling spat out a word. The white fire dragon king roared, and the hell of the underworld descended. The extreme yin and extreme yang rushed towards the silver dragon. Xianyuan Li's expression changed greatly. He continued to push out the laws, making the silver dragon circle around the heavenly witch mountain to avoid the fire dragon king's power. However, everyone could see that it was only a matter of time before the silver dragon was annihilated. Sure enough, it only lasted for a stick of incense's time before the silver dragon turned into endless silver light and disappeared. The fire dragon king's roar shook the heavens and earth. The twin dragons gang defeated. The crowd was silent again. Lin Ling defeated the twin dragons gang by himself. He only caught them off guard and made the convergence of the two dragons fail. If the two dragons had converged, they would not have been able to defeat the twin dragons gang with just 4 laws. At this time, a cold voice sounded. The silent youth who had been drinking finally threw away his wine cup. He held his sword and stood up, as if he was strolling through the sky. The strange thing was that his speed was not fast, but it gave people a very mysterious feeling. This was one of the Crystal 7 talents, Xiandi. According to legend, the Crystal 7 talents were titled by the human realm's highest deacon palace. Each of them had god-level talent, and were extremely terrifying existences. God-level talent. Who among the Xiandi had reached this level of talent? Crystal sword. As the young man roared, endless light gathered in his hand like fireflies, forming a terrifying sword. His steps were not fast as he slashed his sword at Lin Ling. In reality, his speed was extremely fast because he had slowed down the flow of space around him. That was why he looked slow. You said before that Wu Shengyu, who is in the second realm, could kill me like killing a dog. Now I want to see. When everyone heard this, they knew that the Crystal 7 talents were angry at Lin Ling's arrogant words from before. You want to see? Sure. But everyone who wants to see will end up like Xianyuan Nanfeng and the Twin Dragons gang. You will not be the last. Looking at the youth in the sky, Lin Ling said indifferently. These words undoubtedly made many people suck in a breath of cold air. Everyone could see that Lin Ling's power of laws had completely erupted. Now that he no longer had any laws, he was actually not afraid of the Crystal 7 talents. I will definitely be the last person who can end your light. The crystal sword became more and more dazzling and sharp, forming the power of 20 laws. Chapter 1845. Desolation's arrival. We, the Crystal 7 talents, don't have any backing behind us, and relied on our own hard work to finally gain the attention of the highest authority in the realm. In front of me, you don't have the right to be arrogant. His sword had already been drawn, and he wanted to battle Lin Ling. The crowd was looking forward to it even more. Those who admired Lin Ling started to worry, and those who couldn't wait for Lin Ling to die started to laugh even more coldly. But just as the Crystal 7 talents were getting closer to Lin Ling, his footsteps suddenly stopped as he looked deeply at Lin Ling. On the top of the mountain, Lin Ling's blue long robe fluttered as his long hair fluttered in the wind. His clear eyes were filled with determination, and his right hand was already touching the ancient sword behind his back, as though he was waiting for the Crystal 7 talents to draw their swords. Time seemed to have stopped as the scene was extremely shocking. In the sky, the arrogant swordsman drew his sword, and on the ground, the blue-robed youth held his sword as though the strongest swordsmen were clashing. Today is the day Xiandi is gathered, and I'm not the main character. However, moments later, the youth in the sky spat out a sentence and left with his sword. Boom! On seeing this scene, everyone was shocked as they didn't know what had happened. After all, swords were drawn and bows were about to be drawn, but in the next moment, the raging storm had retreated. Who wouldn't be shocked by such an outcome? Momentarily, Everyone started to discuss and make guesses. If it was really because of the gathering of C&D, then why did the Crystal Seven Talents draw their swords? And when they were about to slash Lin Ling, they kept their swords. Obviously, the reason was not like this. Only the Crystal Seven Talents knew that he couldn't draw his sword earlier, because at the moment he drew his sword, a natural instinct told him that it was dangerous to get close to Lin Ling. The reason was that the sword behind Lin Ling's back was even sharper. So he didn't dare to take the risk. When a swordsman drew his sword, it was either you die or I die. Initially, he couldn't stand Lin Ling's arrogance, but if Lin Ling had enough ability to be arrogant, then he wouldn't dare to say anything. This made him recall what Lin Ling said earlier. As Wu Sheng's second-degree realm, it wasn't difficult for him to kill the youth. In this case, there was indeed such a possibility, whereas Lin Ling's hand, which was holding the Peerless God sword, also loosened. Previously, he was waiting for the other party to draw his sword, as he prepared to unleash a fatal blow, but the other party's reaction was quick, and gave up, so Lin Ling didn't bother to follow up the victory to pursue the attack. Because his motive today was to snatch Xiandi's position, and now, this goal was achieved. However, the result was indeed so. The powerful immortal emperors on the mountain peak all had solemn expressions. Regardless of whether they admitted it or not, they had already acknowledged Lin Ling's position in their hearts. Lin Ling was now a titled celestial emperor. But today At this moment, a voice came from the sky. A young man in a red robe looked down with a smile. He was arrogant and unruly, and his smile carried a touch of cynicism. Everyone stared at the young man, and their expressions changed drastically. At the same time, the entire Heavenly Witch Mountain was in an uproar. Although they didn't know who that person was, he must have a strong background to dare to speak in such a manner in the powerful C&D world. The son of Huang has descended to the mortal world. One must know that although Lin Ling was powerful, Xiao Tianzi was the son of Huang. The two of them were not from the same world. Lin Ling smiled. Although he was surprised that Xiao Tianzi was the son of Huang, he felt that it was normal. Because in this world, Xiao Tianzi was one of the people that he couldn't see through. Although I know it's useless to ask, C&D is forming an alliance today. Are you interested in joining my alliance? Xiao Tianzi walked down and smiled again. I like to travel alone, so I don't plan to join any alliance. Lin Ling smiled and refused. Xiao Tianzi also smiled. You and I are considered friends. Are you not going to give me face? His words were mostly joking, but for some reason, Lin Ling felt that there was a hint of killing intent in his words. There was even a hint of excitement. It was as if Xiao Tianzi was very happy and excited to see Lin Ling. Friends are friends, alliance is alliance. I'm used to being lazy. How can I accept being bound? Lin Ling replied calmly. He then forget it. I hope you and I can join hands when the demon race invades. Xiao Tianzi waved his hand indifferently and sat down at a banquet. On the Heavenly Witch Mountain, they, the sons of Huang, already had their own seats. C&D secretly gritted his teeth. Xiao Tianzi only talked to Lin Ling. It was as if Lin Ling was the C&D that Xiao Tianzi valued. The other C&D were like ants. This kind of treatment was very unpleasant. Fallen Mortal took a deep look at Lin Ling and walked into the banquet with a smile. He knew that Xiao Tianzi had told him that Lin Ling was his friend. If he wanted to touch Lin Ling, he had to think twice. Although Fallen Mortal didn't fear Xiao Tianzi, he wouldn't offend Xiao Tianzi for a Lin Ling. He was a little curious. Why was Lin Ling valued by Xiao Tianzi? Everyone sat back down and whispered to each other. In their eyes, Lin Ling and the two women hugged each other. Although the atmosphere was harmonious, people couldn't help but secretly worry, especially Fallen Mortal and Prince Xiaoyao. They knew that the heaven-blessed martial warrior was a strange man who had always liked the two women. It was just that he had been pursuing them bitterly all this time to no avail. They had seen the heaven-blessed martial warrior with the two women in several places. Moreover, he was extremely polite to the two women, as if they were bodyguards. But now, The two women had sought refuge in the arms of another man in front of everyone. This was a disgrace to the heaven-blessed martial warrior. Brother Ling, you've lost weight. At this moment, Yu didn't pay attention to the surrounding gazes. She hugged Lin Ling excitedly. At present, she still had the liveliness of a young girl, but she had the charm of a woman and appeared extremely gentle. We've been looking for you. And Yuer was so emotional that her beautiful eyes were wet. Although they had brushed past each other last time, she didn't blame Lin Ling, because she also knew the responsibility Lin Ling shouldered. She even secretly collected everything about Lin Ling. When she knew that Lin Ling was the true martial realm's Seal King, that Lin Ling stepped into the fire race, that Lin Ling fought in the Forbidden City, that Lin Ling rose in the Vine Leaf world, all of these made her proud and excited, because she knew that as Lin Ling continued to rise, Lin Ling would find them. Therefore, she had been waiting for the man who saved her in the Heaven Mystic's kingdom to take her back. No matter what kind of existence she was in the ancient Yungu Immortal Plateau, she knew that she was Lin Ling's woman. Yu's senior sister Yuer. Lin Ling's eyes were a bit wet. In fact, he was arrogant and let the entire mortal world know that he was Mad God Lin Ling. Part of the reason was that he, Lin Ling, was qualified to see his wife. He was very clear that in this world, strength was respected. Without strength, even if he saw his wife, he might not be able to bring her back. Therefore, he had been working hard, and now, he had the qualifications. He looked at the two women, and seemed to have returned to the beginning of his dream, to the Heaven Mystic's kingdom, to the Gu Yin sect, and to the vows that the young man and woman made. The three hugged and cherished that hard-earned moment. Many people's eyes flashed. They could see that the three were very close. Brother Ling, this is Yer. At this time, Yu suddenly smiled and pulled out a 10-year-old child from behind. This child was delicate and handsome, and his facial features were similar to Lin Ling's. He looked at Lin Ling blankly. Although it was the first time he saw Lin Ling, his mother and second mother often told him about his father's pride. Therefore, he had been worshipping his father since he was young. Now he finally saw his father. In his eyes, his father was tall, imposing, and had a smile on his face, which made him less nervous. At the same time, a kind of kinship that blood was thicker than water spontaneously arose. Although he was unfamiliar, he seemed to have seen this man in his dreams. Linny, my son Linny. Lin Ling was incoherent. His son Linny, he also had a son. At this moment, he was more excited than anyone else. Subconsciously, Lin Ling hugged Lin Yi and kissed him heavily on the face. Yu and Yuer, and the others smiled with gratification. Their family was finally reunited. Father! Lin Yi shouted subconsciously. Then he hugged his father, his heart filled with joy. The crowd stared at Lin Ling's family reunion, and were astonished. This Lin Ling was used to being arrogant. He actually had a family reunion in Xiandi. This was simply unprecedented. Haha, I have God-tier talent, endless potential, the most valued genius of the human world's highest attendant palace. In the future, I will protect the entire human world, so I became Desolate's son. This is my qualification. Tianzong laughed mockingly. Amir Xiandi actually dared to ask him why he became Desolate's son. He simply couldn't see through himself. You're not the only one with God-tier talent. Lin Ling sneered and stretched out his left hand. The yellow spring flame bloomed without holding back. The white flame was shocking, as if the yellow spring great emperor had descended. In that instant, the entire heavenly shaman mountain became silent. The twin dragons' union finally understood why they lost before. Tianzong's pupils constricted. Lin Ling had God-tier talent? God-tier talent was no small matter. For example, Xiandi's crystal 7 talents were valued by the human world's highest attendant palace, because they had God-tier talent. And Lin Ling also had God-tier talent, which meant that the human world's highest attendant palace also valued him. You say that I'm the king of mortals? But even if I'm the king of mortals, there are still many people in this world who support me. There are many who view me with importance. Qin Wentian continued, shouted Lin Ling again. For his family, for Lin Ling, for Yu, He would tell the whole world what kind of potential he had, what kind of strength he had. He would show them everything. His family would be proud of him. Emperor Shou of the 7 Emperors supports Lin Ling. Emperor Yu supports Lin Ling. Emperor Qing Jing supports Lin Ling. Emperor Duo Wen supports Lin Ling. 2 champions of Champion University supports Lin Ling. The Supreme Clan supports Lin Ling. The Eternal Palace supports Lin Ling. The Xianhuang Deyushir clan supports Lin Ling. After Lin Ling's voice, many people's voices resonated in the air, shaking the whole world. Many people were astonished. Actually, the Eternal Palace, the Supreme Clan, and the other attendants of the human world had wanted to make peace with Lin Ling in the Vine Leaf world. Now, Lin Ling had revealed his god-tier talent, the Yellow Springs Flames, which was one of the 10 godly flames of the world. They supported Lin Ling even more. They could see that Lin Ling's future was dazzling. Lin Ling's enemies in the past are now supporting Lin Ling. The crowd's hearts were pounding. Lin Ling's call had attracted hundreds of people. The most terrifying thing was that the 2 champions of Champion University were supporting Lin Ling. Was he really a king of ordinary people? Tianzong Shunwu's expression changed drastically. He hadn't thought that Lin Ling would be so strong. On top of that, Lin Ling had god-tier talents. Surprisingly, he wanted to make Lin Ling feel inferior. Would Lin Ling retreat? The son of Huang, you have more resources, that's all. If you want to compare the importance of the human world, I, Lin Ling, am not inferior to you, said Lin Ling indifferently. Lin clenched his fists in excitement. He had heard about his father's pride from his mother, and now he was seeing his father's pride again. However, that wasn't the end of it. Lin Ling, congratulations on your family reunion. In the sky, the dragon turtle battleship broke through the clouds and arrived. An old man with a turtle shell on his back appeared and smiled at Lin Ling. He had known that Lin Ling would be in trouble, so when Lin Ling left, he had followed him. Who's that? Who? The prophet of the human world, Jimrin, came. What? Everybody was astonished because the prophet of the human world was supporting Lin Ling. As a prophet of the human world, I have a feeling that in the future, Lin Ling will be the most important person to protect the human world. He's going to come, said Daoist came indifferently, glancing around. Tianzong Shunwu was the most important person in the human world because of his natural talent. But now Daoist came was telling everybody that Lin Ling was even more important. Because Daoist came was the prophet of the human world, he knew everything. He was telling everybody about Lin Ling's future. Lin Ling had stolen the thing she loved the most. Of course, if one had to say who was the angriest, it was actually the heaven-blessed martial artist. Although Lin Ling's talent was indeed not bad, it was still very weak to him. However, such a weak existence had snatched the woman he loved from his hands. How could he be satisfied? Godly cultivator, not bad, not bad. Lin Ling, you're the best nourishment for me, said Tianzong. Lin Ling had shown that he was a godly cultivator. The whole world was astonished. Xiaoyao Tianzi had a different opinion. As for Lin Ling's enemies in the past, now they wanted to shake hands and make peace with Lin Ling. Even though Lin Ling had created many miracles in the past, his future achievements were limited, so no one obeyed him. But now no one dared to doubt his achievements. A godly cultivator was one of the strongest geniuses in the mortal world. He would definitely become a big shot in the future. The 7 emperors, law overlords, and encompassing overlords began to support Lin Ling. In fact, their grudges with Lin Ling weren't that great, so it wasn't hard for them to take a step back. Of course, when they supported Lin Ling, they were inevitably mocked by the Li Shou imperial warriors. Some were happy while others were sad. The famous clans, the ancient Ji clan, and the Xinyuan clan, these deacons of the mortal world, were worried. Their feud with Lin Ling wasn't a small one, and it couldn't be resolved. Thus, the stronger Lin Ling was, the greater the pressure on them. As for the Hua clan and the Yi clan, after hesitating for a while, they finally chose to support Lin Ling. Especially the Hua clan, they couldn't help but sigh with emotion at the foresight of their ancestor. Letting Lin Ling go in the past was indeed the most correct decision. Heavenly martial prowess, with a powerful source of physical strength, also has a godly talent. In the mortal world, Xiandi is the strongest Xiandi. Although he's currently in the realm of Wuxia, he's half a step into the martial emperor realm. Lin Ling, you must know that the martial emperor realm is the emperor realm, so the strength of the son of Huang can't be underestimated. At this moment, in the dragon turtle battleship, Daoist came looked at Lin Ling and said, although Lin Ling knew that heavenly martial prowess was very strong, he was still shocked when he knew the approximate strength. The source of physical strength was Wuxia's strength after the 5th stage. As for godly talent, Lin Ling had the flame of the underworld, so he naturally knew how powerful godly talent was. For example, right now his law of fire could replace 3 or even 5 laws of other people. So, your previous action of showing your talent was correct. Only in this way will the highest deacon hall of the mortal world value you. Next, you will get a lot of merit points, which is the mortal world's reward for people with godly talent. There are still 10 months before the invasion of the demon race. Although the mortal world is constantly sealing the void boundary, most of them have failed. So, during this period of time, you have to improve your strength as much as possible, because the demon race is very powerful. If you don't have the power to protect yourself, it will be very dangerous. Moreover, when the demon race invades, the first thing they want to do is to wipe out the powerhouses of the mortal world, such as the sons of Huang, the Crystal 7 talents, and you. However, in addition to being careful of the demon race, you also have to be careful of humans. I've divined for you that some of the sons of Huang are against you, but it's difficult to calculate who it is. I'm sure that the heaven-warping divine martial artist is one of them. Daoist came continued to say, which made Lin Ling's expression turn serious. He had shown his talent, which had both advantages and disadvantages. The advantage was that he was valued by the mortal world, and the disadvantage was that he had become a thorn in their side. Moreover, the enemy was hidden in the dark, making it impossible to guard against. Right. I see that you are a little familiar with the boundary, so I'll tell you the level of the boundary master. In fact, the divine weapons of the mortal world can't be called divine weapons, and can't even be called immortal weapons. They can only be called half-immortal weapons. This kind of heavenly weapon can barely reach the power of a half-immortal weapon when it's unsealed. And the sword on your body is at the immortal weapon level. Daoist came looked at Lin Ling and said, in fact, he could calculate many things about Lin Ling, but he couldn't see through the most important secrets. The ancient sword on Lin Ling's back was one of them. But now, not only the mortal world's 3 great legends, but even the highest deacon palace of the mortal world had recognized Lin Ling. When Lin Ling and others walked down from the dragon turtle battleship, Tian Shui and the others were still kneeling on the street of the rainforest sacred land. At first, they didn't believe that Lin Ling could win, but now the rumor was that not only had Lin Ling defeated Xinyuan Nanfeng, he had also defeated the Twin Dragons Union and challenged the Son of Desolation. This news shocked them to the core. Lin Ling walked over with Lin Yi in his arms. He also saw Tian Shui and the others, but he was in a good mood now. He smiled and said, "Go on your own." "Go. You want us to go?" Tian Shui, Yun Shan and the others were even more surprised. With Lin Ling's current strength, it would be easy for him to kill them. "Don't tell me you want to fight with me?" Lin Ling tilted his head and smiled. Tian Shui and the others immediately waved their hands. What a joke. Even if they joined forces, they wouldn't be a match for Lin Ling. "Lin Ling, I'm sorry. I shouldn't have underestimated you. It seems that you have indeed missed the time. It's not that you don't dare to challenge Xinyuan Nanfeng. Lin Ling, I admire you." Tian Shui stood up and apologized. He couldn't help but feel grateful to his brother. If it weren't for the jade tablet, Lin Ling could have easily killed him. "Get lost." Lin Ling immediately scolded Tian Shui for his apology. This guy was flattering him. Unfortunately, he didn't have time to listen to him. Tian Shui smiled brightly and hurriedly fled. Ling, it's you and you. They are back. At this moment, Patriarch Extreme Flame and the others had already run over in a frenzy. They were so excited that their eyes were moist. Grandfather Aunt Yinshin, you and the others walked out from behind Lin Ling and looked at Patriarch Extreme Flame and the others with excitement. They had all come from the tiny Heaven Mystics Kingdom. It was a miracle that they could still be reunited on the huge stage of the mortal realm. After all, they knew how many people had their families destroyed and their wives and children separated from each other under the attacks of experts. And the reason for all of this was because they had a flag. Lin Ling, you are getting more and more beautiful. Little sister Mingyan, big sister Xiaolan, you too. Yuman Yun Qin Xiaolan. And the others also walked out and hugged Yu and the others. They seemed to have returned to the time when they were in the Heaven Mystics Kingdom. Yu and Yuer, do you still remember me? Princess Hualing also walked out and smiled. At this moment she was much quieter. Her delicate body had quietly grown up, making her look more beautiful. She had transformed into the second dream. The second dream, you are back. Yu and the others were excited again. Lin Ling had brought the second dream back from the ghost domain. This was Lin Ling's promise in the past. Lin Ling had kept his promise. This is your great-grandfather, and this is your grandmother. When Lin Ling saw his family reunited, he was extremely happy and had a strong sense of accomplishment. He then put Linny down. Linny, Patriarch Extreme Flame, and the others already knew that Lin Ling had a son. Hence, they were even more excited now. Linny blinked his big eyes. Although this was the first time he saw Patriarch Extreme Flame and the others, Yu and the others had told him everything about Lin Ling since he was young. Hence, he had an impression of Patriarch Extreme Flame. Great-great-grandfather. Linny opened his small mouth and said in a low voice. Good, Lin Ling has a descendant. Patriarch Extreme Flame laughed and then excitedly hugged Linny. My grandson, I want to see him. Grandpa. Lin Ling's grandfather, Yusher Mo Ping, also jumped out. He rubbed his hands and looked at the delicate little boy. In-law, don't worry. It's not good to scare you. Also look at your serious face. Those who don't know will think that someone owes you money. You should learn how to smile before hugging my grandson. Patriarch Extreme Flame naturally did not want to let go. He hugged Lin Yi and did not want to let go. Mo Ping suddenly opened his eyes wide. Everyone laughed. Lin Yi was extremely well behaved. He called out to them one by one. His words were very sweet, making the old people laugh even more happily. After a long time, Patriarch Extreme Flame looked at Taoist came and said, Ling, this is? Ling. Chapter 1850. Assassination. She. Ancestor Extreme Flame froze for a moment. What kind of person is a prophet of the mortal world? However, Lady Shui Wu, Lady Pu, and the others all sucked in a breath of cold air. Especially Gang In Xiandi. His complexion changed greatly. Prophet of the mortal world? Legend has it that he was a big shot of the mortal world in ancient times. He was highly respected and omniscient. Countless people in the mortal world wanted to visit him, but they were all rejected by him, including Gang In Xiandi. He originally thought that he would never have the chance to meet such a character in his lifetime. But now, not only did he meet Taoist came, he even followed Lin Ling to the rainforest sacred land. Lin Ling, what kind of power does he have to be able to summon such a character? Greetings, Taoist came. Greetings, Ancestor Extreme Flame. And the others gradually learned of Taoist came's origin and saluted. From a certain point of view, Taoist came was everyone's senior, including Ancestor Extreme Flame. No need to be so polite. Lin Ling is my friend. Everyone is also my friend. Taoist came waved his hand and smiled. Friends, greetings. Gang In Xiandi, and the others opened their mouths wide. They thought that Lin Ling was a junior and Taoist came was a senior. Who knew that they were peers? Lin Ling also knew that everyone was surprised. But at this moment his mood was very good, so he shouted, Taoist came rarely comes here. And Yu and the others are also back. The family is reunited, so let's have a big feast today. Greetings. Big feast. Greetings. An earth-shattering sound came from the rainforest's sacred land. This place was like a pure land of the world. With Lin Ling's banner, no one in the human world would dare to invade. That night, the rainforest's sacred land was bustling with noise and excitement. Daoist Came was also enjoying the liveliness. He held a bowl of wine and looked forward. He smiled and said, "Lin Ling, you are their pillar. They have a home because of you. I hope that in the future, you can treat the mortal world the same way you treat your family." Lin Ling took a sip of the wine in his hand and looked at the lively crowd in front of him. He smiled but did not answer. He was not a saint, so he was only friendly to his family and friends. As for others, if he could help them, he would do so. However, he would not fight for certain people. Kame's spiritual master also knew Lin Ling's temperament, so he didn't try to persuade him anymore. I'll say the same thing again. With the invasion of the devil race, the mortal realm will inevitably give birth to more powerhouses. Moreover, the ancient powerhouses will also return. Among them may be your master, the sword immortal Tsang Heaven. And I can be sure that in the future, you will definitely become a giant in the mortal realm. This is also the reason why I chose to help you. Daoist Came clearly thought highly of Lin Ling. By the way, I also have some research in the field of barriers. Although I am showing off in front of an expert in the way of barriers, there is always someone who can learn from me. So, I still hope that I can help you. Daoist Came said again. Lin Ling's heart warmed. Daoist Came was teaching him without reservation. Barriers are very diverse. They are divided into immortal armaments that have a limited number of uses. There are also immortal armaments that have an unlimited number of uses. Because the materials required are too expensive, most of the immortal armaments that have a limited number of uses. Barriers are divided into 6 types: attack type, lock type, and system type. Capture type, defense type, and special type. Attack type, as the name implies, is to use the power of laws to attack the enemy. System type, for example, the way of the 5 elements mutual restraint. For example, if the opponent's martial artist is of the fire attribute, you can restrain the water attribute immortal armaments. As for the capture type, it is similar to the battle between you and Xianyuan Nanfeng. His martial arts were of the capture type. First, he used the power of laws to trap you. Then, he used a powerful attack to suppress you. As for the defense type, it is used for defense. Special type, it is the most complicated type. Currently, I have not seen any special type of immortal armaments. Hearing this, Lin Ling had a deeper understanding of barriers. Although he had obtained a part of Li Xiaoyao's memory and knew a lot of barriers, they were all intermittent and not systematic. Exceptional divine armaments should be of the attack type, Lin Ling thought to himself. Next, he asked Spiritual Master Kame for advice again. Spiritual Master Kame smiled and told Lin Ling all the barriers he knew. For example, the defensive barrier of the fan, which was made with 7 million array patterns, the speed barrier of lightning, and so on. However, what surprised Spiritual Master Kame was that Lin Ling's speed of learning barriers was much faster than his. Moreover, he would come up with strange ideas from time to time, which benefited Spiritual Master Kame a lot. For the next few days, Spiritual Master Kame walked around the rainforest sacred ground, went to the 100 regions, and also went to the Heaven Mystics Kingdom. As for Lin Ling, he was studying barriers. He used his merit points to exchange for a lot of treasures, engraved barriers, and gave them to Patriarch Extreme Flame and the others, one for each of them. Most of the barrier immortal weapons did not have high requirements for cultivation realm. There were many types of 1-star barriers. Lin Ling was refining a one-time use immortal weapon, which could trigger the power of law once. It was enough for Patriarch Extreme Flame and the others to protect themselves. When all the merit points were used up, the strength of the entire rainforest sacred ground would increase greatly. Lin Ling was once again penniless, but he was satisfied. Because his family had a guardian, he did not have to worry about the future. Next, he had to increase his strength. However, just as he was about to enter the purple mansion to cultivate, under the night sky, 5 figures appeared on the roof and looked down at Lin Ling, who was about to enter the house. The strange thing was that the surroundings were quiet, as if this area was sealed. Power of law. This sudden change made Lin Ling's face turn ugly. He felt that the power of law in the surroundings was extremely strong. Lin Ling, you must die today. In the darkness, an old man dressed in white robes stared at Lin Ling like a soul reaper. The other 4 people were expressionless. Real energy source. Power of law is twice as strong as void energy source. Seniors, I'm afraid that Wuxia's realm is above 6th stage realm. To be able to summon such a powerhouse in the human realm. And those who want to kill me. There are only a few powerhouses. But I'm now a genius who is highly valued by the highest attendant hall in the human realm. Aren't you afraid that you'll bring trouble to the powerhouses behind you by killing me? Lin Ling frowned as his soul force surged in, searching for a flaw. But what surprised him was that the old man's power of law was too strong, and there were too many of them. It actually blocked his soul force from rushing out of the small courtyard. One had to know that just 10 meters away, Yu and the others were staying there, but no one could discover Lin Ling's strange situation. You don't need to talk nonsense. After you die, no one will know who killed you. If you want to blame someone, blame yourself for displaying your innate talent, forcing us to kill you no matter what. That white-robed old man said indifferently. You don't need to resist stubbornly. With your innate talent, if you raise your realm, we're definitely not your match. Unfortunately, our realms are much higher than yours. Save time, let's end this quickly. Kill. Those few old men finally shouted, and unleashed a terrifying power of law. Instantly, golden light shone brightly, as though numerous blazing suns were rising. Golden crows were roaring and books were flipped open, like heavenly books. Prestigious family. Lin Ling's pupils constricted. He saw the divine treasury ancient records. That's right. This divine treasury ancient records records the history of the 4 great eras, and has supreme authority. To be able to die under the divine treasury ancient records, Lin Ling, you've died a worthy death. The voice in the sky was filled with murderous intent. Lin Ling's expression changed drastically. He immediately unleashed his doppelgangers, but under the 5 blazing suns' illumination, all his doppelgangers were shattered immediately. Moreover, the space split open, and the entire world seemed to be overturned. Chapter 1851. The assassination failed. Collect. 5 cold voices rang out at the same time. The divine treasury books erupted with a large amount of laws, enveloping Lin Ling, and gradually sucking Lin Ling into the books. The history of the mortal world appeared in Lin Ling's eyes like passing clouds. It made Lin Ling realize that he was about to become history. What powerful strength! Although the laws are not scary, there are too many of them. If I don't break the divine treasury books, I will definitely die. Lin Ling's expression became even more unsightly. A dragon claw appeared and swept away the surrounding power of laws. It was as if he was trapped in a pill furnace, and could be refined to death at any time. This kind of attack was similar to a capturing type of power of laws. First trap the enemy, then kill them. The power of laws and barriers were actually the same. The benefits of barriers could be attached to weapons, and could save the energy source in the Dantian. Moreover, it could be used by weak people to fight across realms. Bang bang bang. The power of 19 universes collided with the divine treasury books, causing the ancient books to sway. This child's physical strength is so strong, and his defense is also terrifying. I must increase the power of laws. Even if I have to exhaust my cultivation, I must kill him. If I don't kill him, the prestigious families will never have a day of peace. Lin Ling, if you want to blame someone, blame yourself for being ruthless. Even if you die, you won't let the prestigious families off. The old men's faces turned sinister. They hated Lin Ling to the bone. However, they didn't expect that the people who died in Lin Ling's hands were all courting death. Moreover, Lin Ling's reputation was rising, but he didn't seek revenge from the prestigious families. It was obvious that Lin Ling didn't plan to provoke the prestigious families. However, the man was harmless to the tiger, but the tiger was harmful to the man. Obviously, with Lin Ling's rise, the prestigious families were afraid that Lin Ling would take revenge on them in the future. Therefore, they made the first move. After you die, Your rainforest's sacred land will gradually decline. At that time, no one will remember this place, and everyone here will die. One of the old men's killing intent gushed out. Soaring Dragon Universe. Lin Ling released all of his power of laws. Flames spewed out from the ancient book. As expected of a god-level talent, its power is terrifying. Second brother attack. The expressions of those elders changed again. One of them suddenly gritted his teeth and spat out a mouthful of blood onto the divine treasury book, causing the ancient book to shine brightly. The old man immediately became dispirited, as if he had aged 10 years. With the addition of the old man's law of life, the ancient book's power increased greatly. The authority of the mortal world appeared, and the book began to close slowly. Once it closed, Lin Ling would be reduced to ashes. Old bastard. Lin Ling's eyes turned red. The reason why he didn't pay attention to the prestigious clans was because Lin Ling's target had already fallen onto the devil race. He didn't expect that the prestigious clans would violate the rules and attack him first. Haha, go die. What power do you have left to fight back? Those few old men had consumed a lot of their life force, but they all laughed crazily. If Lin Ling died, then the famous families would be able to survive. Yellow Spring's army return. At this moment Lin Ling roared. It was as if the gates of the ghost domain had been opened, and a large number of souls shot out from all corners of the mortal world. The law of life outside the small courtyard was too strong, so it could block the soul power. However, Lin Ling's Yellow Springs army was connected to Lin Ling's soul, so when Lin Ling summoned the Yellow Springs army, the entire Yellow Springs army received the order. Whoosh! Everyone in Xiamping province was shocked, because the Yellow Springs army had arrived in the sky. The most terrifying thing was that those weren't mere souls, but souls with powerful strength. Many of them were even at Wu Sheng's level. Great Emperor. Those souls attacked the law of life around the small courtyard, causing the 5 old men's expressions to change drastically. With their strength, killing Lin Ling wasn't difficult. But the problem was to kill Lin Ling without anyone knowing. Because if this matter was exposed, then a disaster would befall them. It's Yellow Springs flame. One of the old men's expression changed drastically. They thought that they were very familiar with Lin Ling, but who knew that Lin Ling still had a backup plan? While the few old men were enraged, they didn't notice that the space in the ancient book had shattered. A sword seemed to slash through the void. 30-dimensional space law. With a slash of the sword, the closed book was slashed open, revealing Lin Ling, whose eyes were as red as snow, holding the god-slaying sword in his hand. 30 Dao laws. This kid probably has few opponents in Wu Sheng's 5th stage realm. The 5 old men were shocked again. Of course, Lin Ling was able to slash open the divine treasury book, because they were distracted. Because their gazes were focused on the souls outside. Otherwise, 30 Dao laws wouldn't be enough to shake the divine treasury. Kill him quick. Kill! The 5 old men let out hysterical voices, as if they had gone mad. They weren't afraid of Lin Ling, but they were afraid of the human realm's giants. Fishing rivers and mountains. Kill! As expected, after the Yellow Springs army arrived, it attracted the attention of the 7 emperors. After all, the 7 emperors weren't far away from this place. A fish hook descended from the sky. Before it landed on the ground, the entire earth seemed to have been fished up. It was terrifying. Chapter 1852. They shouldn't have attacked him. Wait! Taoist Kame's expression changed. He wanted to stop them, but the 5 old men sneered. Their bodies suddenly exploded into countless pieces and disappeared into the earth. Seeing this scene, everyone frowned. These 5 were quite unyielding. Great clans. Lin Ling's expression was cold. Even though he hated great clans, he was too lazy to care about them. Because of the invasion of the devil race, the mortal world was reshuffled. Many of his former enemies had become comrades. If these great clans didn't provoke him, then Lin Ling wouldn't provoke them either. However, these great clans were afraid of his rise and were afraid that Lin Ling would take revenge in the future. So they actually tried to assassinate him. Lin Ling didn't want to see such a thing happen again. He didn't want to provoke others, but others shouldn't think about provoking him either. Especially when they were doing whatever they wanted in his home. He didn't want to see this even more. Boom! He activated the remaining yellow spring flame and engulfed the broken pieces. Gradually, the souls of the 5 old men appeared. At this moment, their faces were full of horror because they were dead. They should have gone to reincarnate, but now they couldn't. Moreover, the great clans that they respected the most seemed to have become Lin Ling at this moment. The assassination failed, so you used death to atone for your sins. This is indeed worthy of respect. But my place isn't a place where you can come and go as you please. Lin Ling waved his right hand. The 5 old men couldn't control themselves and flew towards Lin Ling. Moreover, they kneeled down in the air. Even their souls were trembling. Even though their current strength wasn't weak, they still didn't have the power to resist Lin Ling. These bastards! Ancestor Taiyin Yuyu. And the others looked at Lin Ling. They were incomparably angry. Lin Ling didn't want to provoke anyone else. But these people actually wanted to kill Lin Ling. They wouldn't let such people go because if Lin Ling died, then even more people would die in the rainforest's sacred ground. Alright, it's over. Everyone disperse. Lin Ling looked at the crowd and smiled. He didn't want his family and friends to worry about his safety, so he tried his best to appear relaxed. Alright, Lin Ling, be careful. Ancestor Extreme Flame. And the others nodded and then dispersed. With Taoists came and the other experts here. They did not need to worry about Lin Ling's safety. Emperor Li Shou, Emperor Yu, and the others frowned. They also felt that the Eminent Clan had gone too far. If they weren't mistaken, the Eminent Clan had a genius called Yin Shan who had provoked Lin Ling not long ago. However, Lin Ling let her go. So the Eminent Clan's current actions were equivalent to looking for trouble. Lin Ling smiled as he conversed with several mortal realm giants, as if he did not take this matter to heart. After a long time, Emperor Li Shou and the others also left. Came Taoist smiled and glanced at Lin Ling. He left behind a meaningful sentence before leaving. Lin Ling, be careful next time. Got it. Lin Ling smiled and nodded. Only then did he step into his hut. Behind him, the Yellow Spring Army followed, including the 5 old men. At this moment, the 5 old men smiled bitterly. Their assassination failed, and now they had become Lin Ling's subordinates? This matter was too strange. Great Emperor, this matter has nothing to do with the Eminent Clan. It was our decision. The 5 old men kowtowed and said, whether it has anything to do with you or not, it's useless for you to say it, because I have already sensed it. Lin Ling said indifferently, causing the souls of the 5 old men to tremble violently. They now knew that Lin Ling indeed knew everything about them, including their thoughts. Destroy them. Then, Lin Ling turned and left. The Yellow Spring Army coldly stared at the 5 old men. Among them, the mountain-shifting eagle sneered and pounced. You are just weak souls, but we are souls of Wu Sheng's realm. How dare you? The 5 old men were furious. They wanted to unleash their strength and destroy those souls. But they were shocked to find that they could not unleash any strength. They clearly had powerful strength. But at this moment, it was as if they were sealed. It's the great emperor. The 5 of them were even more shocked. If Lin Ling did not allow them to unleash their strength, they would not be able to. This was the power of the Yellow Spring Flame, which could control all souls, devour them, and increase our strength greatly. Protect the great emperor. Among the large number of souls, the mountain-shifting eagle roared angrily and devoured the 5 old men like an evil spirit. At this moment, all the members of the Eminent Clan were gathered there, as if they were holding a clan meeting. Lin Ling will definitely take revenge. He has formed a grudge with our Eminent Clan, so we have to kill him before he grows up. But clan leader, this is a little dangerous. If the Deacon Palace of the human realm finds out, it will be difficult for us to escape. After all, Lin Ling is not an ordinary person. What are you afraid of? We are an Eminent Clan, a clan that has recorded history. The Deacon Palace of the human realm will give us face. Moreover, Lin Ling is not a match for the 5 old men. He will definitely die. In the vast hall, everyone was discussing spiritedly. Their gazes were all fixed on a tall and sturdy old man. That old man was the clan leader of the Eminent Clan. You shouldn't have attacked him. However, at this moment, a desolate figure walked through the door, causing everyone's expression to change drastically. Who was that person? How could he walk directly into their eminent clan? Came Spiritual Master. The clan leader stared at the newcomer, and his pupils trembled fiercely. Why was Came Spiritual Master here? Could it be that the assassination of Lin Ling had failed? However, he was still the clan leader, so he quickly calmed down. He smiled and politely said, Came Spiritual Master is the prophet of the human realm. My eminent clan has invited you many times, but it has been difficult to meet you. Today, Came Spiritual Master has arrived. Your presence brings light to my humble dwelling. You don't need to pretend anymore. The assassination of Lin Ling has failed. Came Spiritual Master's face was cold and indifferent. He stopped in the hall, and his white beard and long hair gave people a feeling of being ambitious and ruthless. He Senior Came Spiritual Master. What do you mean by this? The eminent clan's people were startled, but they still pretended to be ignorant. They thought that as long as they didn't admit it, Came Spiritual Master wouldn't do anything. After all, Came Spiritual Master was the prophet of the human realm. He wouldn't easily kill. Assassinate Lin Ling? Who assassinated Lin Ling? Lin Ling is a genius of the human realm. Who would be so bold? The clan leader angrily shouted. Seeing this, Came Spiritual Master gently sighed. Devil race is about to invade. The human realm should be united. Lin Ling also gave me face and let bygones be bygones. Therefore, anything that affects the unity of the human realm must be suppressed. Because Lin Ling is the key to protecting the entire human realm. Tonight, 5 elders of your eminent clan tried to assassinate Lin Ling, but they failed. This is a violation of the principles of the human realm. Hearing Came Spiritual Master's words, the clan leader's complexion drastically changed. Came Spiritual Master. This has nothing to do with us. We are the eminent clan, and are most loved by the human realm. We are responsible for recording the history of the human realm. How can we do such a petty thing? This is certainly the idea of those 5 elders. That's right, those 5 elders are framing us. Chapter 1853. Warning. However, Came Daoist acted as if he didn't hear those excuses. He sighed again and turned to leave. Sigh, you really shouldn't have provoked Lin Ling. As for recording the history of the human world, it will be someone else from now on. All the people from the prestigious families were stunned. They didn't understand what Came Daoist meant, and looked at each other in dismay. I told you that you shouldn't have provoked Lin Ling. Lin Ling let me go, which meant that he would let bygones be bygones. But you were afraid that Lin Ling would settle accounts later. Afraid that when Lin Ling grew up, you wouldn't be able to control him. So you went to assassinate him. Do you regret it now? Do you think that the ancient Ji family, Xianyuan clan, and Sky Master didn't want to kill Lin Ling? They just didn't want to trigger this bad luck. After Came Daoist left, Yin Shan finally said with dissatisfaction. She had always been against provoking Lin Ling. However, after her voice, the entire hall was filled with angry curses. Yin Shan, you are a member of a prestigious family. Our family has been passed down for several generations. How can a coward like you appear? It seems that you are much worse than your sister Yin Tang. Men, throw Yin Shan into the back mountain, and lock her up for 10 years. The patriarch also coldly shouted, and had several people who had a good relationship with Yin Shan come out and block in front of Yin Shan. But at this moment, a terrifying pressure came from the sky, and a majestic surge of laws erupted. The spirit turtle descended. Boom! The entire Yin sect turned into ashes. Only Yin Shan and a few others stood there in a daze. Everywhere he looked, the people of the prestigious families were in a terrible situation, and everyone turned into ashes. Recording the history of the human world, it will be someone else from now on. So this is what it means. Yin Shan stared at everything around her. She muttered to herself in a daze. She finally knew that the always kind and gentle Came Daoist had also made a move. This meant that the Yun sect had gone against the world. The next day, the entire prestigious family was exterminated. The news was like thunder, sweeping through the entire human world. Warning! This was Daoist Kame's warning to everyone. With the invasion of the devil race, the top geniuses of the human realm were highly valued. If they assassinated those geniuses for no reason, then even if they were from a prestigious family, they would still be completely annihilated. This warning also told all the martial artists in the mortal world that Lin Ling was a genius that Daoist Kame valued highly. This matter caused the Sky Master and the powerful human realm powerhouses of the ancient Ji family to have a heavy heart. After this incident, the entire mortal world finally had a brief moment of peace. All martial artists were preparing to welcome the arrival of the demon race. 3 months later, a large number of powerful geniuses rose up, their names shaking the world. At the same time, even more hidden giants appeared, moving about the human realm. The rainforest became quiet and low-key. Lin Ling did not manage the entire Xianping province anymore. Instead, he let go of his authority and only protected the sacred land of the rainforest. The sacred land of the rainforest was like a paradise in the vast human world. It wasn't until half a year later that the waves that mad god Lin Ling had caused in the mortal world gradually subsided. However, even though Lin Ling seemed to have disappeared from everyone's sight, many people still knew that in the sacred land of the rainforest, there was a genius that couldn't be underestimated. Autumn and winter gradually arrived. Heavy snow swirled in the air, covering the sacred land of the rainforest in a snow-white color. The sacred land of the rainforest was still as tranquil and serene as before. Noon approached, but the sky was still gray and gloomy. An even more violent snowstorm seemed to be on the horizon. In a mansion in the sacred land of the rainforest, a youth carrying a bow and arrow rode on a black-winged wolf, heading towards the gate of the mansion. "Congratulations on your return, young master." "Congratulations." There were tall and sturdy guards on both sides of the gate. They couldn't help but smile as they looked at the youth, their eyes filled with affection. "Hee hee. Today I went to the 100 territories to hunt a 2-headed alligator." The youth smiled, looking extremely cute. However, although he looked cute, his strength was already extremely terrifying. At such a young age, his strength had almost caught up to Lady Watermist. Young Master is still the most powerful. However, Lady has already come out of seclusion and is waiting for young Master. The tall and sturdy guard rubbed the back of the child's head and smiled. Although the young Master's status was delicate, he was extremely approachable. In the sacred land of the rainforest, everyone liked the young Master. "Father has come out of seclusion?" The youth's expression immediately changed. He quickly stuck out his tongue and whispered, "Uncle Lu, Uncle Qiao, please don't say that I went out to play. If my father knows, he will punish me." Hearing this, the 2 tall and sturdy guards immediately smiled bitterly. You are naughty. Why do you have to make things difficult for others and make others hide for you?" At this moment, a dignified voice came from the mansion. The youth immediately lowered his head and walked into the mansion like a general who had lost a battle. The 2 tall and sturdy guards immediately laughed. The lady was very strict with the young master. At this moment, in a small courtyard of the mansion, a slender figure stood there. His entire body was like a javelin. He had delicate features, but his chiseled face was filled with killing intent. His eyes were looking into the distance as he stood there quietly, as if he had disappeared from the world. "You went out to hunt while you were cultivating. Have you finished your lesson today?" He was still standing there quietly, but the man said faintly. Outside the courtyard, a delicate youth walked in. He lowered his head and came behind the man. His small hands were intertwined as he whispered, "Father, I was wrong. The path of martial arts is like sailing against the current. If you don't advance, you will fall behind. Laziness is your greatest enemy. Don't think that you can be even more lazy just because you are talented. You must know that there is always someone better than you. In this world, there are countless people who are more talented and stronger than you." The man turned around and looked at the youth indifferently. Although his expression was strict, his eyes were filled with love. "Father, I understand." The youth stood up straight and replied loudly, "I will double the amount of practice today." "That's good." The man finally smiled. He took a step forward and patted the youth's head. "Father is so strict with you. Do you hate father?" I don't hate father. I know that father is doing this for my own good. I want to be like father in the future. I want to protect my family and live a carefree life. The youth replied with a smile. He looked extremely cute, causing the man to shake his head helplessly. Little brat, you know how to flatter at such a young age. Go to your third aunt's place. She has something to talk to you about. When you come back, go and cultivate. Yes, father. The youth skipped away. Just as the young man walked out of the small courtyard, two figures walked over. Both of them looked to be in their 20s, but both of them had peerless appearances. Although they had the charm of a woman and lacked the liveliness of youth, it was obvious that their temperament was still extremely attractive. Mother, second aunt. The youth looked at the two women and immediately bowed. The two women looked at the youth dotingly and took out a cotton-padded jacket for him. However, the youth waved his hand and said, Mother, I'm not cold. You just like to run around. Your father was much quieter than you when he was young. Moreover, he was much more diligent than you. Quickly go to your third aunt's place. Also, it's your grandmother's birthday tonight. Remember not to be late. Got it. Chapter 1854. Hidden from the world. That brat always goes to the 100 territories to hunt. Who knows how many brothers and friends he has now? Sigh. The man touched his nose and stretched out his hands to hug the two girls. He then shook his head helplessly. Brother Ling, the 100 territories is his home anyway. It's good to let him interact with people of the same age. Competition will motivate him to learn martial arts. One of the girls laughed. Her voice was pleasant to listen to. The man sighed. I'm not against him going hunting, but the invasion of the devil race is getting closer. I feel a sense of danger spreading between heaven and earth. It's better for Er to not go out during this period of time. If the devil race invades, you and Er will go to Senior Turtle. With Senior Turtle and the 18 islands of the spirit race, you will be safer. Sigh. This man was Lin Ling. Beside him were Yu and Enuer. So Brother Ling is worried about this. Sigh. Enuer suddenly understood and revealed a cute look. Only when she was with Lin Ling would she take off her ice beauty mask. I haven't fought for almost a year. I feel like my bones are rusty. Sigh. Lin Ling stretched. At this moment, he didn't look like the mad god Lin Ling. Instead, he looked like a lazy youth who just woke up from an afternoon nap. Kiki, I heard that in the mortal realm, you have already become a synonym for senior. Sigh. That's right. Maybe it's because you haven't appeared in the mortal realm for almost a year. So you have become an antique. Sigh. Yu and Enuer both laughed. Lin Ling was startled. He had become a senior? He hadn't cultivated for a long time. Of course, the premise was that he didn't cultivate in the Purple Mansion realm. Because if he added the time of cultivation in the Purple Mansion realm, he was indeed an old monster. Are you saying that I'm old? It seems like I have to punish you tonight. Kiki, Brother Ling, don't. The laughter of Lin Ling, Yu, and the others could be heard from the courtyard. They might be parents now, but in the depths of their hearts, in the ancient face sect and the Heaven Mystics Kingdom, they were all young men and women who were chasing their dreams. And Yuer's beautiful eyes were also staring at Lin Ling. In her heart, Lin Ling had been fighting since he was young, and in this past year, he rarely used his sword. Occasionally, he would go into seclusion to cultivate, and occasionally, he would bring his family to play in the 100 territories. He lived a carefree life like a celestial being. The man's heart also calmed down. However, this didn't mean that he had left this world. It was just that he was like a sword that had been reforged, and the sword was still not out of the furnace. And Yuer believed that when the demons invaded, the man would draw his sword and return to the human world. After chatting for a while, they left the small courtyard. "Milord." "Greetings, milord." Wherever they went, the soldiers in the mansion respectfully saluted. In their eyes, Lin Ling was handsome and tall, wearing a white fur coat, looking wise and mighty. Lin Ling's wife was also the most beautiful woman in the world. They walked hand in hand, forming a beautiful picture under the falling snow. Brother Ling, Sister Yu, Sister Yuer, Father. At this time, several figures came from afar. The fastest one was a child, jumping and jumping. It was Lin Yi, and behind him were Qin Xiaolin and the others. Have you found your Sanyang? Seeing Lin Ling's face became serious, and Yu and the others secretly laughed. Lin Ling wanted to maintain the image of a strict father. Lin Yi looked up at Lin Ling and said, "Yes, Sanyang taught me martial arts, but great-grandfather asked us to call you over. He said that Grandma's birthday is about to begin." Lin Ling nodded and said, "With your strength, you can cultivate the first step of the Black Tortoise 9 steps. During this period of time, work harder on this martial art." The Black Tortoise 9 steps was a space-type martial art left by Li Xiaoyao. This martial art didn't allow the warrior to travel through the void, but it allowed the warrior to enter another world. When cultivated to the large success stage, the warrior could travel through the 9 worlds, making it difficult for others to track him. It should be known that after reaching Wu Sheng's level, he could threaten the void with a raise of his hand, but entering another world was different, and he could avoid a large number of attacks of the laws. For example, when Lin Ling was assassinated last time, if his Black Tortoise 9 steps had reached a higher level, he could have rushed out of the blockade of the laws. It should be known that powerful laws could even seal the soul force, and Lin Ling had also tested it last time. The few of them walked forward and arrived at the mansion's main hall, where ancestor Tai Yan and the others were already waiting. The entire hall was bustling with noise and excitement. Lin Ling hurriedly bowed to ancestor Tai Yan and the others, and also congratulated his mother, Emo Nianchen, on her birthday. Not long after everyone sat down, a voice came from the mansion's main door. "Big brother, we're back." Little Flame, the 9 spirits of heaven, Baiyun Tiandi and the others all excitedly entered the hall, causing Lin Ling to smile. During this period of time, Little Flame and the others had all gone out to gain experience, and they had also made a name for themselves in Xiandi's world. "Little Flame, not bad. You've reached Wu Sheng's 2nd stage. You should know that a year ago, you had just stepped into Wu Sheng's realm." Lin Ling looked at Little Flame in surprise. Little Flame rubbed his bald head and chuckled, but he was extremely proud because being praised by his big brother made him happier than breaking through a realm. "Boss, I've also reached Wu Sheng's 3rd stage. Baiyun Tiandi, no, it's Baiyun Xiandi now. She's reached Wu Sheng's 4th stage. You should also praise us," the 9 spirits of heaven said with some dissatisfaction. This caused Lin Ling's pupils to constrict. These guys' strength had increased greatly. The White Cloud Heavenly Emperor was still considered normal, because her cultivation level was originally higher than Lin Ling's. On the other hand, Xianyuan Jiuhun and Little Flame's cultivation level had increased greatly. This was because it was very, very difficult to increase one's cultivation level in the martial saint realm. Unless one used a huge amount of resources and luck, it was impossible to break through without at least 10 years of accumulation. It seemed that these guys had most likely encountered some benefits when they were out training. Boss's realm has also increased, reaching Wu Sheng's 3rd stage. At this moment, the 9 spirits of heaven laughed. Although on the surface, he and Lin Ling's realm were the same, but if it was a one-on-one battle, he had no confidence to win even if Lin Ling gave him a handicap of 1 hand. Lin Ling's strength has also increased. Baiyun Tiandi laughed. Lin Ling's strength had probably increased by another fold. Looking at their expectant gazes, Lin Ling shrugged and didn't explain anything. But in reality, his strength had indeed increased greatly, especially in terms of the Divine Devil Overlord body. He had stepped into the 8th stage, World Extermination Physique, and this stage was the first stage of the Divine Devil Overlord body. It was also the peak of the Divine Devil Overlord body, only 1 stage away from the Divine Devil Overlord body. As for the 8th stage, World Extermination Physique, it possessed an extremely terrifying power of law, known as the World Extermination Physique. It could form 50 streaks of spatial law. The great Emperor Zhaixing was able to become the king of the 4 great ancient countries in the past. His cultivation method was indeed not to be underestimated. Unfortunately, the final limit was only the 2nd stage of the Divine Devil Overlord body. But for now, this was enough for Lin Ling to suppress Wu Sheng's 5th stage realm. After all, Wuxia's fifth stage realm's origin of virtual force, generally speaking, was only able to comprehend 20 streaks of law. With the increase of the physical body's realm, the Yellow Spring's flame would also increase. The soul which had been burnt to death by the Yellow Spring's flame would be able to recover 70% of its strength. Chapter 1855. Invited boss, your current law energy has reached 30. The 9 spirits of heaven asked curiously. After almost a year of hard work, if I didn't reach 30, I wouldn't be qualified to be your boss. Lin Ling shrugged. In fact, if he used the peerless divine sword in Armageddon, he could explode with the power of 100 precepts. Martial Dao, Martial Dao, Martial Dao, Martial Dao before Dao. It seems mysterious, but it's still Martial Dao. It's just that the power used has turned into law energy. It's one of the great Daos of heaven and earth. The clouds and the wind are the laws. The laws are also around us. If we can understand more, we can more or less increase our law energy. Lin Ling said lightly. Little Flame and the others' eyes flickered. They found it hard to understand. However, Baiyun Tiandi's expression changed slightly. Although it was a very ordinary sentence, she seemed to have touched something. As the saying goes, a sentence awakens a dreamer. Understanding the great Daos of heaven and earth was sometimes very complicated, and sometimes very simple. A moment of enlightenment was referring to the wonderful state she was in now. It can't be, she's emitting the law energy. There's actually another law. Oh my God, boss has become our master. Little Flame and the 9 spirits of heaven were surprised. Lin Ling smiled. Baiyun Tiandi's martial Dao was related to the clouds. It seemed ethereal, but as long as she touched the door of Dao, she could instantly grasp the law energy. She was faster than Little Flame and the others. Congratulations to Aunt Yinshin on her birthday. At this time, many people arrived at the door. It was Su Jimin, Tyrant Sure and Yi Run. Lin Ling, congratulations to your mother on her birthday. Emperor Li Shou and the others also came. This surprised everyone in the mansion because Lin Ling's mother's birthday actually brought the giants of the mortal realm. Kame's spiritual master has returned to the sea, so he asked me to send a birthday gift for him. Emperor Yu said with a smile. Sirs, you're too polite. Patriarch Extreme Flame was flattered and personally went to greet the experts. Emo Nianshin did the same. They knew that the giants of the mortal world were here mostly because of Lin Ling. The stone god of the stone clan is here. Lin Ling, don't tell me you don't welcome him? I Huatoad am here too. I'm here on behalf of the 2 great champions of Champion University. Experts from Xianhuang Dayu had also arrived. Haha, brother stone deity, welcome, welcome. Lin Ling stood up and warmly welcomed him. Then the Supreme Clan's Eternal Palace and other powers came, giving Lin Ling enough face. I, the symbol ancestor, represent the Dharma Emperor and the encompassing Emperor to congratulate you. At this moment, another voice came from outside, causing many people's eyes to twinkle. It was actually the Law Overlord's men. After that, an old man wearing a cloak covered with talismans walked in proudly, as if it was Lin Ling's honor that he could come to celebrate the birthday. Symbol ancestor? Lin Ling smiled. This old man had gone against him many times in the past. He didn't expect him to come too. Lin Ling, am I not welcome? Before the symbol ancestor stepped into the hall, his indifferent voice floated out, as if he was unhappy that Lin Ling didn't come to welcome him personally. However, when he stepped into the hall, his eyes narrowed. In the hall, there were all the respected giants of the mortal world. The symbol ancestor was like a small shrimp. Now that everyone was looking at him, he smiled awkwardly and felt ashamed. Welcome, of course you are welcome. Lin Ling's smile grew wider. The symbol ancestor didn't dare to be arrogant anymore. Although in terms of seniority, the symbol ancestor was Lin Ling's senior, in terms of influence, Lin Ling surpassed him by a few streets. In terms of potential, the symbol ancestor admitted that he was currently stronger than Lin Ling. However, he also knew that Lin Ling would definitely surpass him in the future. In fact, he didn't dare to go against Lin Ling for a long time. His previous arrogance was only because he wanted Lin Ling to take him seriously. However, in the end, not only did he not take him seriously, he became even more embarrassed. Other than representing Emperor Li's Ho, I am also here to deliver a message for that lady from ancient Rime Immortal Plateau. That lady's birthday is in 3 days, so I want you and the others to go back and visit her. The symbol ancestor didn't dare to look at Lin Ling, and lowered his head. That lady? Yes. Lin Ling instantly guessed who it was. It should be the Jade Lake Heavenly Mother, from ancient Rime Immortal Plateau. I got it. You can stay here and have a meal before you leave. Lin Ling nodded, and gestured for the symbol ancestor to sit down. At this moment, the symbol ancestor's heart was filled with bitterness. He didn't want to stay, because the giants of the mortal world around him were giving him a lot of pressure. In the end, the symbol ancestor finished his meal under the torment that felt like years. Throughout the entire process, he was drenched in sweat. The birthday celebration ended in a lively manner, and everyone left. Brother Ling, are we going to the Heavenly Mother's birthday celebration? Yu sat beside Lin Ling, and looked at Lin Ling. And Yue also frowned. They had a feeling that there would be some twists and turns during the Jade Lake Heavenly Mother's birthday celebration. Lin Ling and them had been peaceful for a year. At least, they didn't want Lin Ling to step into another troublesome storm. Therefore, they wanted to go. But they didn't want to go in their hearts. The reason they wanted to go was because the Jade Lake Heavenly Mother was really good to them, and treated them like her own daughters. Go. No matter what, she has taken care of you for me for many years. This kindness can't be erased. Moreover, I have been in seclusion for almost a year. It's time for me to go to the mortal world. Lin Ling said with a faint smile. Yu and Yue became excited and said, Lin Ling, thank you. You are my women. There's no need to say these things. Although I have a feeling that this trip will be troublesome, I, Lin Ling, have been practicing martial arts since I was young. There's nothing that I haven't seen before. Lin Ling said as he held Yu in the other's hands. His tone was calm, but it was filled with confidence. Lin Ling, the mad god, was famous in the mortal world a year ago. Although he had disappeared for a year, it didn't mean that his arrogance had declined. That night, Lin Ling prepared a birthday gift. It was extremely expensive, because it represented the face of Yu and the others. Lin Ling naturally wouldn't let them lose face. The next day, Lin Ling took Yu and the others to the Yungu Immortal Plateau. After leaving the rainforest's sacred land, they felt as if they had gone from winter to spring. Because the heaven and earth were at different angles, there was no heavy snow in the outside world. They took the dragon turtle battleship, and soon arrived at the great Xianyuan domain. Wow, it's so big outside. Lin Ling was extremely excited as he ran around. Lin Ling held Yu's hand and followed behind him. They passed by an ancient city where there was also a genius convention. The geniuses from all over the world were rising madly. It was as if the calamity of the mortal world was approaching, and the pressure was increasing. Hence, many people were growing madly. Lin Ling entered the city, and looked at the scene with interest. They couldn't help but think of the various geniuses' conventions of the past. This genius convention was created by a powerful cultivator in the Yungu Immortal Plateau, CND. The disciples of many ancient sects gathered, and the battles were like wildfire, causing the cheers to soar to the sky. Father, I also want to participate in the genius convention. Those geniuses are much weaker than me. Look at the strongest young man. I can defeat him in 3 moves. That you're tuning in to the Li Mei's Wuxia Whispers YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.